All right. Hello, everyone. We are here for PWCQ number 75. Just making sure everything is working here. There we go. Looks like we are live here. Though I don't see the live on here, so I'm not sure I can grab the chat. That's okay. A little refresh of the page. There we go. We are in here. Let me grab this chat really quick. We are a little bit early anyway. And we may or may not have some dueling book difficulties today. We'll we'll deal with that as it comes up, I suppose. Dueling book has been a little out of it recently, and that's okay. That's okay. All right, we got the chat here on the screen. Love to see it. We are live. We've got some big names coming in today. And we are just making sure everything's going smoothly here. So far, it looks like we've got 51, 52 now signed up. Sometimes you just need to click refresh a whole bunch of times. All right, move the chat over here. And we are good to go. Hello, everybody. We are just waiting on this to get started. Wanted to start just a little bit early just to make sure everything was running smoothly. We got everything where we needed it, and yeah, looks like that is the case. So hopefully we'll have a good PWCQ today. Jump down to the tournament here. All right. Looks like we are starting the tournament with 52 players, so a nice even number. No buys in the first round. You love to see that. So we should be having 6 rounds of Swiss today. Maybe we're not starting just yet. Okay, now looks like we are starting. Did any numbers change? Doesn't look like any numbers changed. Looks like we still have 52 players. So round 1, let's take a look at these names here. We've got, what's up, Grumple? What's up, Chosen? Welcome in, everybody. All right, taking a look at the names here. We've got the boy Petty Bourgeoisie in the tournament. He is absolutely playing some spice. Don't know where we want to start. I suppose I can bring this over here. Just bring over the bracket for now. If you all see anything on here, first come, first serve. Whoever... Yeah, the thumbnail says it's for the Livonia GGP. I think Spooky's going to be changing that. I sent him the correct one. Sometimes it's a little wonky when it's getting set up. But we've got Nova Ethos in here against Matt Uber. We've got some names we haven't seen in a while too. Grumple's back in here. We've got Scrub playing. Oh, Scrub against Alephia. Bluetooth and Wolf could be cool as well. Okay. I did say first come, first serve, so looks like you're gonna get your way, Madcap. We'll watch Bluetooth and Wolf. Haven't seen Bluetooth in one of these in a while. All right, looks like the match is up. So Bluetooth leading on an upstart Goblin here into a Sangan. And I love the profile picture in the sleeves. This is so good. All right, so we see a Sangan and a couple back row. It's actually kind of hard to see those just a little bit. Sup return winner. We've got 52 players today, unless that just changed like randomly here in the last little bit. Yeah, 52 players today. We got 6 rounds. And from Wolf's side, we do see a set monster in 3. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bluetooth with the Royal Decree main deck technology. All right. I've been given word that the thumbnail has been updated. Fantastic. I've got a whole bunch of things to jump around between on these monitors here. Thank God for 3 monitors. I do not think I could do really anything without all 3 of them. Let's be real. Big fan of 3 monitors. We see our first Zaborg sighting. Okay. Last PWCQ, we saw quite a few Zaborgs. And the last Obelisk, we saw a lot of Zaborgs as well. So, Zaborg, taking over the GOAT meta. Could be. Could be. Long time since we last saw Wolf, yeah. Yeah, I've seen him at a few in-person events recently. But, yeah, been a while since we had it online. Level Limit Area B, though. That is a card that can deal with Royal Decree. And maybe we can stall out a little bit until we find the giant Trunade or whatever we need to break that Royal Decree. It looks like Wolf is on the burn deck, which makes a whole lot of sense. Wolf is a big fan of burn. So am I. So always happy to see that. Always happy to see people playing their favorite decks. Close out of this real quick. Bring this up. Okay. It's like Bluetooth is just going to pass the turn with nothing going on. Wolf getting the okay in the standby phase. Maybe Bluetooth flips up a trap dust shoot, MSTs his own Royal Decree. Seen crazier things. Oh, we have found the giant Trunade. Okay. This is one of the ways, of course, that burn can push through Royal Decree. It's definitely not the total lock on the game that a lot of people think it is. Burn often packing at least double giant Trunade. Sometimes they play around a little bit with that ratio. Maybe they're doing, you know, triple Trunade, double Trunade, heavy storm. I've seen just double Trunade, no heavy storm. But Trunade into Cyberjar activation is going to be pretty good here for Wolf. Generally, a Jar activation means the burn player's in a pretty good spot. We do find the second giant Trunade here. So we can fight through Royal Decree again. And not a lot in the way of monsters for Bluetooth. We do find an Exiled Force and a Moth. Looks like both of those are probably going to be going face down. And we find a Rat and a Koala for Wolf. So, pretty good. We do have a Prima, but the only thing we're getting back with that currently is Sangan, and that's, you know, not a super flashy target. It is totally fine. 45-person tournament in Germany? Hell yeah. Bigger than some GGPs. That's true. That's true. We did make it above that amount for Livonia for the last American GGP. It was very nice. Had an increase in attendance of 10 people, which is about 25% from the last Livonia GGP. We've got goats growing worldwide. It's great. How do you get invited to this tournament? You don't actually have to be invited. Let me see if... I don't know if we have the command here in the YouTube chat. Looks like we don't. We may have to look into Retrobot and figure... Not Retrobot, Nightbot. See if we can get that fixed. Basically, to enter one of the PWCQ tournaments, you just have to be subscribed to the Patreon. And then you are, then you can go on the goatformat.com Discord under the WCQ Premium channel. And you can sign up for these whenever they happen. Wolf is very excited about the decrees. I didn't make the bracket. It's okay. Like we saw, Wolf has the other true nades, so even if a decree comes down, which we know Bluetooth has at least 2 of them now, then do have an answer to that from the burn side of things. Having a little bit of a think over here on Wolf's end. Of course, after Cyberjar activation, you've got, so much information that you just gained on your opponent's side of things. You've got so many decision points from all of the cards that you just gained. And it looks like Wolf is doing math here, so you have that involved, of course, if you're the burn deck. Definitely could be a tough decision here. I mean, it could just be game over. Yeah, I was kind of expecting the rat to come out face up as well, Madcap. So not totally sure on that. It looks like Wolf has figured out the play here. I'd imagine we're probably going to be setting all 5. I guess maybe not. We have another monster set, 3 back row, level limit comes back down, so probably don't have game yet from Wolf's side of things. And there's the passing of the turn. So see what Bluetooth wants to do. We do know there's Royal Decree over there, but unless we ditch a Makiura to the graveyard, we can't activate that decree this turn. Wolf with a 1-turn window to do a whole bunch of damage. Bluetooth giving it a think. All right, Bluetooth is going to lead on the old Abyss Soldier. Okay, so could be confirmed here that Bluetooth is playing the Tom Abyss deck that he's such a big fan of. I'm also a big fan of Tom Abyss. Really fun deck that you just don't see it a whole lot anymore. But we are activating this Abyss Soldier. We do have the Sinister Serpent to go with it. Very powerful. Imagine Wolf's got some chains here. Or at least one, right? Yep, Just Desserts being chained. That was the targeted card. That's going to be good for a whole 2,000 life points. Oh, that's right. We targeted the monster. My bad. For some reason, I thought it flashed down here. Exiled Force getting flipped up now. So, wanting to use the Just Desserts before Exiled Force was able to tribute itself off. That makes a whole lot of sense. And we're going to be going after that one. Is it the rat? It is indeed the rat. So, rat's getting out of here. It looks like that's going to be the end of Bluetooth's aggression. We're going to set a whole bunch of cards. A full back row. And we'll see if Wolf has some more plays here on the end to protect from that Royal Decree. Here comes Secret Barrel. That's going to be doing a whole lot of damage. We've got 5, 8, 11. It's 2,200 just from the Secret Barrel. So Wolf is going to be within striking range of lethal here. 3,800 while your opponent has that many cards is not too trivial for burn. And we do know, once again, that there's a giant Trinity over here from Wolf's end. So we can protect from the decrees that are down. On Bluetooth side, it's just, do we find the burn spells? Yeah, here comes Trinity. So maybe we have found the burn spells for lethal here. Burn spells, burn traps, burn monsters. We also have Des Koala face down, so that's going to put Bluetooth up to 8 cards in hand. Oh boy. Any math wizards in the chat? 8 times 400. That's almost lethal right there. Yep. There's the koala. Bluetooth's going to be going on down to 600 life points. Wolf needs, like, just about any burn spell here. Even Okazi would do it at this point. Final Flame. That'd be good enough. Hinatama not quite there, but Final Flame would be exact damage. That'd be pretty sick. That's definitely not going to happen, but, you know, one can dream, right? Couple of Raimeis. I think we're probably just going to end up seeing a set Secret Barrel, Just Desserts, something like that. If I had to guess. There's the level limit. Do we only have one set? Okay, here we go. Just 2. I imagine that's probably going to be good enough to get it done here. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and flip Ceasefire. And unless Bluetooth, I don't even know if there's a card in GOAT format that could save him there, to be honest. So Wolf going to take down game 1 here. Love to see the burn player triumphing against Royal Decree game 1. Always nice. We've got 1 match that's already finished up. Everybody else still playing. We got some big names here. We've got Nate Dogg. Ludi's in here. Mr. Big Noodle. We got AJT BLS, who I haven't seen in one of these in quite a while. Alephia, Scrub for Life. We got Mckells Samino. Yada 88. Haven't seen that name in a bit. Ghost Rider, John Wick. Ivan decided to play. Okay. Sights in here. Patrick Zero. Haven't seen that name in a while. We have a round 1 pairing of Dingo Sig versus Dueling High, too. Wow, some really big matches going here. And speaking of big names, we got Anthony Alvarado here in the chat. Where the main deck walks when we need them. Main deck walk would go hard here, of course. Wolf finds, I believe, our first Trinity of the day. A nice little pot of greed. A stacked event indeed, Infusions Cap. PWCQs tend to be stacked. Man, this one seems a little bit more stacked than usual, maybe? We're missing Alvarado. We don't have Alvarado in here, but definitely a stacked tournament. Should be a good one. All right, we do have our first Panda sighting. Panda coming on down. They used Charity last game? I must have missed that one. Never mind. We we did not see our first Trinity. Oh, we got a Mirror Force for the Panda. Okay. Wanting to protect that face-down monster, protect some life points. Oh, I do remember the graceful now. That's right. See what Wolf has to... Oh, nothing. We're just going to pass the turn. Interesting. So Wolf Pot of greeted, and then summoned out a panda and attacked for it to get mirror forced, and that's it. Interesting. Bluetooth coming on in with a Mystic Tomato for 1400. Mirror force on the panda is kind of interesting when it's a tomato. Maybe just wanting to save some life. Yeah, maybe thought a level limit or something could come down here and then wouldn't be able to attack over the panda. Okay. And we are going to see a monster from Wolf and no other play, so we've neglected to set any back row this game. It's kind of interesting from the burn side. And Bluetooth is going to return the favor with the Pot of Greed. Wolf could be expecting Mobius. Yeah, that's totally true. There seems... I guess just holding the burn spells is totally fine as well, especially if you expect that back row to be a decree. Then you get 0 value out of it, and the Mobius just cleans up. That makes sense. Mystic Swordsman level 2 is a very powerful one here. Does get under level limit area B. Takes out the Des Koala. That's very nice. Des Koala, very good burn card whenever your opponent's playing Decree. It's taking that out. It's pretty good for the Bluetooth side of things. I also think it's very fitting that Bluetooth is on the blue side. The colors just matching up. All right, here's MST from Wolf. We do clear Royal Decree. Okay, so maybe we see some back row now. Now if Mobius comes down, you have a bunch of chainables. It's okay. Ooh, okay. Bunch of back row and a chain energy. See if Bluetooth does have the technology to deal with this. Clifford the Trap Remover would go hard here. Would cost you 500 life points because of the chain energy. That's okay. Cliff and level 2 getting in. A nice 2100. I don't know if Bluetooth is playing the Cliff technology, but... There's Abyss Soldier. It's kind of like Cliff with extra steps, right? See what we want to bounce here. If we've got the Sinister Serpent, this could be quite powerful. Yep, there's the Sinister Serpent. We're going to go after one of the face downs. And Just Desserts is going to rip 1,500 life points from Bluetooth. And Mystic Swordsman just going to get in there, so... Interesting from Bluetooth's end as well. Of course, getting the Just Desserts out now means you can summon more monsters and you're saving a little bit of life points there. Maybe we're wanting to build up a board. Then take out this level limit area B. Swing on in for lethal. Yep, gotta pay for that back row. So Bluetooth down to 5,000. Does have 2 back row. Could definitely be a Royal Decree back there. We'll see how Wolf wants to navigate it. All right, yeah, there's a giant Trunade. Wolf having to pay the 500 as well, but I'm sure he is A-okay with that. See how many cards we get set here. So no, the chain energy and the level limit area B are going back to hand, but I mean, Wolf could just like set a couple of Just Desserts, set a couple of Secret Barrels. Don't think that would quite be enough here, but no, it looks like we're just kind of replaying things a little bit here. That's totally fine as well. Play around potential Royal Decree from the Bluetooth side. Okay, Abyss Soldier taking out the chain energy this time. Bluetooth not wanting to spend any extra life points. It makes a whole lot of sense. Grab some coffee. I know Return Winner said thanks for streaming tonight earlier. It's definitely not night where I am. Well, of course, we drink the coffee all times of the day around here. All right, so Mystic Swordsman just got in for 900. We didn't see any other play from Wolf, so interesting giant true nade there. Could be in for a bit of a long one here. Wolf can't really set monsters because of the level 2 getting in, but currently Bluetooth can't really attack for anything more than 900, so we got the old 7-turn clock over there. And here's another giant true nade. Okay. Let's see if Wolf has something a little bit more powerful to do this time. Level limit comes back down. And we are setting 3 back row this time. Okay, so a little bit of a difference. Bluetooth is in the washing machine. Yep, grab the Sinister Serpent back. And then after Serpent. All right, we finally have something. Here's a Just Desserts. And a Secret Barrel. And a Ceasefire. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is 5,000 damage exactly. All right, so very good use of the True Nade that time for sure. Yeah, it is indeed 15, 2000, unless I'm counting incorrectly. It's a little difficult to see Bluetooth sleeves up there. Yeah, that's going to be GG. Wolf's going to take this first match. Little 2-0 for Burn to start the day. Always love to see it. Let's see who's still playing here. Jump out of this match. Could drop in. I think I know some of these matches are going to take a while, so don't want to jump into those just yet. Alephia is already finished up. All right. Let's go ahead and get some spice on the stream here. We'll jump into Petty Bourgeoisie against Goat Trinity here. Yeah, Wick Rosito is one of the matches I was looking at. But I expect that one to take a little bit longer, so wanted to jump in, get some spice here. Though that one is definitely on my radar for this round. We'll jump in there once we finish up here, but Petty is not playing the deck that he said he was going to be playing. I don't believe, unless I just got it confused. We still have some spice here. We've got a couple homunculus the alchemic beings sitting here on the field. This is indeed a light monster, but if this is what I think it is, then homunculus's whole reason for existing in this deck is because it can change itself to dark. Had to get some spice here in round 1. As Petty throws down a Graceful Charity. Currently being walled up by a Spirit Reaper. Let's see what Go Trinity has here in the graveyard. I've got a Mobius. A Zambra. Okay. We've got a big thing from Petty. We are in game 3 here. Yep, Zom going to the graveyard. Sombra will not help you with Spirit Reaper. That is for sure. And MST getting out of here as well. Okay. So trying to push through a Spirit Reaper in 3 back row. We've seen double Solemn Judgment from Goat Trinity's side. We got a Mobius in the graveyard. See if Petty has anything to break this Reaper. Take a look at his graveyard. Snatch is still there. Okay, we got a few things in this deck I would imagine that could get through a Spirit Reaper here. And we see a back row and a passing of the turn, so Spirit Reaper's going to wall up for now. Both players at 2,000 life points, so whoever can break the board first might be in for game here. Though Go Trinity doesn't quite have the pressure. If Petty can just like run out a Heavy Storm, snatch still the Reaper, then he would win for sure. Go Trinity needs a little bit extra to attack for that 2K. Petty giving it a think again. Did these guys solemn the solemn, the solemn, the solemn? I think they did, actually. Because we've got 2 solemns, I think, for both players in the graveyard, right? Yeah, 2 solemns for both players, so I think that is actually what happened. Heavy does go hard right now. Go Trinity could have the 3rd Solemn Judgment, but... And then Tremendous Fire would go hard. Evans GR not in here for this event, but would love to see someone win a game off of Tremendous Fire today. That would be excellent. All right. We have some development on the board. Go Trinity with the MST. Throwing it out, rolling a die. Oh, Petty having a think. We have a 3rd. Oh, we're going to Book of Moon. Okay. The Homunculus. All right. And Pot of Greed for Goat Trinity. Okay. Heavy Solemn Ring Secret Barrel draw. All right, here comes Rhoda. That's Scully in the chat. What's up, Scully? Let's see what this Rhoda wants to grab here. Sasuke. Okay. That will attack over the face down Homunculus. Assuming Petty doesn't have something to say about the attack. No, Homunculus is going to go onto the graveyard. And see if Petty has something that can get rid of this Sasuke. We did see Graceful Charity ditch a Zombra the Dark. But we haven't seen any summons since then, so... here comes the giant dork. We have a dork sighting here. This card can definitely attack over the Sasuke. Can't do much to Spirit Reaper, but See if it runs into a little bit of a back row wall here. I think we may have some dueling book lag going on here. What is Petty playing? It is not an element center deck. This would be dark aggro. I know from seeing 2 copies of Homunculus on the field. You may not think it's dark aggro, but it sure is dark aggro. All right, we are rolling and we are re-rolling. And Breaker's going to hit that one. Do we have a chainable? Skill Drain. That's a chainable. Okay. Well, the problem here is... Oh no, that's the problem here. The ring, it's gonna take us out here. Oh, we did have a Mirror Force face down for Petty. Okay. Okay, so if we didn't flip this... Oh, the Breaker hit the Mirror Force. Oof. Yeah, so we kind of had to flip the skill drain there, but yeah, ring's just gonna take us out, so go Trinity gonna take this first round, and I think now is our time to jump into the Ivan match. Couldn't draw an out to the Reaper. Yeah. Did you side out the did you side out the deck, Devi? It looks like a match that you definitely could side it out, but here we've got Ivan Rosito against John Wick. Some big names playing it out here in round 1. It looks like we are in game 2. I'm not aware of what the time situation is right now, but Ivan will not keep playing if he loses round 1. Probably a good chance of that, if history does tell. Oh, you still had the deck Devi in there, Petty? That sucks. All right, so taking a look at the graveyards here. We haven't seen duo from Ivan's end. We do have darks and lights aplenty. 3 of each of both, I believe. We have a lot of darks and lights from John Wick's side as well. We see 1 Chaos Sorcerer in the grave for John Wick. And this Breaker is going to meet a Raigeki Break, discarding a Night Assailant. So very powerful here. For Ivan, we also see a Chaos Sorcerer in Ivan's graveyard. We also see 1 in the Banish pile. So seemingly more chaos available for John Wick than Ivan Rosito. Ivan up on cards here by 1, but, you know, we're here, I guess, is sort of middle to late stages. of the game, so things could definitely favor the player who has the most chaos to be played. Not always. And we do see a pot of greed from John Wick. That's going to even things up here. And we see a Tsukuyomi for Night Assailant. That's pretty strong as well. Does Ivan have an answer for this? It appears not. So the Night Assailant's going to be flipped down. We can pick up another +1 here. I don't believe we saw Sangangon. We do see Sangangon. Okay. And get to clear Spy. That's very nice for John Wick. Maybe get in here for some attacks. And look at the traps gone. We do still have Mirror Force from Ivan's end, assuming he's playing it. I'd imagine it probably is. Yep, here comes the Mirror Force. We're going to clear the Tsukuyomi and the Night Assailant, so get one of those pluses back. Does John Wick have Thunder Dragon in hand? I don't think so. There's one in the Banish pile and two in the graveyard, so no Thunder Dragons in hand for John Wick. Don't know about Serpent at this stage, but we do see a Delinquent Duo come down, so very good turn for John Wick here. We have had a Pot of Greed, a Delinquent Duo, a Night Assailant flip. Man, John Wick can't target. I'm sure we can find a way to figure this out. All right, we're going to get rid of the one closest to the main, and that is Snatch Steal. Okay, Ivan with a Sinister Serpent, but Snatch Steal being ripped from the hand could be good here for the late game for John Wick. Especially with 2 Chaos plays remaining. We do still have Snatch Steal for John Wick as well. Yeah, sometimes Dueling Book won't let you target. Usually you can just refresh it and everything's okay, but I think the players are being a little extra cautious with that today. I've had a few hiccups over the last few days, but it seems to be working well enough. We've got the tournament underway. From what I've seen, we haven't had really any problems. I think someone was given a time extension. I don't know if that was due to some technical difficulties or what. Okay. Tried to find Giant Orc's lore. Did you find anything? I'm interested. He's just a big doofus. All right. I mean, that's fitting, right? All right, we have a Deco here for Ivan, picking up a +1. So Ivan, after all of that, back in front on card advantage. And we are going to get the Spies knocked. So we are not going to see a Great Wall of Spy for this Turbo Mirror. Love to see that. Get those on out of here, please. And Deco coming on in. John Wick down to 43. Ivan at a healthy 7,500 life points. But neither player in super big danger already. John Wick given the SMH. Oh. Oh, we didn't banish the spy. Okay. Got it. I thought we just already had it in hand, but we have Snatch, TT, and Raigeki break over there in John Wick's hand. Okay. Don't know the monster that was sent back, but yeah, I think it's nice to not press that issue, especially whenever Dueling Book is bugging a little bit. Makes a lot of sense to me. Pretty easy fix. We're having a think over here for Ivan. We just had one set from John Wick. Of course, playing a little bit of the mind games here. Is it Torrential Tribute? Or is it the Raigeki break? If it's the Raigeki break, you want to summon a little bit more. But if it's the Torrential, you kind of don't. However, flip them off, pretty good here. Yep, we're going to get back that Graceful Charity. We do know there's a Sinister Serpent in hand, so we do have good discard fodder. All right, so we do see that Serpent hit the graveyard from the Graceful Charity and an Upstart Goblin, and now Ivan has a Delinquent Duo. And we know this is going to get two good cards. And we'll see what it sends. We send the Raigeki break, okay. See what else John Wick wants to discard here. The Torrential Tribute, okay. So the only card we know from John Wick's side over there is Snatch Steal. Okay. I believe we're getting close to wrapping up this round one. We've only got a few matches left. But from what I see, everything's going fairly smoothly. We had 13 minutes left in the round 3 minutes ago. So we got about 10 minutes left, but Ivan is just going to drop the old BLS and take this match here. I look away for just a second and it ends. So Ivan going to win round one over John Wick. Unfortunately, big name player here has to go down to 0-1, but Ivan taking that 1-0 here. And let's see who we've got left. Grumple playing. We have Patrick Zero. I haven't seen that name in a while, so let's jump into the Patrick Zero match. And pull chat back up here too. Over here to GOAT format. We have BLS for game against Patrick Zero. Patrick Zero often on the control strategy, and it looks like that is what they're on today. It's very nice. Love to see control getting the representation. I know a lot of people have been talking about playing more control recently. Someone sit in the bracket here? Sure can. There you go. And it looks like BLS for game down to 2,000 life points, but sitting here with a couple of Gravekeeper Spies and a BLS, and presumably BLS is just going to be able to eat this face down. Did I get sniped? Did I snipe myself? Yep, Cyberjar getting out of here. Moth, what do we have to get back with that? Oh, a lot of stuff. Okay. We're gonna get back the Delinquent Duo, which is interesting. So you go down to 1,000. Here's where Patrick Zero needs the petty technology. Oh, YouTube ate the link you posted. I don't know if there's a defusion over here. Did we see it? No, we haven't seen the defusion, but I do love the defusion in Control. I think that's so sick. Patrick Zero's not dead here. Oh, I thought the BLS banished. Oh, it was Knock that banished. That's right. That's right. So yeah, Patrick Zero is just in fact dead. That is 5,700. Okay. Yeah, that's going to do. I was talking about the BLS banishing. If the BLS banished there and Patrick Zero had a nice giant orc, would win after that duo. But yeah, BLS for game. Going to take this match by attacking with BLS for game, by the way. So that's pretty sick. Looks like... Well, we see Grumple here in chat. Grumple, are you playing? Okay. It looks like Challenge just got it. It looks like we've got one match still going here. For round one, we've got Crash Volt, Charlie Coke. I believe this is the match that had the 10-minute time extension. So... This one may go a little bit longer. We are in... We're in game 2, everybody. We are here in game 2. So, a bit of a slog here. Looks like we are on at least post board. We don't know if it's actual control versus control matchup, but we do have scapegoats in post side from both players. We've got a stacked banish pile here for Charlie Coke. And, Lord, a stacked banish pile here for Crash Vault. Okay, we see the lunchbox from Crash Vault, so this definitely means that Crash Vault is on control. And could be control over here for Charlie Coke. Could just be turbo sided in, but I'm not sure why you would side in the control package against control, but I am not a control player. Far be it from me to judge. Chaos Control is the least fun mirror to watch and the most fun to play. I'm sure I've played a Chaos Control mirror at some point, but it's been a very long time for me, if that has happened. We're going to suck up this breaker here. Crash Volt in danger of dying at 700 life points. If Charlie Coke's able to deal that little bit of damage here, which could come here. Got an MST on the breaker. Do we have an answer for Crash Volt? Gonna need it now, or this is gonna be 1,000 to the dome. And breaker's going away. And then we're going to ring the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Love to see that. That is an answer that keeps Crash Volt alive, that is for sure. One of my favorite plays against the Thousand Eyes Restrict players is just... they attack in, and exactly what happened. You just MST the monster that's equipped. Yep, Sakuretsu coming down on breaker, okay. When would the ring work? After the monster is destroyed with MST, right? Wait, what? No. He's not chaining the ring to the MST. He's letting the MST resolve and then ringing while the Thousand Eyes Restrict is unequipped. Yeah. Yeah, we're yeah, we're good here. Yeah, just a new chain. Here we see a knock, getting rid of the old Sinister Serpent. Do we have a way to get over this Kaiku? Push some damage here. Ring would be very nice. Don't know if Ring's gone. Yeah, Ring is definitely gone. Oh, we're going to summon Serpent. We got another creature swap here. Or meta. Meta works too. I was hoping for creature swap. Thousand Eyes coming on down, getting a nice suck on this Kaiku. But we do have a Book of Moon. Okay. Charlie Coke trying to end this game. Crashful just will not let it happen. Charlie Coke's still up on cards here. And we have a knock. Okay. Tear getting out of here. Kaiku coming on in. And we're going to take the 1800. So Charlie Coke down to 4 cards in deck. Crashfall down to 3. Let's see if one of these... Okay, yeah, Sook can clear this Kaiku, assuming there's no back row to deal with it. Yep, Kaiku down. The problem is Sook can't attack directly now. If it comes down, it's got to flip itself face down. Crashfall says press the wrong button. Don't know what that means here. But Crash Vault on 2 cards. We have a back row. Okay. Does Charlie Coke have anything to attack with, or are we going to be going to a deck out situation? It looks like... Yeah, could meta the Sook. That's true. But meta, we've got 1, 2... Yeah, we only got 2 gone. So... If there's a third meta over there, it could definitely happen. Ooh, a Heavy Storm from Crash Vault. Do we have something? We have a Scapegoat. Okay. I think we might be going to a deck out situation here. Yep. Crash Vault has drawn their last card. And it sure is not a monster. Do we have Secret Barrel? We do not. That is awesome. Heavy on the Pot of Greed. We've seen our first pro set Pot of Greed today. Definitely not a pro set. Definitely just trying not to deck out there, but yeah, we're gonna see game by deck out. That's pretty sick. So we got that in today on our scorecard, and now we'll just chill, wait for round 2. Go ahead and change the round here. Every time I open up my Streamlabs, I have to just like focus and make sure I don't click end stream. We are donezo with round 1. We will just hang out. Round 2 should be paired. Well, it's paired now. So let's see who we've got here. We've got AJT BLS against Nova Ethos. That is not... I think they're both 0-1, actually. Yeah, both of those are 0-1. Let's see here. We got Grumple against Ghost Rider. That could be a good one. Those are 2 players that are 1-0. I can't talk today. We've got Karim versus Gulaz. Kind of down for that, actually. Clearly just means it's time to end the stream. Yeah, we will end the stream as soon as we get it going. That's right. Maybe see if Gulaz is bringing the heat. Um, JCVD. Love to see that name in here as well. That one probably goes long. Oh, we have Sight versus Don't Copy. You play Gulaz without a walk. Man, Gulaz plays a whole bunch of stuff in these PWCQs. So, let me see if Sight won round one. Sight did win round one. Okay. So I might hit that one up. Please don't stream yours? Oh man. That that sounds like we might need to stream yours, Aaron. Would love to see the AJT BLS match. Okay. Might jump into that one as well. Nova often brings the spice. I'm just kind of waiting for someone in a few of these matches to go ahead and host up. And we'll jump into whichever one we see here. We also have the Mad Uber match. Okay, well, that one's up. And Go Edison format replays. Requesting that one, so yeah, let's jump in here. See Matt Uber already with a Sacred Crane on the board, so we are definitely playing our RGT deck. No surprises there. And we have a Soul Exchange coming down. All right. Tribute Sacred Crane. Monster Gate. Please be Demock Launch. Demock Launch. Demock Launch. It is Demock Launch. Let's go. Okay. Spell Economics going to the graveyard. All right. We have the Toon Cannon Soldier here. And, oh no. Do we not have a guaranteed way to get to the Demock? Uh-oh. That's not great. If we can't get there. Don't want to just leave this Toon Cannon Soldier chilling, but that looks like that's where we are. Okay. You can't believe I found the Demock Launch player. I literally have Demock Launch in my hand right now. We've just been like fidgeting around, shuffling the deck a little bit. I think it's just meant to be that I find the Demock Launch player, right? It just makes sense. I got some scapegoats coming out here. Cyberstein's a good one. Let's see if we go into Last Warrior. Oh, we go into Gatling Dragon. Wonder if Matt Uber hasn't picked up if this is Demock Launch yet. All right, and we see a Monster Gate. I get going Gatling Dragon for damage, but Last Warrior kind of nukes this deck game one. Let me get into a Crane, okay. We have main deck Book of Moon over here for the RGT player. Pretty nice. Double main deck Book of Moon. We have Mind Control too. Nice little Megamorph action. Okay. Not sure how viable Spell Economics FTK is in a tournament like this. By round 3, everyone is going to know your entire list and know what to call. Well, I mean, people usually call 4 and 8 anyway, but like, you only play like 2 reasonings in the main anyway, and you usually don't play them until you get to a point where it doesn't really matter what they call. You're going to win the game. So I'm kind of okay with it. You still get to play the mind games with how you're siding. And stuff like that with your smokescreen, assuming you're doing the smokescreen side. If I was going to play in the PWCQ today instead of stream, I probably would have played Demock Launch. If people want to watch my replays, that's fine. People watched my replays in the Raw and the Obelisk and still did pretty well in those. A lot of times, you know, they watch the replays, they know what the deck is, they know what to call, and then you just kill them on turn 1. His spell economic deck is smoke screening. He has trouble against RGT. You just don't smoke screen against RGT. Just leave in the combo. Is what I usually do. But I don't know if this player is on the smokescreen side or not. But things looking pretty good for Matt Uber here. We failed the combo on the last turn. We just hit the Toon Cannon Soldier. Most of the spell economic smokescreen doesn't run spell canceller. Yeah, that's fine. I've played against spell canceller in a couple of tournaments now. Basically, if they slam reasoning, you just call 5. Just eliminate spell canceller from being a problem. Now, of course, they can Prima it back, they can tribute over a monster, but generally, if I'm playing the deck, I'm pretty happy to see RGT. And not every RGT deck is on the spell canceller technology. A lot of players definitely decide to go other ways. Getting DMOC back here is pretty big. This is 54. 7,000, I mean, we're in main 2, so we don't have the damage for lethal here, but we definitely do have the lethal through pretty much whatever next turn, assuming there's not another scapegoat. But we'll see what Mad Uber decides to pick here. Got a whole stocked graveyard, only 7 cards left in the deck. We've got the patented Visor Shock here from Matt Uber. Love to see it. I know loaded up an RGT list recently from Matt Uber where there was actually Jinzo in the side, not even in the main. We elected to play Visor Shock in the main instead. I haven't talked to this duelist about it, but my brain tells me that is because people never call 5. And so you're more likely to get into the Visor Shock. Also, you're playing traps, I guess. Like, not too many, but we've got the Reckless Greed, Jar of Greed, Call of the Haunted, Ring of Destruction. Maybe you don't want to mess with your own stuff a little bit and just bring in the Jinzo against the super trap heavy matchups. Or when you think your opponents are going to be siding in the battle traps and stuff like that. So I can see the reasoning behind it, if that is the reasoning. Visor Shock is the GOAT. It sure is. I love me some Visor Shock. I need to pick one up, actually. I don't own a Visor Shock for some reason. I used to actually collect the Pharaonic Guardian set as a kid, like whenever it was still in print. And I know I did have a Visor Shock back in the day. Okay, we've got Spell Reproduction going here. What are we getting back? We're getting back Graceful Charity. Okay, so we're still digging. Trying to get the combo going here, but we have 14 cards left in deck. It's a pretty real chance we could get to it here. There's also a pretty real chance that we could just draw the DMOC. And not sure if we have the proper ways to get it back. And Premature Burial and Soul Release are both in the graveyard? Okay. Not great then. Maybe should have waited on that Monster Gate earlier. Oh, we have another Soul Release. Okay. A little interesting. And okay, yeah, we're just gonna concede. Not able to pull the combo off there. I think maybe went in a little bit prematurely. We hit the Toon Cannon Soldier. We didn't have a way to get to the DMOC. Yeah, Madcap, you've started a DMOC launch revolution. Which I am very okay with. Why didn't he premature the DMOC? They got the Graceful Charity before the DMOC was in the graveyard. So maybe they drew it off of the Graceful Charity and decided they couldn't win from there. They may not have had access to the DMOC. Pretty sure it was just the Toon Cannon Soldier in the graveyard, right? As far as monsters go. Okay. Here we do grab the Toon Cannon Soldier. So now if we have a monster gate, we do have guaranteed DMOC, assuming it's not in hand here. Now we're going to go ahead and Upstart Goblin, sure. We are digging. All right, here's Graceful Charity. We're digging some more. They always feel really good playing playing this deck whenever you get to lead on a Graceful Charity or a Pot of Greed. It just feels like drawing that many cards is sometimes just good enough. We ditch a Soul Release. And a Reasoning, okay. Here's the Cannon Soldier, here's the Monster Gate. Do we have the other pieces of the combo now is the only question. If we do, the game is over. We'll be going to a game 3. Here's DMOC. I don't think we milled over any of the combo pieces. We sure didn't. So maybe we get back a Graceful Charity if there's a specific piece we're missing. A lot of times you do go for it if you're just missing a piece. And hope you mill over it before you hit the DMOC. But we are getting the Graceful Charity back. We'll see if that actually matters or... Looks like it might. Might be digging for one more piece here. Do we find it off the top? Soul Exchange go into the graveyard. Mass Driver go into the graveyard. Spell Reproduction. Okay. Yep. Discard 2 unimportant pieces here. Presumably. Oh, we're going for Graceful again. Okay, so we discarded a combo piece. Maybe we have double Mass Driver in hand? Or maybe a Prima for the Cannon Soldier? It'd be pretty unfortunate to brick here. There goes Monster Gate. And Prima, okay. We don't have it. All right. So we did get into the DMOC on turn 1, but unfortunately we're not able to find the full combo here. That said, Mad Uber doesn't have a whole lot to say. Just a face-down monster and a couple of back row. Not a lot of the interaction from RGT would really do it here, but Giant Trunade might say we found the last combo piece off the top. Or just a Pot of Greed, okay. So we cleared the way for Pot of Greed. Not sure I like that use of the Trunade there. Card destruction for 1, okay. All right, so 2 combo pieces down, I would imagine. Can we draw the last piece of the combo with 11 cards left in the deck? Do we have it? We've done a whole lot of digging. We've seen 29 cards. Giant Trunade to get the pieces back, okay. And here's a Reasoning for Matt Uber. see what we call here. Not a lot of things can actually get over DMOC. Probably call 2. Yeah, we do call 2. There's Cyberstein. Okay. Maybe there was probably not the chance you call 5. Oh, there is the spell canceller. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to have an answer to DMOC, but if one of those back row happens to be a Ring of Destruction, we're done here. Yep. There's the Ring of Destruction. Oh no, we found the last card this turn? Oh man. All right. Unfortunately for me, the DMOC launch deck is not going to be able to take down this match. Matt Uber's going to get there with RGT. Spell Canceller coming down. DMOC getting out of here. That's going to do it. It'll be interesting to see this full list. We do have double soul release, so it's different than the one that I've been playing, that's for sure. All right, let's see who we've still got going here. Ivan Rosito picked up a quick win. We still have quite a few matches going on here. Let's jump into the Sight match. I see it here. Sight against Don't Copy. The Economics FTK did not win. Matt Uber won that one on RGT. Yeah, not milling the defusion there is a bit unlucky, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. You win by the combo, you die by the combo. I've definitely been in that spot many times with the deck. I don't blame them for going for it at all, but just didn't quite get there. Morp, it is not double elimination today. We have 6 beautiful rounds of Swiss for our PWCQ. Sight has the whole deck's worth of cards in hand. So does Don't Copy. Sight with a few more. Let's see. We're coming into game 2. It looks like Don't Copy's up a game. We've got Gravekeeper Spy and a Thunder Dragon in the grave for Don't Copy, so presumably 2 more Thunder Dragons. Sight, of course, with all these cards because of a Cyber Jar. And here we're going to Giant Trunade. Okay, so we're making way for something here. I talked with Sight quite a bit last night, one of my teammates for War League, and we were working on this deck. I had to leave a little bit early, so I'm not sure exactly, and I know he talked to Aaron a little bit today about the deck, so not sure exactly where he landed on the list, but we've definitely got some spice here. And we're going to drop to even more cards in hand. This is definitely some of the most amount of cards I've seen in a hand on Dueling Book in quite a while. Other than Petty's video where his opponent decided to draw the entire deck with Pot of Greed and just activate Exodia. Not coming down, getting rid of Decos. And here's a BLS. Okay. We're going for damage here. BLS coming down. What else do we have? Prima for Thunder Dragon. That's 4,600. Do we have a way to deal 34? Last I saw, Sight did not have Cyberstein in this deck. Now would be a great time for it, though. Okay. Meta, are we going for Dark Blade? We're going for... Oh, Dark Balter. Right. Thunder Dragon's a 5. All right, we're going for Dark Balter. We've got Tribe here, too. We are not protected against Snatch Steal. That's for sure. But Don't Copy is down to 1,400. We could have a Ring of Destruction here. Yeah, Sight didn't have Thunder Dragon last time. That's a newer addition to the deck. But Chain Energy coming down, and here's a Secret Barrel. That's gonna end this game. Man, that was that was explosive. Yeah. It's one thing I like about the jars. I've actually been playing around with Ron control recently myself. And just being able to use the jars as an engine, I think, is pretty underrated. They can be a little bit swingy, but man, Cyber Jar and Morphing Jar both are very, very powerful. Yep. Any more Rons in the chat? I can type too. Actually, I've been very much enjoying the Ron control deck, and kind of going back and forth between it and a few different decks. I've been playing a little bit of Warriors recently as well. I was planning on playing Warrior at the GGP in Livonia, but of course that didn't work out. Didn't get to play, but that's all right. I do enjoy me some Warriors from time to time, even though I love my combo decks. Non-Bardment Beetle, yeah. Shandy, I was a little upset that I didn't see Bombardment Beetle whenever we played a few days ago. This Don't Copy leads on a turn 1 Delinquent Duo. Always love to see it if you are the Delinquent Duo player. Sight thinking about the second discard here. And we're going to get rid of Cold Wave, okay? Don't Copy is going to drop some Thunder Dragons. Or I guess drop a Thunder Dragon, get a couple more to hand. And then we're going to go ahead and play the Upstart Goblin. So Sight up to 9,000, but down on some cards here. But we just see a T-set and pass for Don't Copy. God, we have Trap Dust Shoot as well. Okay. Okay. Interesting, we fired off the Delinquent Duo. We didn't wait to Trap Dust Shoot first. You were a little upset that your Spear Crete Empty Jar deck was farmed for Water Week footage. Well, if it helps, I didn't know that was Empty Jar, so I called it Mask Control because that looked more like what it was. So I'm gonna have to change the name now. All right, we have Moth Recycling and Upstart Goblin, so we're getting a few more draws over there. And we're going to just tribute that on off for Thunder Dragon, try to get in for 1,600, get some pressure going on site here. We're going to ring the Thunder Dragon. Okay, so both players are going to take 1,600. Don't Copy's down to 54. Sight at a very healthy 84. And looks like we have, yeah, double Thunder Dragon and Metamorphosis over in Sight's hand. We don't know the fourth card. Thank you for putting that in chat, Don't Copy. All right, we're going to in-phase Raigeki break on a set Chain Energy. And we're going to get back Moth here, so things looking very, very good for Don't Copy currently. Sight can turn things around pretty quickly, though, with some Jar activations. That's for sure. But Sangan is not one of those, and attacking into what is presumably Moth. No, it's Gravekeeper Spy. Okay. So we're going to wall up the board a little bit. We're keeping that Moth in hand, just in case there's a knock or a mind control. Don't hate it. We are just going to go ahead and slam a Chaos Monster. Didn't take much thinking for that one. Just pass the turn, go to main phase 1. Here's the Chaos Sorcerer. Sangan is going to get on out of there. And we are going to get in for the full 2,400 with the Spies. Set another monster, pass the turn over to Sight. Cyber Jar would be very nice here. We don't have a knock in hand or in the graveyard for don't copy, so we can't pick one of those up with the Moth. There is a set monster. No back row at all. I guess Morphing Jar wouldn't be the greatest card in the world because you do have 3 cards in hand, but a Cyber Jar. Cyber Jar could go pretty hard here. See how Don't Copy plays this. Maybe you pick up the Upstart, try to dig for knock. Maybe you pick up Delinquent Duo, try to take cards out of the hand. Maybe you do neither and just attack the face-on monster to get some more information first. A world of possibilities. All right, we are flipping the Moth. We are grabbing the Upstart Goblin, so we are going to be digging a little bit here. Upstart coming down. Sight back up to 6,000. Has retaken the lead. Okay. Slam down a Thunder Dragon. And we attack over Spy. Okay. No, that was one of the cards that we had talked about last night. So, see Spy in the deck. It is going to wall up these other 3 monsters, but Chaos Sorcerer right now is clear to just take it out on the next turn. And Don't Copy poised for a big attack. We do have 4,000 extra damage on the board right now. We do not have a Dark in the graveyard currently. And I believe that's exhausted all of the Thunder Dragons. It has. So we can't tribute over a Spy for another Thunder Dragon, that's for sure. Sight giving this a big think here. Been a while since Don't Copy got a good result. Totally dominated last season. Yeah. Don't Copy was... For a while there last season, Don't Copy was basically on the same level of domination as Alvarado. So, yeah, nice to see Don't Copy playing here. Tribe coming down for Sight off of the Prima is huge. Lose our own Spy from Sight's corner, but Don't Copy loses 2 and a Chaos Sorcerer. Don't Copy's having to think about it. You know, flip up a Divine Wrath. My Body is a Shield. My Body would go so hard here. I love that card. Ring. Okay, so we're going to ring the Tribe and go ahead and get that out of here. So, Tribe going to be a full board wipe since itself is dying. Except for the Thunder Dragon. Don't Copy does get to keep the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon known non-spellcaster. So Don't Copy's still looking to be pretty ahead here. Yeah, just a pass from Sight. Wow. Any Chaos Monster will do it here. Don't Copy will take this match. And we're thinking about it, so maybe we don't have the immediate lethal. No Blade Knight to come down, just a Sangan. Alright, so he gets attacking for 26, Sight down to 1,000. And I believe we know... we don't... Yeah, we do still have a Thunder Dragon. So we do still have a Thunder Dragon and a meta in hand. And here's a Rhoda. Okay. See what we grab off of this. Sight may have some hidden technology. Could just be a Blade Knight or something. We shall see. It is Amazoness Archer. Well, that's not gonna do a whole lot here. You can attack over the Sangan if you want and get that out of here. But this Thunder Dragon's going to be able to take out the Archer, that's for sure. And Don't Copy just needs anything with 800 attack, because you know the hand is Thunder Dragon meta. Tsukuyomi, last I checked, has more than 800 attack. Looks like Don't Copy's going to take this match here. Yep. Sight's going to go ahead and pack it in and admit defeat. So Don't Copy, I believe, is going to move to 2-0, right? Just double checking here. Yeah, Don't Copy is going to move to 2-0. Sight down to 1-1. So let's see. Get a good old refresh here on the bracket. We've got Petty against John Wick. Let's jump into the AJT BLS match. We haven't seen AJT or Nova Ethos yet. This could be a good one. Nova often brings some spice. Nova here with Cold Wave Mystic Tomato. I wonder if this is Cold Wave Monarch list. Sort of, maybe something close to what Agori was piloting in the Obelisk. Streamed the top 4 of that tournament not too long ago. That was a fun one. All right, the coffee is about gone. We were about to have to switch over to just boring water. AJT with a Snatch Steal and the Mystic Tomato. Getting rid of the Snatch with a Tsukuyomi, and now we're going to creature swap? Okay. Decayed Commander. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Well, this is not the Cold Wave Monarch list that I was thinking of. Oh my lord. Thank you for showing that, AJT. If we never got to see that Decayed Commander, I would be upset. Alright, here comes the Cold Wave. What do we have to follow it up? Just a Kaiku? I guess Kaiku gets to attack into the tomato, doesn't it? We get to rip some cards out of AJT's graveyard here. And we do see the trademark Berserk Gorilla for AJT. Yep. So we get to hit the graveyard. We get to summon a monster off of Mystic Tomato here. See what we go get. Can't get Decayed Commander. That is an Earth. Do get Sangantha, though. Sangan coming on down. I believe Decayed Commander has 1,000 defense. So we can't attack over that. It has 1,500 defense. Okay. I thought it was a 1K 1K. It is not. It's a 1K 1,500. So BLS, or not BLS, Breaker. Attacking over the Sangan here. See what Nova Ethos wants to get. Pretty close to the same here on life points. AJT at 4,600, Nova Ethos at 35. AJT not able to set anymore back row this turn, but is free to activate the already set back row on Nova Ethos' turn, if it is something that AJT wants to do. But we're just going to tribute this Breaker for a face down monster. Is that a Thunder Dragon? Probably. That's probably a Thunder Dragon, and then probably another Thunder Dragon in AJT's hand. See if Nova has something here. It looks like we just have an attack with the Kaiku. And that's going to eat a Mirror Force. Okay. Do we have anything else to follow it up? If we don't, Well, Decayed Commander could be getting in for a little bit of a Spirit Reaper attack here. All right, we do have quite a bit to follow up the Kaiku. So that's nice if you're on the Nova Ethos side. And we have a Trap Dust Shoot. So hopefully we have a... I guess we're not going to get the info on the hand. Chaos Sorcerer is going to be going back, though. There's reason to believe that there is a Thunder Dragon in hand for AJT BLS. There's also a Pot of Greed in hand, apparently. So we're going to get a couple of fresh draws here. See if we picked up something good. If AJT is able to pull out the win here, then AJT will pick up the match over Nova. But we're having to think. Kaiku did rip the graveyard apart a little bit, so we don't have a light, but presumably we can get one with a Thunder Dragon in hand. Okay, and we get Graceful Charity. So pretty good Pot of Greed there for AJT. Let's see what we discard here. Taking a long look at Nova Ethos' graveyard. Okay, we do discard the Thunder Dragon. What else do we have here? Sakuretsu armor, okay. Flipping up the Thunder Dragon, getting on in there. Maybe a Pyramid Turtle. No, just a Spirit Reaper. Nova Ethos, a known enjoyer of zombies, so very nice to see some zombies coming out here. We've only seen Spirit Reaper and Decayed Commander so far, so don't know exactly like how in on zombies it is, but if we're playing Decayed Commander, we'll call it a zombie deck, sure. We'll call it based, at the very least. We are back over to AJT's turn. We are walling up with this Spirit Reaper. See if AJT can find an answer. We're having to think over there. Nothing getting slammed immediately. Yeah, Petty, we have a Decayed Commander. The face down card, the face down monster on AJT's board, that is Nova Ethos' card, is a Decayed Commander. It got creature swapped earlier. Well, we're having a big thing for AJT. Heavy Storm. Okay. And we're going to Book of Moon the Spirit Reaper. Keep that around. Looks like it's going to meet a Ring of Destruction in response. Nova Ethos given the rip. Maybe needed that Spirit Reaper to stick around a little bit. Oh, Ludi won the Friday tournament with zombies? I didn't know it was with zombies. That's awesome. Shout out to Ludi for that one. Zombies is a good deck. Like, it's so close to being a tournament winning deck. I'm definitely excited to play around with it some more. I had a deep run in one of the Go Format Fridays. It was a couple weeks ago. So It's definitely good. It's not a lot of people playing around with it. We do see the Decayed Commander flipping up here, so we are going to be getting in an attack with that thing. Ripping this last card. I would imagine here anyway. Can anyone explain how does it work? Is there a way to force AJT BLS to ring first by asking Chain anything? I don't know exactly what you're saying or exactly what you're asking. There was no way to force AJT to ring there, but Nova Ethos just kind of like preemptively flipped the Spirit Reaper before AJT had the chance to chain, so just doing a little shortcutting there. Delinquent Noodle have won tournaments with zombies. Yeah, it's definitely won tournaments, but we just haven't seen it win in a while, I guess. So, but I think it's still. So I guess saying that it's so close to being tournament winning isn't the correct way to say that. Maybe I should say I think it's still at that level, or at least close. We just don't see very much representation on it. But AJT able to take down that match over Nova Ethos, definitely hoisted by his own Decayed Commander. What is that on AJT's board? That is a Decayed Commander. Has a Spirit Reaper-like effect. When it deals the damage, you takes the card. Alright, so we've just got a couple matches here. We've seen players from both already, so let's just jump back into the Wolf match here. Making sure, yeah, those are the only two matches going on. We are, whoa. Anybody else see this? Anybody else see this right here? We are in game 8 of this match. All right. Yep, I kind of thought it was a last turn deck. Good old self-destruct button. Gotta love that. Oh boy, do we have the last turn here. Lava Nuke saying, yup, there we go. A good old game 8 last turn win. Let's go. Holy crap. I'm glad we jumped into that one instead of the other one. A nice little game 8 on the stream. Lava Nuke gonna take this down with last turn? I believe that means they are 2-0 with last turn, right? We have Inspection in here. We have Ojama Trios. Interesting. Very interesting build that we've got going on here. Yeah, jumping up to 2-0 with last turn. I'd be interested in seeing this build at some point. I love me some last turn. Definitely interested in playing around with some more iterations of that. But we've got Crash Volt here as our last match going. We are in just a very regular game 3. What is the spell next to last turn? That is Inspection. You can pay 500 life points to see a random card in your opponent's hand. You activate it over and over and over until you're at 1,000 or below, and then you can activate your last turn or your self-destruct button. Self-destruct button does cook in last turn. Self-destruct button might be like the most poorly designed card of all time. But it's so sick. Sup, Lava Nuke. That was awesome. Seeing the game 8. I need to see your list at some point. Big fan of Last Turn. Win this tournament and put Last Turn on the map, please. I'd be okay with that. We've seen some good representation today. We've got zombies with Cold Wave out here. We've got Last Turn. Man. We've got DMOC launch out here in the field. We got some spice coming today for this PWCQ. It's great. Both Last Turn and Self-Destruct button were created by a Konami intern with a genuine trust and faith in humanity. Yeah. Yeah. They sure were. And man, I bet they are very disappointed. Last WCQ was spicy as well. Yeah, it sure was. Man. We tend to get some good spice in these PWCQs. It's like they're super stacked with good players, but everybody's like, you know what? Let's bring out the self-destruct button. I love it. I wish we had jumped into that match. Maybe we start there, actually. Yeah, let's start with Lava Nuke in the next round. It's a nice 3-0 player with some spice, and I just want to see it. I want to see the match progress from game 1 to game 8. So sick. But all right, getting to the match we have at hand here. We have Ogres over here, looks like on a control deck. We have Crash Volt, of course, on a control deck. Oh, we have the big lunchbox. We have Dark Mimic level 3 over here. The treasure chest. Look, that's the price you pay for entering a tournament with a sick deck, and you win. You gotta get featured. Sorry. When I see something sweet, it must be shared with the people. The ultimate rare treasure chest. Dark Mimic level 3 ultimate rare does look awesome. But looks like we're in a little bit of a grind here. Ogres is down to 3,000 life points, so Crash Volt could probably end this soon-ish. Maybe, we'll see. Crash Volt also just, looks to be pretty well positioned here, given the board state and everything. Ring of Destruction still live for both players. That surely favors Crash Volt here. Everyone in the WCQ chat are very excited to see the Last Turn deck, I will say. Sick. I would love to see the list. Hopefully you do well in this tournament. Yeah, a lot of scapegoat today. I know there's been a lot of talk between players about playing control, loading up some chaos control, getting some lunch boxes in there. Warrior has been winning everything, so sometimes you gotta do the nuclear option, start playing some scapegoats in the main. I don't hate it. I like to see just, meta growth. One deck starts winning, another deck starts to rise up, so another deck starts to rise up to take its place, another deck starts to rise up to fight that. Keeps things fresh. We had a few months there where it looked like, Turbo was just that was it. Turbo started to dominate, but then the Warrior players just decided, you know what? It's time to go back. We can beat this. Time has been called. I see. Don't know if we have a time extension for this match. I know several time extensions were given out at the beginning of this round. But let me see if we have our judge in here. We do have our judge in here, so players should be aware of what's going on. Imagine Warriors start dominating and Go Control counters it, and we finally come full circle. Well, we're seeing people play control again. I think it's mostly chaos control. But yeah, it'd be sick if someone just like came in here with a 2005 goat control deck and won the tournament. That'd be awesome. I think this was like when I started to get into goat format, so I'm not sure if this was like a very old stream or something, but I believe Chris Perovic was offering like an extra $100 for prize pool at some point if someone won with goat control, just to see it win again. I think that was a thing back in the day. So it would definitely be sick. And I think people would love to see Go Control take down a tournament again. How long is the Warrior win streak now for PWCQ? Dueling Highs won the last two. I'm not sure past that. I know it's at least two. Feeling like there's a good amount of Turbo today and CC. Yeah, definitely for sure from what I've seen. That just means it's time for last turn. It is time for last turn to dominate. Yeah, sometimes that top 8 order just doesn't shake out in your favor. Sometimes I've been in that spot in other games mostly. You get to a top 8 and you're like, how on earth can I lose? Because it's like I just have the easiest path to the finals. Yeah, Dueling High also got the GFC. Is there a Cold Wave deck? Yeah, we had Nova Ethos on stream this round. Actually was playing Cold Wave in what appeared to be a zombie deck. The second BLS attack was illegal? I did not see it. I was sitting here reading chat, sorry. We have our judge in here watching the game though. The second attack is an illegal move? What happened? He attacked with BLS, then with Dekoichi, and then with BLS the second time? BLS cleared 3? Okay, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I was reading chat. Hanging out with you all. Do they know they're in time? I don't know if they got a time extension at the beginning of the round. They're in turn 3. Yeah, it looks like they do know that they are in time. So our yeah, we have Lucas and Fox both in here. And yeah, it looks like they do know that they are in time. That they're in turn 3. So BLS cleared the correct amount, just misplayed the sequence? Okay. Okay. I guess I need to pay a little bit more attention here. just trying to hang out, have fun with you all, just missed it a little bit, so. At least, like, you know, the proper amount of monsters was cleared. But, yeah, looks like Crash Volt's going to be able to take this one down anyway. So, Crash Volt getting the win here. That is going to wrap up our round 2. We'll be moving on to round 3 here shortly. You can go ahead and get this updated on the stream. All right. Moving on to round 3 here. Get Streamlabs out of here. Take a look at this bracket. Not updated just yet, but we should be paired somewhat soon. And I am ready for some last turn action here in round 3. We'll start the round any minute. Prepare yourselves. I am ready. This has already been a sick tournament. All right, that is not all of round 3. There's no way we only have 14 players left. Challenge. Ah, there we go. There we go. Challenge over here doing its thing for the bracket. Sometimes it only gives us just a few. Who's Lava Nuke playing against? Don't copy? Okay. All right. Yep, let's go ahead and jump into that whenever they get loaded up. I love this. I love this outlook when playing a combo deck. Wish me either luck or to fail, depending on your preference. You gotta buy petty? That just means free win, right? I can show the standings if you want to look at them. Pull this on over here real quick. We got Lavina up here, number 1, with last turn. Love to see it. We got Grumple here in second. Don't copy, Dingo Sig, Nate Dog. Those are our undefeateds. So we have 5 undefeateds. Oh, this is not. Why is Ghost Rider up here at 1-1? But then we have 2 O's below them. Interesting. All right, here's our standings. We have last turn up here at number 1. Pretty sick. We've got a few more 2 O's. We got 2 O's all the way down to 14, but Ghost Rider's up here. I don't understand. I don't know what's going on with that. But Challenge once again doing its thing. Not necessarily petty. I don't want to get into tournament math being the streamer because I don't want to give you any wrong information, but starting out 0-2 is generally not the best spot anyway. But it's doable. It's certainly doable. All right, here we go. Lava Nuke and Don't Copy. All right. I wish I could start a poll in here. Oh, man. All right. Over, under. 4.5 games for this match. What do we think? When I go into spectating a match, can I explain some background information on the players? I mean, we've talked about Don't Copy quite a bit with the epic run last season. I also don't know every single player personally, but Lava Nuke, we've been talking about for quite a bit here recently because of the last turn deck. So I can give as much as I know, but have a very small start for Lava Nuke here. Just upstart Goblin and a pass, and here we see a giant Trunade. Jar of Greed for Don't Copy. This could mean something big. The Dueling Book replay is not working properly. It's so annoying. I'm okay with it. No scouting. Oh, we see the Jowgen. Turn 2 win. Any turn 2 wins. We can play around the Sangan here. Here comes Inspection. Okay. And we're just going to pass. All right. I love that Inspection can only be activated during the opponent's standby phase. That's pretty sick. Fire Princess, Mysterious Puppeteer, Cannon Soldier, Last Will, Card of Safe Return, Shallow Grave, Ultimate Offering, Spicy. That might be a little too far, a little too deep for me, but maybe. All right, here comes Inspection. The MST is gone. I know I've seen people debate on whether you should even play Inspection when you can use Ultimate Offering, and Ultimate Offering kind of beats MST. So it's kind of an interesting idea. But I've definitely heard that debate happen, but Inspection gonna go off here, gonna see 5 cards. We've seen Raigeki break Thunder Dragon, Dekoichi, and Dekoichi. Okay, so I didn't really get a whole lot of information over there. But probably just chilling. We'll see if we want to activate here in the standby. No, looks like we're going to go past standby. That's smart. And Pot of Greed. Okay. It's interesting. I guess it's not that interesting. It just it is interesting. The timing on activation for last turn against Turbo. There's so many different things to play around, but now that Don't Copy has summoned, it gets a little bit easier. You don't have to worry about like the Night Assailants and all of that stuff. But I'd imagine we probably have a last turn here. It could just be a self-destruct button. Deco coming on in. Got to do something now. Here's the last turn. What say you, Don't Copy? We're going to target the Jowgen. think we're going to be getting a GG here. You do get the Sangan effect. That's true. Yeah, but you can't special summon. Yep. Can't special summon, but you can't normal summon either. Yep. Shouldn't have summoned the Deco. It's one of those things that I like about these like combo decks that you don't see all the time is there's so many just like little minor things that people don't know how to play against them. So you can definitely gain some advantage from that. But I would like to say GG1, but I'm afraid the masses will hunt me down. All right, well, we got to win in game 1 for the last turn deck, so the prospects of having a game 8, 9, 10, whatever, a lot lower now. It's me, I'm the masses. See how this game 2 shakes out. Obviously, decks have a lot more interaction. Post board against the last turn decks, you get to bring in your extra discard trap or whatever, dust tornadoes. A lot of cards that are useful against the last turn deck, especially if you have Royal Decree. It's pretty good. Of course, the last turn player often, plays their giant Trunade or whatever to clear the way before going for the win. So a lot of times Royal Decree, unless you've got some serious pressure behind it, doesn't work out. I'm going to lead on a turn 1 card destruction. Just ripping it on down. Uh-oh. Lava Nuke says shoot. We had the self-destruct button. Okay. Almost a way to turn it on. Stein and Judgment get you pretty close, but we lost double Stein there. And a giant Trunade and a Solemn Judgment, so. I see Pot of Greed, though, so. Card destruction. Uh-oh. We're just seeing a giant Trunade already? Not the best for don't copy here. All right. Do we have the way to win the game? I do like the Stein in the last turn deck because it plays around that whole Sangan situation. You just put out the last warrior from another planet and your opponent's not able to even normal summon. Third copy of Stein. Okay. All right. So now we don't care about Night Assailant. We don't care about Sangan. We don't care about Serpent. Here is the last warrior from another planet. Do we have the other pieces? Well, it appears we don't. We're going to Stein into Last Warrior, and then we're just going to go ahead and throw down a card destruction. Was that triple Raigeki break? Triple Raigeki break to the graveyard. Okay. Not a bad card destruction here. Okay. Set 3 back row or set the whole hand? Just 3. And here's the wall of Revealing Light. Yep, so we're going to pay ourselves down to 1,000 life points. We have, well, here's the last turn. We're just going to go ahead and rip it off. Jirai Gumo could maybe see some play in these last turn decks. Yes, absolutely. I've been playing around with some Jirai Gumo last turn, for sure. Petty, of course, playing the Jirai Gumo last turn on his YouTube channel. Checking a thing. I think I've lost. Yup. can still set. But what do we have in the graveyard here? Okay, is this a Sangan? It is a Sangan. Okay, so it looks like we're headed for a draw here. Yup. Yep, there's the Night Assailant. All right, we're going to game 3 with a draw. Can we make it past game 3? Is the big question. I did say there you don't care about the Sangan or the Night Assailant or Serpent. I was wrong, because we were activating that in standby phase. So is there a reason to do it in standby? I don't think so. I think you wait. I think you wait a little bit longer there. Can definitely. Yeah, no, I can't think of a reason to do it in standby. I think you just wait till the end phase. But either way, we get a draw in game 2. It's fun for the pilot. Book is scary for last turn. That is true. It's true. Book of Moon is a tough one to play around. That's why in my last turn builds, I've also been playing around with 1 copy of non-aggression area. Just it plays around everything. Doesn't matter if your monster gets to be face up, face down. You activate that last turn, you just win the game. Now, it is a little bit slow. You do have to activate it during your standby phase, so. Not the best of cards, that is for sure. Oh, all right. We're going to lead on a little Cyberstein here. Last turn is a 50-50 game. Either you win RPS and win the game or don't. I do not agree with that. Ojama King. Oh, we have Ojama Trio? Oh, man. Who thought we'd see an Ojama King on the stream today? This is awesome. This is so sick. I think we are going to see a trio flip here. I think we are. Don't copy, about to go into another hiatus. All right. We have the lock for now. Yep, here comes Duo. This is fine. Of course, this lock is definitely breakable with quite a few different cards, so you can pulse go to the graveyard for Lava Nuke. Has to have last turn now, right? Last turn would not do it here. Right? Hopefully don't copy. I think probably just refreshing Dueling Book. Yeah, we can crash tokens here for sure. Uh-oh. Come on, don't copy. Let's get back in here. Okay. We are back. Good. Yeah, DB not working for a second. Okay. Yeah, Kuro, that's literally the best that I could do. Because I don't have a login to the GOAT format YouTube, so the best thing that I can do is pop out the chat and use it as a source for the stream, so at least it gets on there for the stream later on, but you should have the YouTube stream, their YouTube chat, right? That should show it. My Streamlabs won't automatically upload the chat from YouTube because I'm not logged into the GOAT format official account, unfortunately, but here we are. Do they? I remember something weird about zero attack monsters in GOAT format. Bit of a different ruling, but we have broken the lock here. Just trying to find something here. We might be too, hold on. We might be too far, actually. I'm gonna see if we're too far. But I just found the, oh no, I can't find Lava Nuke on here. I'm gonna, my dueling book is not letting me message the players. We're at probably a game state that can't be repaired at this point. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, I just looked up the Rule 15. Those monsters should not have been destroyed. There we go. Dueling Book finally letting me message. So sorry about that. It's never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I read it wrong. I read it wrong. I got a little ahead of myself. Yeah. In current format, neither is destroyed. In Go format, both are destroyed. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was just making sure, and then I read it wrong. So, glad Dueling Book wasn't able to allow me to message there. I did pull up the Rule 15. I just read it wrong at first, but yeah. Both of them do die. So here we are. We're back. Pretty sure the tokens can actually be switched. Pretty sure they can. Yes. The opponent uses Ojama Trio. Can I change position of the tokens the same turn? Yes. As confirmed by MMF and TK Griffiths. You definitely can change the position of the tokens the turn that they are summoned by your opponent. Yeah. Is indeed a weird ruling. It does seem a little unintuitive. I believe that rule was changed later on in Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't quote me on that. But yeah, it's a weird one. Uh-oh. So we're here in game 4. Lava Nuke open on double Upstart Goblin and then just passing the turn. So see if Don't Copy is able to put up some sort of pressure here. Comes from the Cyber Jar versus Change of Heart ruling. Okay. That makes sense. All right. We see 3 back row and a monster for Don't Copy. And we see a Giant Trunade. Well, we know what happened the last 2 times we saw a Giant Trunade. Last turn did in fact get flipped. So I'm not sure about the Ojama Trio, Ojama King thing going on, but Cyberstein coming on down. Are we getting Last Warrior here? We are indeed getting Last Warrior this time. The Cyberstein going to hit the bin. And let's see if we have the others. I do have 1 back row. That's not going to be enough. Okay. 2 could be enough. 3 could be enough. 4 could be enough. Do we have an inspection? We do have an inspection. Okay. Okay. Wall of Revealing Light would have done it, but Here we go. Do we get to go to the standby phase? We have MST for inspection once again. Lava Nuke thinking about it. The inspection is gone. So we'll need a Wall of Revealing Light or something. A Snatch Steal coming down to take Last Warrior. Uh-oh. He's inspecting. We are inspecting indeed. Massive think, okay? Is the think as big as Ojama King? Because that would be a big think. Compulse? The Last Warrior. Oh no. This has not gone well for the last turn player. Into Moth, okay. Yeah, we definitely could be seeing a button situation. That would be sick. We need to lose 2,000 life points. No. No, we don't, because don't copies at 10,000? So yeah, definitely could find ourselves in a button situation here. That'd be pretty sick. Be a big fan of seeing the button here. Pot of Greed. This might be the last turn. Heavy Storm. Do we have the button? It's now or never, Lava Nuke. Well, we can't activate that. Don't have a card to discard. We do have Judgment of Anubis, though. I'm getting a phone call that I'm going to ignore. Begone, scam caller. Oh, we don't have the button? That's unfortunate. All right. Last turn is going to be vanquished here in round 3 by Don't Copy. Get a noobed. All right. Well, our hero, the last turn player, is going to be dropping down to 2-1. But 2-1, still not a bad start. Still not a bad start, that is for sure. Let's see who else we've got here. Oh, man. We've actually got quite a few of these matches already done. Let's see. Can we get into some match that we haven't seen players from yet? We sure can. We have Rixa and JCVD. Big fan of both of these players. I like last turn, Grumple. We've been over this. You know I like combo decks. Last turn in particular. Actually, I've been a big fan of last turn ever since I was a kid. I played a tournament at my locals, and this was back, Lord, this was back like not too long after we got Wall of Revealing Light, so this was close to GOAT format time. We played this like doubles event, where it was like 2 versus 2 tag team duels, whatever you want to call it, and this dude and his girlfriend were both playing last turn decks. So they had like 6 copies of Last Turn between the two, 6 copies of Wall of Revealing Light, 6 copies of Jaugen, and it was just so sick to see. But here we see Rixa on the usual Gearfried package here in the Warrior deck. Usually Rix is only playing 1 copy of the Gear Free to go along with 3 copies of Blast with Chain. But pretty nice to see the Gear Freed out here. JCVD at 1500 life points. JCVD usually plays some sort of control. Yep, we see the DMOC. So, probably a control deck here. We are in game 3. Ooh. This could be a big Royal Decree. Lock down everything Rixa has except for this Chaos Sorcerer. Rixa is at 8,000, but if Decree's turning off a lot... Okay, we have a Dust Tornado for the Decree, so we're going to be able to clear that. And here's Giant Trunade. So, assuming this goes through, we will be able to get the Sork back, but here's a Ring of Destruction that could end the game right now. And we do get the GGs from JCVD. So, Rixa is going to be taking this one, and I believe we only have just a couple of matches left. Oh, there we go. Round 3 wasn't loading for me for a second. Well, it looks like we're here, so we've got Crash Volt and AJT BLS, John Wick and Patrick Zero. We've seen all 4 of these players already. I'm gonna jump into the Patrick Zero match here. Let me move on over to GOAT format first. No, maybe they're done? Yeah, it looks like they may... Yeah, okay. So the result for that just came in while I was looking for them. So we've got 1 match left this round. Getting through these fairly quickly. Love to see a nice, smooth tournament here. I was told by my manager to ask you in stream chat if you want me to co-commentate. Co-commentate off your phone is crazy. In either case, I'm eating Chinese food. That's great. If you want to come in, finish up the stream with me, that's totally fine with me. We got 6 rounds left total. Me make sure the old earbuds are charged here. So I can hear Gula's. They should be charged. I have them charging all day. Make sure this doesn't ruin anything. All right, let me turn this on. Probably gonna have to turn up Gula's just a little bit whenever we get in here. So this is a good way right here at the end of the round. Makes a whole lot of sense to me. Let me start this call here. I can hear you. Let's see if you show up. Yep, I believe they should be able to hear you on the stream now too. We should be good. Should be good to go. Can everybody hear Gula's?
See, there's a lot of spicy stuff. I heard there was a... What is that card? The Zombie Commander card?
Decayed Commander?
Decayed
yeah.
Commander?
Yeah. We've seen Decayed Commander today. Of course, as you saw, we've seen the last turn deck. We've seen quite a few lunch boxes. A couple Dark Mimic level 1s here. I know there's been some other spies. We've seen some Cold Waves. That was in the Decayed Commander deck, actually.
Okay.
So, and then we got to see the Sight Pile.
Okay, yeah.
So,
seems like a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, a lot of good spice here, as we tend to see in the PWCQs. What were you on today? We didn't get to see any of your matches.
I played some Burn. I tried a few different ratios. It did not work out well, but sometimes it happens, right?
Yeah, for sure. Was it Drain Burn?
Yeah, it was train burn this time around.
Sick. Goulaw's back on the
Yep,
Goulaw special. Always love to see
I
it.
know. Yeah. I'm not surprised that there's a lot of lunchboxes though. It seems like there's a ton of warrior players in the scene now, so it's a good adjustment, I think, to
Yeah.
play some control.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have been talking about playing some Chaos Control in some of these events to take down the warrior decks. See if it works. I think we've seen one warrior deck so far today.
Hmm. Maybe,
And
maybe everyone's on the same wavelength, thinking that they could out prep the warriors, and then no one shows up with a warrior.
yeah, no one shows up with it and they just kind
Yeah.
of just get destroyed on their prep. It's totally possible. That's one of those things that I think is interesting about metagaming, actually. If you get it wrong, you just kind of get screwed.
Hmm. And it's especially punishing if you're doing it into a smaller field, because
Yeah.
you're more likely to run into something that's a little more, I don't know, offbeat or
Hmm.
not what you prepped for, right?
Yep, for sure. Um, oh, we saw DMOC launch on stream earlier.
Oh, wow, your favorite, your
So
specialty.
my favorite, yeah. We've got all the combo out here. It's pretty awesome.
Oh man.
Have I been
It's
memeing on the NFL
ironically
ladder?
the
No.
event for Warriors then. Oh, I
Yeah,
guess half and half.
yeah. I guess we'll see the standings after this round, but we did have Lava Nuke was undefeated. We have looks like Matt Uber is 3-0 now, so we've got RGT at 3-0. Pretty nice. I'm not sure what some of these players are playing. Ivan Rosito's 3-0.
Hmm.
Mckells Samino. Okay. Dingo Sig, don't copy at 3-0. I got some big names up here at 3-0.
Yep, definitely. It should be
So
exciting.
yeah, be interesting if we see some more spice going forward, or if we're gonna tone it down a little bit, get back to the meta stuff up here at the top.
Hmm.
But we'll
I
see.
think
Go ahead.
I think my prediction is we're gonna see two spice decks in the top cut.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the last turn deck in the top, honestly.
That's sick, especially because they're playing the old school technology, the inspection.
Yeah. Yeah. Big fan of that one.
Yeah.
You
Inspection is
were
such a funny card because it's like the card that shows up in the the last turn card tips if you look on the wiki,
Oh,
and you would
does it?
think like no one would actually play it.
Big names that will be dropped by last turn at X1, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a lot of X1s here. I'll show the standings on the stream once the round is over. But we've got a little bit of a control mirror going here with BLS slamming down, or AJT BLS slamming down the BLS. I guess it is like BLS slamming down BLS. All right, so AJT is going to be taking this one. Does that put him at 3-0?
I think he lost round one
Oh, did he
to
lose round one?
DMOC launch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My deck, it is thriving.
Mhm.
Yeah, AJT going up to 2-1. Let me see if we've got the proper standings here. Close enough.
See, unfortunately, you can tell the feature for me because I'm watching the stream on delay. Maybe I should tune into the actual game on
Oh,
TV.
I can stream my screen if you want to. Share my
Alright.
screen with you over
Whatever
here.
works.
Yeah. Ooh, Discord let me know I can now stream in HD. Ooh, you want to see some HD dueling book over here?
Oh yeah. Only the finest graphics are needed for this application.
Yeah. All right, here we have our standings. We got 10 Ply up here. Steve SSJ4. Haven't seen his name in a little bit in some tournaments. Pretty happy to see them up at the top here. Nice 3-0. 7 undefeated players, all pretty good names. I'm not familiar with the name Tinplay though. Is this a player that you know?
Yeah, I actually do know him.
Okay.
He's he was in Damage Step in previous seasons. I think he's went over
Okay.
to Generation X the other season, but definitely a player I've met recently.
Okay. Nice.
Yep,
All right. So all good players up here at the top then.
yep, definitely.
Love to see that. Goat format, skilled format. All right. So let's take a look at round 4 here. We've got Ivan versus Matt Uber. Can't go wrong there. We've already
That's a good
seen
move.
both of those players on stream though. Uh, we haven't seen Steve SSJ4 against or Dingo Sig yet, I don't believe. We could go into that one with Aiko versus Pikatron. I mean, all of these are good players. All of these are good matches that we have left.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
definitely.
trying to get some people. We
Why
haven't
don't we
seen.
tune into the World Champion and see if he's on any return action?
Okay, I'm down for that. Get Dingo on the stream here. We've also got Grumple against Ludi as something that we could get into a little bit later.
Oh wow, yeah, these are so many good games at once.
Yeah, really good ones here. Let me pull the chat back up over here. 25/7's asking for Pikatron.
I'm not for Pikachu. He's pretty exciting.
Yeah, like Pikatron, friend of the channel. Petty says you don't have the courage to show me versus Sight at the bottom of the tourney.
That would be an interesting one too. What is Petty on today? Do you know?
Petty is on Dark Aggro. We're playing Giant Orc, Zombara, Flash Assailant. We didn't get to see that on the stream earlier, but
Flash. Wow.
there are 3 copies of Flash Assailant in that deck.
Mm-hmm. Are we on any skill drain action?
We've got skill drains in the deck. We've got DDV. We are playing BLS in the deck, and the light of choice is Homunculus, the Alchemic Being.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
He's a pretty static guy, right?
Yeah.
You can make him a dark, pair him with I don't know. What is
Pair him with
what is the dark?
Mystic
attribute?
Plasma Zone.
Exactly, yep.
Yep. And then he's a DDV target, so you can sacrifice a light for your deck devastation virus.
That's pretty funny.
All right, please.
You know, Homunculus, I think, actually did see some usage in, I think, Goat Control at one point.
Did it?
It was paired with what is that card? The dinosaur card, the 1500 guy. Drawing a blank.
The dinosaur card? I feel like I should know what this is off the top of my head.
The dark attribute guy. Elementsaurus.
Elementsaurus. Oh, yeah. That's pretty sick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're just waiting for Pikatron to host up. But Nick says, please see, I want to contribute to the channel somehow with some sort of content. How can I reach out to you directly? So, you'll want to reach out to one of the admins for that in the Goat Format Discord, or you can fill out the staff application form. And I can find a link to that, I suppose.
I can go dig around for it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, got it.
I've got it buried somewhere. All right, we're here with Pikatron. We've got Aiko77. Big fan of both of these players. Shout out to Cub. Shout out to Pikatron. All right, we're leading on a DD Warrior Lady. Pikatron probably on the Chaos Warrior. They often play.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him play anything that wasn't Chaos Warrior, so I'd be quite shocked.
Yeah, I don't think yeah, I don't think I've seen Pikatron on anything else as well now that I think about it.
But it's working for him, right? So why stop playing it?
Yeah, keeps winning. Even if, like, well, you know, I've seen more people pick up the deck recently. It may not have a whole lot of, like, tournament big finishes and everything, but it's definitely getting around. But yeah,
Yeah,
Pikatron
definitely.
always does well with it. For a second, you thought Flash Assailant said increase and not decrease? Oh man. How good would Flash Assailant be if it increased its attack?
It would be kind of nuts. I
Yeah,
think it'd be a metagame staple.
you just play it down and it's just chilling there with 4,000 attack on turn one.
Yeah. So I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, but do you think the bot is gonna flag me because it's a link?
It didn't flag me earlier.
Okay, then I'll see what
It
happens.
flagged Petty, but
Hopefully that works. If not, you can reach out to me in DMs. It's Gula's on Discord. I can just send you the link there.
I see level 2 coming down for Pikatron here. Could be pretty good. But, oh, it's a nasty Mirror Force.
Ooh.
The DD Warrior Lady and the level 2 out of here. Okay, we have a knock for the Sangan anyway. And I believe Pikatron has, not Pikatron. Eiko has double Thunder Dragon in hand. I guess I should say Pikatron has double Thunder Dragon in hand as well.
Yep.
So both players with 2 Thunder Dragons and 3 other cards. Eiko going up to 4 here, but also has a back row. So Eiko up here on cards.
It's kind of interesting that we saw the Mirror Force used there right on the Sangan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess.
But
yeah, because you could have gotten the Sangan off. I guess maybe Eiko just really values getting the DD Warrior Lady off the board.
could be, yeah.
Because I was going to say the DD Warrior Lady could just take care of the Sangan, but it was the level 2 that attacked, so. Seeing MST on MST violence here.
Yep.
And we have a Prima. Okay. That's going to be good for level 2 here, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sangan's gone, so. Ooh, and a Kaiku.
Ooh, and a Kaiju.
Ooh. That's going to be pretty rough for the Chaos Turbo player.
Yep.
Get rid of the light and the dark. We can set up the light again, of course, because we do have the Thunder Dragon, but got to clear the Kaiku before we can do anything with it anyway.
Yeah, so you got to make some like, oh, okay, that works. I was gonna say you're gonna have to make some awkward plays to play around the MS2, but
yep. Heavy Storm will do it. See if Pikatron picks up a way to deal with this. Rhoda, okay.
that's a way.
Yeah. Maybe we gotta... Yeah, just the Exiled Force. And say we probably don't have a second level 2 in the main here, but Exiled Force pretty safe when the Sangan's already gone.
Yep. And even a Serpent wouldn't be that great because of the Kaiku.
Right, yeah. You kind of don't want to set it and just end up losing it to a Kaiku if Pikatron does have another monster. That's for sure.
Yep.
Morp says the play was probably let Sangan die and Mirror Force on the DD Warrior Lady swing. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Blade Knight coming down. We can't boost it. Still know about double Thunder Dragon in hand. And, well, here's Duo. Maybe we get that non-Thunder Dragon card out of here. Nope.
No shot.
Nope. Every time you Duo
we have
and there's a
stabilized
Thunder Dragon.
quite well here, right?
Yeah.
The
yeah,
double
sure.
spies.
Yeah. Spy definitely holding the fort down. Unless Pikatron can get into a Sasuke, of course.
Yep.
It's going to take 2 turns to clear the spies, but 1 road is already gone, so... And a Graceful Charity. Not too many ways to dig for that. May just have to naturally draw it. Do have a back row at least. Pikatron looking right at the graveyard. Maybe picked up a Chaos Monster here. I think whenever... Oh, Spirit Reaper.
In attack.
We've got... No?
Interesting.
Huh. Just playing around Knock?
Yeah, it's game 1. It makes sense. You're
Yeah.
probably not going to swing these guys into attack mode.
Yeah. Could definitely be bait.
Yeah.
Go ahead, attack with those spies for some damage. Cool. See what happens to those. All right,
Mm,
pick up a pot of greed here. We've seen over half the deck now from Pikatron's side. Do we have the Sasuke? I think whenever I did my interview with Pikatron, he was only playing one Chaos Sorcerer in the deck.
yeah, sounds about
So,
right. You're less likely to be bricky, and you already have the aggressive options.
yeah.
You can maybe side in a second one if you're against something like Control,
Hmm.
just so you have an out to Thousand Eyes.
That would make sense.
Curious to why he
So,
just summoned the Reaper. I guess just to get tempo on the board.
yeah, I suppose so. Just
Yep.
there's no real reason to play into knock with this deck because you're
Yeah.
not playing like, oh, we got Zombra here, but not Sasuke. Interesting.
Hmm. I wonder if he is he holding it perhaps, and just doesn't want to
Maybe.
lose to a. Yeah, I don't know why he would do
That's
that.
kind of interesting. Like the only thing that's popping up in my head is maybe he just doesn't have Sasuke in the deck. But that
Could be.
seems a little weird for a double Rhoda deck.
Yeah,
But
you would think you would want it because it's also just a light, just to feel your cast monsters. Unless your
mhm.
only light is just Blade Knights,
I guess
and I guess Thunder Dragon.
Zombra is also a dark. And looking at this graveyard, we have we have tons of
Oh yeah,
lights and
yeah,
earths, but we
right.
don't have a dark. So maybe, yeah, maybe that played a little bit into it there.
But you also have two darks on the field, right?
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, interesting decision there if Sasuke is in fact in the deck. But we are going to see Night Assailant kill this Kaiku. Thunder Dragon going onto the grave, so it would appear we've got a Chaos Monster for Aiko. Indeed we do.
Mm-hmm.
Kill Chaos Sorcerer. Getting rid of the Spirit Reaper, okay. Don't care about this Blade Knight or the Zom, though we did, in that process, put a Dark in the graveyard for Pikatron, so.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty likely that there is a Chaos Monster in hand for Pikatron. Yeah, we're going straight to the graveyard. Maybe just giving it a look. What's up, ASAM? Welcome. Oh, Heavy Storm.
Ooh, and a pro set heavy.
Okay. Book of Moon.
Good.
The Night Assailant.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Yep. Now Pikatron's got to think. Okay. I wonder if that's a Ring of Destruction.
Could be a Raigeki break, and it's not
Could
as
be that
clear
as
on what he
well.
needs to discard.
That's true. If we have BLS here, I think it's pretty easy. Just nuke the Night Assailant if we can.
Yep.
But maybe don't have the BLS in hand. Might be the Chaos Sorcerer. Might be neither Chaos Monster. We're not totally sure here. Just seems like it.
Yes, interesting spot. You still have plenty of time though for Echo, unless there's a exactly BLS, right?
Yeah. For sure.
The only issue
Ring.
is you've gone through a lot of your power cards.
Mm-hmm. Yep. See the duo in the graveyard here. Pot of Greed.
Yep.
Heavy Storm's
Mirror
gone.
Force.
Mirror
Yep.
Force. One of your Chaos Monsters is right here. And I believe there's still a Thunder. Yeah, there's still a Thunder Dragon in hand. So one of these cards in
Yeah.
hand, kind of a blank, at least for now.
But at least you do have a light in case you can facilitate a Chaos Monster. Oh,
Yep.
it was the ring. Okay.
My Spidey senses were tingling. Oh, we're going to hit the Spy.
Interesting.
Okay.
I wonder if that means he has snatch deal or something.
I was thinking there could be a snatch over there.
Yeah.
That. Yeah, there's the snatch. It's not quite lethal because you can just destroy the Chaos Sorcerer, but this is just like eating everything that Eiko has here. Yeah. Zom attacks, kill Chaos Sorcerer, you get a 200. It only cost everything, though.
Yep.
All right, and we have a
And
back
you got
row.
a back.
No sparks for lethal, unfortunately.
Maybe he's BMing with Pro Set Poison of the Old Man.
Oh no, not the door.
Imagine.
Gotta go to the door. Build some suspense here. Golem Sentry is here.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go grab some chocolate milk while he's answering the door.
That's a good decision. Secret tech, one copy of Doorbell.
Imagine if this was the long con and he actually drew the PLS.
Yeah. Suspense, 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 suspense. Heavy Storm BLS. I guess Storm's gone, but Tribe's pretty good here,
we got
though.
Jordan in the chat saying it's round 4 now, Cub.
Is it? Oh, it is round 4. See, I was too busy getting Gulaws in here and I messed it up. Fix that real quick. There we go. Thank you all.
Tribe is quite good there. You are in a weird situation though, where you die to literally anything off the top.
Yeah, but I mean, gotta do what you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who is ringing the door on a Saturday at 9 p.m.? That's fair. All right.
Maybe got pizza.
Ooh. I got some pizza downstairs.
We were having this discussion the other day. You're also a mushroom fan?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Best pizza topping, hands down.
I agree. I know a lot of people say they don't like the slimy texture, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of times you get it at the right place. They did a good job of like roasting it well.
Yeah, like if they're cooked right, you just don't
Yeah.
get that. Oh, here's BLS for Eiko. We may have turned this game around and won. Gonna need a battle trap here. Okay, Raigeki Break does it.
That is a battle trap.
BLS out of here. What did we draw? We're looking at the graveyard. BLS back. Oh, it is a Chaos Monster. Mirror Force is gone for Eiko. I know a lot of these Turbo
Not a lot of
decks.
options to deal with this. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of Turbo decks are playing Torrential Tribute right now, but doesn't seem to be the case here.
Yeah.
We have tuna plus onion as the #1 pizza topping.
Tuna plus onion. Wow.
I have never had tuna on a pizza.
Neither have I. I could get behind onion. I mean, I don't know about it as a single topping though.
Yeah, I do like onions on pizza. I like everything on pizza pretty much. I don't like anchovies, but
Yeah, I wouldn't trust anchovies either.
I wouldn't even consider mushrooms a pizza topping because it's so mandatory.
These guys get it.
Yeah, yeah, they know what's up for sure.
Mushroom on pizza with pineapple? No way.
I do like pineapple on pizza too. I gotta
I think
say
it's fine, but I don't know if I'd mix it with mushrooms.
that. Okay, that's an interesting. Those two don't like complement each other super well.
Like if I have the choice between mushrooms and pineapple, I'm going mushrooms all day, right? It's just like a better texture.
Yeah, yeah, I love the mushrooms, but yeah, every now and then I want that sweet and salty mix. I suppose you get like the bacon and pineapple. It's good
Mm.
stuff. Return winner
What are
saying
your
the
thoughts on
tuna plus
olives?
onion is a classic.
Really? Okay.
Okay,
It
maybe
might be a European thing.
yeah. Just say maybe just over here in America, that's just not our deal.
I don't think I've ever seen like tuna as an option at most pizza shops.
Yeah, I don't. I've never seen it. I don't think. I moved to Connecticut and they have clam pizza. That makes sense for
Wow.
Connecticut. I actually want to go to New Haven sometime and try like actual New Haven pizza. It
Hmm.
looks awesome, but Connecticut's probably I don't know. That's probably somewhere like 14-hour drive from here or something.
Yeah, quite
Have
far.
to
They do usually have a GGP though, right? Maybe maybe that
no,
could be in the works.
maybe yeah, maybe that's my reason to go up there. Check out
So
yo
on
Google Maps
clam
here.
pizza, do they take out the shells? How does that work?
Oh yeah. You just get like the clam
Yeah, okay.
strips. I would imagine. Anyway,
Yeah.
I don't think you could eat it with the shells on there. Might turn into teeth pizza too.
Yeah.
13 and a half hour drive to New Haven, Connecticut from where I am. Okay.
No, that's for me.
I haven't made a drive that long yet, but I don't really want to fly either. Just for pizza.
Yeah, just for pizza. Let's see
Modern
how
is your
far it is
favorite?
from
Yeah,
you.
I've heard of like Pepe's and Sally's. Um, I've heard of Modern as well, so yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out if I ever go up there.
Yeah,
Tuna
13 hours.
onion is a staple in every pizza place in Austria. Okay.
Wow. What is the most unusual pizza topping you've had?
Probably anchovy. I haven't branched out too far.
Hmm. Remember I went to one place and they were giving like raisin pizza. It was awful.
Raisin pizza.
That it made no sense.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I will say for those of you in the southeast that have ever had the opportunity to eat at the pizza buffet, Mr. Getty's, um, they have this s'mores dessert pizza, and it might be one of the best things ever made on this planet. It's so good.
Mhm.
All right, we are we are back to our match, but
Yep.
pizza talk never actually ends. I'm sure we'll be talking about pizza toppings till the end of the stream at this point.
Yep.
But
Something has to replace the chair placement, right? Because that's the new
yeah,
meta.
yeah. All right, Aiko has brought in the Zombra of the Darks, which makes a whole lot of sense. We've got a couple of Thunder Dragons over here in Pikatron's hand now. We're firing off this Jar of Greed. Pretty Trinity light start so far. Love to see it for the game too. Here comes Breaker. Maybe pick up a little +1 here and then lose it on the Zombra's swing on the backswing.
Mhm.
Yeah, we do clear the Sakuretsu. That's pretty nice. And a knock. Ooh, get that Kinetic
Interesting.
Soldier out of here. Been seeing that card a lot
Ooh,
more recently
and
as well.
crashing, going for an aggressive chaos play.
I was hoping for Rush recklessly, but yeah. Breaker
Oh,
Breaker right into the banish pile. And it's
If you
BLS
drop
too.
Rush Recklessly, I will eat my shoe. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Little heavy snatch action.
Ooh. You know, if
Try.
Shrink was in
Okay.
the format, though, I think it would be actually a decent option for
Ooh.
a quick play.
Yeah, Shrink. Shrink would be very good, I think.
Yeah.
That card that card would eat warriors.
Yeah.
Cut it in half. Man, Deco attacks over everything now.
Mm-hmm.
Spy attacks over Blade Knight. That'd be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Spy no longer has to
The only
remain
thing
in
is,
defense.
yep, exactly. Only thing is you can't use it on like direct attacks, but
Yeah.
if you're the turbo player or whatever, you probably don't care about that.
Right. Yeah, it's just a really good defensive option. Activate it in the damage step. Here we've
Yeah.
got level 2 and Kaiku again.
So oppressive.
Ooh, this time Aiko doesn't have that many cards in hand to deal with it. Pikatron
Mhm. And one
definitely up
Zambira's
there.
already been gone, so
Yeah, and Kinetic Soldier to deal with the level 2. Oh, we do have a main phase Scapegoat. Okay. It's
hmm.
playing around Dust Tornado in the end phase. And here comes Sinister Serpent. Got to clear those goats. I like it. Sitting at a nice, very nice 6,900 life points.
Mm-hmm.
So you can deal with an attack on your Serpent. Ooh,
No knock or not knock. Meta.
yeah. And then in phase Dust on the ring here is pretty big.
Yep.
See, uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are done here.
Game.
That is
Yep.
exactly lethal. It's exactly lethal. We don't even need this Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon makes it less
Yep.
cool.
Exactly.
All right, Pikatron going to pick up this match. Man, pretty convincing fashion in this game 3 here. Just the Warrior deck doing what it does against the Turbo deck. Just cleaning up. Last card in hand, Thunder Dragon too. All right. Let's see who we've got left here. These rounds have been going by pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Seems like a lot of aggressive options. Well,
Yeah.
I say that and we see a lot of control too, so.
Oh, we have Grumple and Ludi still going. We haven't seen either of them.
That'll be a good game to watch.
Yeah. Let's get into
To be
that.
honest.
Always.
I know Grumple's been playing some zombies recently, so if we see a double Costin,
There have been oh, Ludi's back on zombies today. Okay.
oh
Okay.
wow, okay,
Just won a goat format Friday with it, and we're here to see zombies take down a game 2. I think zombies is good. Like,
yeah,
actually. I think a lot of
they're
people
definitely
just don't
a
play it.
interesting idea, especially if a lot more players are playing aggro decks.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think it has like the certain builds can be like really really good against turbo, like the build that I've been playing recently with the triple tribute to the doomed and a bunch of book of lives and stuff. But you also
Mhm.
have like the whole like 6 recruiter package that just makes you good against the aggro decks as well.
Yep, it's definitely a
Very,
legit deck, right? I mean, it's won tournaments in the past.
yeah. Just people just haven't been playing it a lot recently, but maybe we've got a little uptick. You've seen Grumple playing it. Ludi's playing it here. I won the GOAT format Friday with it.
True.
I had a deep run in a GOAT format Friday recently with it. I know those aren't, quite on the level of a PWCQ or whatever, but
A win is still a win, though.
yeah, some sort of representation for the deck maybe leads to more in bigger tournaments.
Yep. I think the biggest problem with the deck is it's kind of bad from behind.
Yeah.
And if your Kokis get like banished or something, or you draw too many Kokis, you can kind of just like brick on yourself.
Yeah, it's got the consistency issues for sure. But this looks to be the warrior version of the deck. Probably similar to what Delinquent played. I don't know for sure. I haven't seen Ludi's deck list, but I mean, it's pretty thin on what the zombies are doing. So it's a whole lot less bricky, a lot more consistent.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. Do you play Kokis in this kind of build, or is it just like Reapers and Turtles and stuff?
I believe Delinquent was playing one Koki.
Okay.
Might be wrong. I know there was some sort of list that did something. along these lines that didn't play Koki, but I think
Mhm.
there's one copy.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
There is some anti-synergy with recruiters and Blade Knight, but I don't think it matters that much.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Because you're probably not playing all 3 copies of Blade Knight. So
Yeah.
a lot of times it's going to be all right. Just come down early game if you get it. Take out some flip effect monsters. Do its thing. What is Ludi playing? Ludi is playing a version of what appears to be Zombie Warrior.
Now this is game 3, so I don't know if he's sided in the package or if he's actually maining it.
Sure. Yeah, I've definitely seen zombies in the side before. I think that's an interesting space to explore as well.
Yep. Definitely be strong. I think the biggest issue with it is it eats up a lot of space, right? You got to commit
Yeah.
at least 2 cards to turtles, and then whatever your payoff is.
Yeah, for sure. You almost have to have a full transformational sideboard. I guess you don't
Yeah.
have to, but I mean, just if you're targeting warriors with that or whatever, then yeah,
Mhm.
gotta eat up quite a bit.
It does make sense with Warrior though, because I think if there is a deck that has room to add a bunch of stuff to their sideboard, it is Warriors.
Yeah.
Because they're already kind of prepared for the the meta with their main deck.
Oh yeah, for sure. See a gravity bind from Grumple.
Ooh.
Is this Grumple stalling? Come on, Grumple.
That's
You've raged against this your entire career. Now, I wonder if this is just Turbo with Gravity Bind on the side. I know
so far.
few people have championed that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Moth getting back Graceful Charity here. Grumple definitely in the driver's seat as far as card advantage goes.
Oh yeah.
See if we can turn this into some offense. Ludi, of course, still at the 8,000 here.
I mean, if you're Ludi, I think you kind of need like a Kaiku or a BLS or something to come back, right?
Yeah, for
You
sure.
don't have a lot of time.
Do we have Dark Light? We just have Light.
You don't.
So we're
So I
gonna
guess you
need.
really want to see a Kaiku here.
Yeah, Kaiku would be very good. Grumple without any added pressure and no back row. So be interesting to
Yeah.
see what's in that hand.
This could also just be like a Gravekeeper Spy or something.
Yeah.
And you're fine just like not attacking with it, right? Because you'll do the damage in the next turn. Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Now we get into the attacks. We do have a Thunder Dragon over there in hand, so okay, we're going
And
all
the
out this
storm.
turn. And card
And
destruction.
the card destruction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, ditch all of
Oh,
these
and
cards,
we
no
lost the
problem.
BLS. Oh no.
Things going from bad to worse for Ludi over here. But you do get to gain not 10,000 life points. You get to gain 2,000.
If you gain 10,000, maybe you get a chance.
Yeah. Would you play Upstart Goblin in your deck if it was draw a card, your opponent gains 5,000 life points?
Would I? I don't even
Yeah.
play it sometimes when it gains them 1,000.
You're right. You're not the one to ask that question. As soon as you said that, I'm like, yeah, I remember some of these Gulaz builds over here. To be fair, I'm not knocking your builds. I do love the ideas that you have, even for the turbo decks.
Yeah, had to throw my little spin on it.
Yeah, love. I love anything with the Golem Sentry in it. Let's be real.
Yep.
All right, do we have Tribe here? Still live? We do have Tribe live from Ludi.
Tribe hits for 4.
Yup, it sure
Pretty good.
does. I mean, I don't think that's going to be enough, to be honest, but
Mhm.
it would at least be a start. And it's kind of insane. Like, even if you summon the tribe and go plus 1 billion here, like the spy picked up a +1, the moth picked up a +1. So it's
Yep.
like
Yeah.
you're not really even plussing in the like whole like grand scheme of things here.
Mhm.
Golem Sentry greater than mind control. All right, I can
I
get
agree with
behind
that
that.
take.
I can get behind that. Heavy plus tribe would be huge, Charlie Cook says. Yeah, the heavy would be nuts
Yep.
with tribe.
Absolutely. Going for a 1 and 3.
All
Okay.
right, we hit the Raigeki break.
It's not a bad one.
It's not a bad one, that's for sure. What do we
Uh,
what do
how
we
do we
have to
deal with
follow up here
this
though?
this board?
I guess Koki would be not bad.
Yep. I mean, maybe a play like Smashing Ground plus a Spy or a Turtle or something could stall for a bit.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, you're drawing more cards though.
Well, we hit the right card with the MST.
Yeah, yeah.
That's for sure. Either of the others. Oh
Another
no.
Faith.
Oh no. Grumple drawn down to
It,
only 8 cards left in deck here. I'd imagine we're gonna be able to close this one out soon.
your board is locked though,
That's
right?
true. That's
So
true.
it might be a little bit hard to get some damage. If Ludi has like a cheeky like card destruction or something like that, it'd be kind of insane though.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I I remember I used to play a copy of Card Destruction back in the
There's
day
Spy.
in my Heretics deck. Because
Mhm.
the opponent would drop Max C and I would just take the Max C challenge and just they would end up drawing like 15 or 20 cards by the end of my combo and then I just play Card Destruction.
Yep.
I love I love those little Card Destruction
I
deck
think that's a
outlets.
card that definitely gets better with time, right?
Oh yeah.
Just because you
Yeah.
can use the graveyard way better than you
Yeah.
can in Goat.
Yeah, there's a reason it was banned for a very long time.
Definitely.
It and Morphing Jar, actually.
Mhm.
Morphing Jar ban made me sad. I was a big empty jar player. Surprise.
Yeah.
We
Probably for the better though.
oh yeah.
But,
It was kind of busted. Really good in the burn decks as well.
yep.
Still no dark in the graveyard for Ludi,
I mean, if you
but
need to, you can crash Spies.
yeah, that's true. We can set it up. I just can't do it pre-combat.
Yeah.
Though I guess we're not playing Chaos Sorcerer over here, so I guess we're not concerned about having darks in the graveyard, right? I guess we
Mhm.
could play Chaos Sorcerer, but probably don't. If I had to
I heard
guess.
heard there's been support for Warrior Returning Alive recently, so
Ooh,
who knows? Maybe there's a copy of that.
no, that would do it. We got breaker for the Saku. Ludi is certainly out here trying.
Yeah,
Love to see
definitely.
that. Oh, we have Crash Volt versus Patrick Zero still going on. The old control mirror.
Yeah. DNA says bro needs heavy slump. Yeah, that would do it.
Oh yeah, it would work right here. We've got 8 cards for Grumple.
Yep. I do think the best card in this situation would be like card destruction, but I doubt Ludi's playing it.
Yeah, it would be good. BLS also good.
Yep.
Think yeah, we don't still don't quite have lethal, but we're close. I don't think we have lethal. Get rid of spy. No, no, we definitely
Oh
don't
no.
have lethal. Gonna need a little bit more from Grumple's side.
Yeah. This is what 38.
Uh, something around. Oh,
No.
well, that might do it.
Mm,
We get rid of spy with Chaos Sorcerer
yeah,
14,
this might do
44 plus 36. Yep, that's
Yep.
8,000 damage. That'll do. That will do it. Grumple gonna take this one down. And we will jump into our last match here, which is Patrick 0 against Crash Volt. We have a Dark Balter on the board with all of the metas. We have 3 metas face up in Graveyard and Banish
Give
Pile.
a give up. Wait, why do we have a banished meta?
You know, we have a Banished Pot of Greed too.
What's
Um,
going on?
I didn't get to look at any more of the stuff. What banishes spells other than like Chaos Rider Gustav?
No, there's
Soul
soul
Release?
release, right? Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, Patrick 0 does play Soul Release
that's pretty
sometimes.
funny.
So yeah, could definitely be that.
Could be a copy of Banisher of the Radiance or Banisher of the Light. Sorry.
Ooh, yeah. The old Apoptosis special.
Yep.
Banisher of the Light and Stumbling deck. Real talk now. Do you think I would play last turn better sober or after 1 beer? Probably sober if I had to guess.
I don't know. If you're nervous, maybe 1 beer could help with that.
We are we are not recommending drinking here on the Goat Format official YouTube channel, but
Oh shoot! Yeah, it's only 2 o'clock.
it sure is. Oh yeah, both of
Yeah,
us are here in the Central Time Zone. That's
yeah.
right. Sometimes I forget.
Although it's probably much later for Lav and Luke, right?
Probably yeah. Okay, Cyberjar coming down. Getting a bunch of cards for both players.
Mhm.
We were in a spot like this earlier where both players just had a billion cards in hand, and now
Mhm.
now like decisions get a lot harder because you just have so much information available to you on both sides. Kind of just interesting game states whenever Cyberjar resolves and
Definitely.
it's not like a burn or a combo deck that's just gonna kill you now.
Yeah, because your cards actually do something, right? A lot of the time against Burn, you're just having a bunch of nonsense cards in your hand.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go to discard. We're gonna get rid of the Serpent. See how Patrick Zero plays. This is very early Cyberjar too.
Yep. And that definitely changes the dynamics of it, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
if you have like a setup graveyard, a lot of the times when these cyber jars resolve, you're gonna go for game or some crazy play.
Yep. Say I mentioned it earlier on the stream. I don't think you were. I think you were playing your match. I've been playing a good amount of Ron control recently. And
Oh yeah.
you see those situations where like you just use your cyber jar and your morphing jar to get to the point where you just slam BLS and a chaos sorcerer and you just kill your opponent with the
Mhm.
chaos monsters. So yeah, the jar is very good at setting that up. It's very cool.
Yep.
Here we see the moths get out of here, so we are going to play a mothless game. Pretty interesting.
Of
Are we
course,
getting
whenever I play a cyber jar or a morphing yard, it happens to get knocked, so cannot relate to that experience.
Yeah, it's very very tough to protect those jars, of course.
Yeah. It helps when you have Book of Teu and all that stuff though.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We've got looks like 6 minutes left in the round.
Okay.
Um,
Have we gone into time at all?
yes, we went into
Okay.
time once. I think it's just
Okay.
been once or twice. Not bad,
Yeah.
especially considering the amount of control decks out here. Control mirror, of course, can take quite a bit.
Now this game could definitely end up in time. There's a lot of cards in the hand. Graveyards are not set up and life points are full.
Yeah, yeah, we could definitely be heading for time in this one.
Yeah.
Sangan attacking a Sangan. Okay, I had a little furball fight. See what Patrick Zero picks up here. Sinister Serpent. Okay, makes sense. And just one back row. So both players keeping 6 cards in hand here. All right, DD Warrior Lady's pretty good answer to Sangan.
Mm-hmm.
A little nice 1 for
Yeah, the
1
threat
trade.
of Heavy Storm is real, right? So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. Sancan the Meeseeks of Goat. It just wants to die. Kaiku gonna get ringed. Okay. All right. So get a little bit of change in the life points here.
Mm-hmm.
Crash Volt going down to 57. Patrick Zero still at healthy 72. We are far from life points just getting obliterated here, I would imagine, but
Yep.
Who knows? Both players
What's
could
in
definitely have a
Patrick Zero's
scapegoat.
graveyard?
Got TT.
Okay, so no chaos setup either, so
Yeah,
definitely
not a
pretty
whole
safe
lot.
here.
We do have chaos from Crash Volt's side.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a Thunder Dragon in Crash Volt's hand as well. Double Kaiku gone from Crash Volt. Of course, all of the Moths are gone, so imagine Patrick Zero has Thunder Dragon over there somewhere. But
Yep, definitely.
here comes a knock. Serpent's going to get out of here. And we just get a pass. We are inching closer to time here.
Yep.
I'm sure once that happens, our judge will get in here. But we see a heavy storm. Okay. Maybe some action.
Now, do we have the goats? Oh,
We
interesting.
don't.
Nothing.
Ooh, we have a call to Haunter for. Oh, wow. We lose the Torrential and the Mirror Force. And call gets chained on Sangan.
And we get a search off the Sangan.
Whoo.
So there's our light.
Yeah. It's a pretty good one, too. Love seeing a magical merchant. And Grumple, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I might be missing something.
Yeah. Not sure I follow either. Okay, there's a meta.
Oh, it's soccer. Okay. I do I don't know much about football. Um I do like the sport. I watch it from time to time, but I do like how they have like their promotion demotion system where like the best best team in a league will get promoted, worst will get demoted. Maybe we need leagues in GOAT format and we'll just like promote and demote players.
There's definitely been talks about that for War League.
Oh, that'd be
I think
sick.
the biggest issue is some players, when they get demoted, or some teams, they might want to just like join a new team. But I guess if we could circumvent that by making new teams start in the relegation league.
Yeah. Or if you leave your team, you can't join a new team until the next season or something like that.
Could be, yeah.
That'd be an interesting idea. I could tear up some bottom tier leagues. We do see BLS finally hitting the board. Crash Volt, Definitely could be in some trouble here, sitting at 2,600 life points.
Yep.
See, Metagon. We do have a Snatch Steal. Does Patrick Zero have an answer? We have a Book of Moon. Okay. A little bit of protection here for the BLS.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know how it works exactly for soccer, but relegation is a little tough for U.S. sports just because of how the draft system works.
Mm.
At
Yeah,
least
that
that's what
makes
I
sense.
think. Yeah. And there is like for basketball, there's like a G League or whatever, but that's not really like punishing the whole team, right? It's punishing,
Yeah.
I guess, an individual's player's ability.
I guess, like, you could probably make it happen the easiest in baseball, right? Because you have, like, single A, double A, triple A, and then the majors.
Mhm.
Be interesting. But I feel like the major leagues are just, like, so much better for all of the
Yeah.
teams. But could be interesting.
I don't think the players would appreciate it though.
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Especially if implemented after, 100 years of not having that.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess baseball's been around for what, like 130 years or something?
Good
It's an
question.
old one. Basketball's old too, I guess. All right. Tribe getting out of here with this Mirror Force. We're back to even on cards. It was looking pretty bad for Crash Vault there for a little bit. But, well, Moth is pretty good here. Maybe we get back Heavy Storm. Try to end this game. Yep. BLS is
That is
gone, but Chaos Sorcerer would do it here. Ah, we have a scapegoat. Never mind. I guess we play on. We've got both of our staff members in here. Okay, so yeah, they just told them that
it is
time has been
time. Yeah.
called. Looking really good for Patrick Zero.
Yeah. It's hard to swing these games if you don't have like a BOS or something, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, for sure. The goats can just soak up so much damage over and over and over.
yeah.
Isn't US relegation not a thing because of franchising? That could have something to do with it as well. Could see that.
Yeah, I can see that too. I mean, it
All
would be
right.
kind of crazy to see someone like the Lakers ever getting like relegated or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because there were definitely a lot of years where they were pretty bad.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thankfully, I'm a Lakers fan. Um, thankfully
Yeah.
they're doing all right. As long as we can get a big guy this off season.
Yeah. I mean, feel a little bad for LeBron, but it happens, I guess.
Yeah, if the Mark Williams trade didn't get rescinded, man, they would have been a force.
Yeah.
But Patrick Zero all of a sudden looking to be in a little bit of trouble potentially if we can't deal with this Chaos Sorcerer. Well,
Hmm.
no, Crash Vault only gets one more turn. So, because this should be, I think I was reading turn 3. Yeah, okay. So,
Yep.
kind of unfortunately got locked under their own scapegoat and not able to deal enough damage here in the last turn of time. And Patrick Zero is going to take down the match. Okay.
Mhm.
Pull these standings over for everybody. Take a look at them here. Undefeateds, we have Don't Copy, Dingo Sig, and Mckells Samino. Man, that is a murderer's row of undefeateds.
Yep. Yeah, any of those guys could realistically take it all down.
Oh yeah, for sure. And being 4-0 here, I mean, they've all got a good chance of kind of just being locked for the top 8, and it's not necessarily locked, of course. Tiebreakers can do tiebreaker things, but
Yep.
pretty good chance for them to make it in, and one of them will get a pair down. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've got Steve SSJ4 up here at 3-1. Nate Dog, Karim at 3-1. Very nice. Some big names. Big Noodle 3-1. Ivan Rosito, it says it's 3-0. It says Matt Uber's 3-0. Are they still playing?
Guessing someone didn't report. Oh, I guess they're playing each other, right? Maybe they're still
Yeah.
in.
It looks like Matt Uber won. I guess standings just haven't refreshed
Updated,
yet,
yeah.
but we do have round 5 going now. So, what are you thinking here? We have not seen Mckells Samino yet.
I mean, Don't Copy and Samino are both 4-0. I think
That's
Dingo
true.
Sig and Uber could also be a great one.
Yeah. I think the Matt Uber one might finish a little quicker.
Yeah, let's maybe tune into that one then.
Okay. All right, sure. Just keep going with some of our top tables here. I need to change the round here too. And 2 more rounds of Swiss in this tournament. Shout out to Swiss.
Yep.
Wonder how many people I just made mad by saying that, but that's okay.
Man, you made me happy. I hate double elimination.
I'm also a fan of Swiss tournaments, but I guess I could be a little biased here. Looks like Crashful just dropped. So
I like double
wait.
elimination if it's like a smaller tournament. So maybe it could work for PWCQs, but I think running like a major and double elimination is it's kind of nuts.
Oh yeah, it can definitely drag a little bit. I used to be a big tournament grinder in Magic the Gathering back in those days, and of course everything we played was Swiss. Because sometimes you get to like the regional championship tournaments and you're running 1,400 players.
Yep.
So
yeah, I grew up playing chess, and all of those were Swiss tournaments. So
yeah, I like the way the chess does it with like the point thing. I guess that's the exact same thing, but they like don't have like a cut or whatever. It's just kind of like here, play these, and then the person with the highest points wins.
Yep. I think another interesting thing is in chess you rotate between going first and second right with white and black. I
Yep.
wonder if there could ever be an implementation that makes players play the same amount of first turn games and second turn games.
That would be it'd be tough for a it would be tough for a tournament with a lot of people in it.
Yeah,
I think that's where
sure.
it'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know how it would actually play out
Yeah,
practically.
because even like I watched the candidates last year for the first time. I kind of recently got into chess. I don't play it, but just kind of got into it. And that was like even that takes a while.
Yeah.
And it's only 8 players, but it was really cool. I do like the idea for sure.
Yeah. You do have to keep in mind the rounds are going to be longer, right? But
Yeah.
even so.
Yeah. Kenny says, "Sorry I left you this morning, Cub. I was feeling gross." That's okay. It's okay. Hope you're feeling better now, Kenny.
Yep, definitely.
We got Gulaws here in the booth. We are chilling. We are getting through this tournament. Everything's been going smoothly. We had a few hiccups with Dueling Book, but nothing major, so happy for that.
Yep.
We see Sangan for Matt Uber. I have seen this technology in Matt Uber's RGT builds before, but it strikes me as an odd one.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I guess like if you draw it, it's really good with Monster Gate. But like you can pick up your Visor Shock or Cyberstein.
I think he also plays like maybe the jars. I don't know if he mains them or sides them, but it is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I've definitely seen the jars. I want to say, I can't remember. I loaded up an RGT list from Matt Uber recently to take out on the ladder. I'm trying to learn that deck a little bit better. I think there was a Cyber Jar on the side, but
It is a weird balancing game though, right? Because you can summon it off your gates, you can summon it off your reasonings, and ideally you want to summon Demock. You don't want to be summoning Sangan.
Right, right, for sure. Though it's hard to argue with Matt Uber being, one of the best reasoning gate players we've got out here.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
it is
He definitely
little,
knows the deck way better than me, so I
yeah,
trust whatever he's doing.
yeah. Also playing multiple Book of Moons in the main that we saw today. So you hit your jars or whatever, maybe flip those down, and
Okay.
I mean, reasoning gate resolving a cyber jar, you've got to be scared out of your mind if you're the opponent.
Yeah, especially if you're playing things like Stein.
Yeah. Hit Stein off the cyber jar, hit a giant true nade, just reasoning 3 times. We're done here.
Yeah.
Lacrin saying he sides cyber jar pretty often. Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna have to brush up on my RGT. Gonna be running an RGT series on the channel soon.
Yep.
Fun deck though, I think. MMF brought up a cool idea. It's something I've seen before, but you don't really see it a whole lot. Is like Reasoning Gate can just play like one copy of Spell Economics, and sometimes you just oops, here's the Demock launch combo. We do see Visor Shot coming down here though, or at least getting added to the hand. We can't activate this Stein because we're at exactly 5,000 life points. So we can summon Visor Shock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Our extra copy of Giant True Nade has hit the board. What can we do from here? Just set a couple of back row. All right.
Yep. Take it slow.
Yeah. So you gotta feel good if you're Dingo Sig here, that especially with this heavy
You could set up
storm.
the scapegoats here though with the buys. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yep. And a
So you don't want
Reckless
to get sniped with the dust tornado.
Okay. And here comes Kaiku. That's a good one. Get some stuff out of the graveyard here. Sangan and Cyberstein getting on out of there. We do still have a Dark with the Visor Shock, but that is currently the only monster in the graveyard. And we'll see. I'd feel pretty good about this if I was on Dingo Sig's side. But Mad Uber, of course, could have drawn into a couple of monster gates or something here. Check the graveyard, see what all of that is gone.
Yep.
1 monster gate, 2 reasonings, but we do see the 3rd copy of reasoning coming down. We'll see. See if Dingo Sig can call this right. Depending on the back row, Demock could be ridiculous here, so we are going to call the 8.
Yep. I think 8's always just like a safe choice if you haven't seen Demock.
For sure.
You don't want to look like a fool getting hit with Demock.
Yeah, it's like every time that I like debate on whether I want to call 4 or 8, I'm like, I'm just gonna call 8 because the Demock kind of kills me, and then they hit the 4 every time, and I'm like, well, all the people who say you should always call 4 because it's mathematically the right one, I'm like, yeah, you win this time.
I've definitely called 4, and it feels really good to hit it. But the few times you call 4 and then you get the Demock, it's so painful. You never want to call 4 again.
Yeah. I think 8 and 6 have been my most called numbers because I like to play a lot of trap heavy decks from time to time, and a lot of times that Jinzo is just like, well, I guess I'll die.
2 is also a good number to call if they're playing Steins.
Yes, that's very true. I did at the tournament that I played in Cleveland, a QCR case tournament. My opponent slammed down a reasoning and they thought they got me, and I just snap called 5. They milled over their spell canceller. Like, you can't get me on that. I know these tricks.
Yeah.
At United, we stand with a couple of Go tokens out here. That's a big crane.
Yep. That's a big bird.
See if we've got a battle trap here. We do not.
We don't.
Big bird coming through, hunting the children.
Yep. Kaiku's a great one to hit too, right? Because
oh yeah,
now your chaos is live.
Yep. You just need this crane to go to the graveyard, and it's got a pretty big target on its back. It wouldn't surprise me if it did make it to the graveyard.
Yep.
All right, set a whole bunch of cards. Heavy Storm is gone, so we're clear to set whatever we want to here. I have called 4 once, got democked, never called 4 again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels so bad.
It feels, yeah, it's awful. I don't know, but I mean, if you see your opponent's on like 3 cranes or something, right? It's
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
bad idea to call 4.
Yeah, mathematically, it makes sense. It makes sense for sure. Dingo Sig giving it a think. We got to deal with a 4,000 attack crane. And Mad Uber's got a pretty good defense set up. I wonder what the face down monster is.
Could be a jar. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
it's
still game 1, right?
4,000. United We Stand only counts face up monsters,
Yep.
which is so sad. Why did we have to nerf United We Stand?
I think that's a card a lot of people would miss. I think most people would think it does count the sets.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I didn't learn that until I was playing Catburn and I United We Standed something and I thought I had lethal and I attacked and my opponent's like, that's not that big. I'm like, oh, I guess I should read my cards, right?
Yep. Yeah, I play a weird like Mataza deck with like Gravekeeper Spies, and it definitely
Mm.
comes up with the math. So
I remember that PWCQ.
yeah.
I think I either streamed that entire one or I streamed the back half of it. I can't remember which one
I think you did the entire
specifically.
one because I want to
Okay.
say I played Dueling High round 1 and had a nasty United We Stand combo.
That was a good one for sure. You're on the Mirage Dragon tech too, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah. I love me some Mirage Dragon, man.
think I was
Great
also on like
card.
level limits or something. It's kind of a nuts deck.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh. Shining Angel into that crane and go get a DD Warrior Lady? This is going to cost you some
yeah.
life points.
This is what 1800
This is.
because he lost a Crane, right? So this thing
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, or he lost a token.
And then 1700 all the way down to 23.
Yeah.
Ooh. Just got attacked directly by a Lily on your turn.
Oh, I missed a question for Doodad. What chess players do y'all like?
Oh.
Uh,
Um.
historically, there's this player that I love to watch. Mikhail Tal. He was a former champion from Latvia, and he played the craziest games ever. I think if you look back at the games now, a lot of them were unsound, but there is like a quote that I do love from him. It kind of reminds me of what I like to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's you must take your opponents into a deep dark forest where 2 plus 2 equals 5, and the path is leading out is only wide enough for one. I think I think if you're familiar with some of my games, I love to
Yeah.
just like screw around with players and play some weird stuff.
We have Visor Shock Lethal.
That's nuts.
That was an absolutely insane Visor Shock off of this Call of the Han. It just bounced everything. Wow.
Isaac Shock is underrated, man. It
It
hits
sure
the
is.
sets. It hits the set monsters too.
Yeah. Hits everything. Everything that's set. It's a good card. Matt Uber taking game one. I'm not like super duper into chess. I watch Gotham chess and I watch it and I watch chess from time to time, and that's
Mhm.
about my involvement. So my answer for chess players I like is simple. It's Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, he's a good one.
Yeah. I like his personality. Um yeah. he's
Yeah.
good. That's about it.
He's definitely entertaining, and he's super fast. So
Yeah. All right, Matt Uber done siding very quickly. See what Dingo Sig brings in here to deal with RGT. We haven't seen a lot of RGT today. I wonder if the numbers are just down on this PWCQ. I know it hasn't been the most played deck of recent.
mhm. Now we do know Dingo is on Shining Angel, which means he does have the opportunity to play Jowgen.
Yes, that's very true.
Yeah.
Can we
Which
have the spiritualist technology?
now I don't think it's as great against Matt Uber's particular build, right? Because it's more control
Sure.
based, but can definitely
Yeah.
come up.
You summon your Jowgen and then it's like, here's my Sandgan. Get out of
Yeah.
here. Do I prefer the standard Chaos or Machine RGT deck? Probably Machine right now. Um, I don't know if that means it's better. I just kind of I prefer the style of get the opponent dead usually.
Yeah.
So kind of yeah. Do we flip a third heads here? Yep. All right. I love Cyberstein just giving its own protection from Gatling Dragon.
Hmm. Yeah. If I was gonna say, I would think I think the standard one is a little better.
Yeah.
The machine one is extremely fun though if you just kind of want to mess around.
Yeah, for sure.
It can definitely take games off any deck in the format.
Now, MMF was talking. I can't remember which server it was in, but was talking about the Machine Gate list playing Emus the Infinity along with a couple of Cranes so that you can play BLS. Uh, and I actually put that together with the one copy of Spell Economics, and that deck was sick.
I'm
So
sorry,
it's
what card? What the Infinity?
Emus the Infinity. Do you not know
I've never
Emus?
even heard of that card.
Oh boy. Um, let's see if I can pull it up here really quick.
Is this is a GOAT legal card?
It sure is.
Oh man. Okay.
It came out of a game, I think.
Oh, I have seen this card. Yeah, this
Okay.
is
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
light machine, and it's a level 7. So like, you cut the Facilier, play that thing, load it up with a twin swords of flashing light trice, get in some damage. Speaking of getting in
That's
some
kind of
damage, Matt Uber getting
that's
in
pretty
there.
hilarious.
Oh, Breaker coming down to attack over Crane. This does not seem this is not the best position for Dingo Sig, and then Matt Uber just
No.
ripping Graceful Charity.
And it's dirty.
Ooh. Oh, there goes DMOC. Every time I see DMOC get discarded, I just get nervous.
Yep.
Because I know it's coming right back.
Hmm.
Nah, we're thinking though, so we must not have the Prima. Prima, of course, would
Yeah.
just end it here. Okay. All right.
Got
Dingo
another
Sig
turn.
lives on.
Was this Jinzo normal summoned? Can't
Um,
remember. It was
I don't think so.
okay.
I think it came off of this reasoning.
Well, here's an opportunity for my good friend Jowgen.
That's true. That's true. That doesn't look like a Jowgen to me. Stein coming down for
I'll do it unless
lethal.
it's Book of Moon.
No.
All right.
Yep. Would have to be Book of Moon there, but we're a spicy enemy controller. All right, Matt Uber gonna take down this one. That was a nice little match there.
Yeah.
Get to see some fireworks. I love watching RGT. It's just such a fun deck to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we've
It's
got
a good mix up from watching a lot of turbo mirrors and control and stuff.
for sure. I think we should head over to the 10 ply Mr. Big Noodle match. They're some X1 players. We haven't seen either of them on stream yet.
I'm curious to see what Noodle is on. I think last PWCQ is on triple soul absorption, or spell absorption.
Yep. Here, let's check this graveyard. It's not super telling. Giant rat is what's throwing me here. Everything else here just looks like warriors.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But then you see this brain control.
yeah,
But I guess it could be a mirror.
yeah. Could be a side card. We do see level 2 and Donald from 10 Ply.
Double zing on the field. That's pretty unique.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what all's being locked here.
Yeah.
Matt Uber might be the most underrated GOATS player. He's definitely an underrated player. Matt Uber is very, very good at this game.
Yep, definitely. He was on a tear in War League for sure.
Yeah. I think it's awesome to see like those players who they just play their deck and their decks look so different because, they've got so many reps and they know so much more about it. And Matt Uber is definitely one of those players. We have more back row. Such a cursed game state. This is a game state we have walked into, that is for sure. See if we have anything for this Blade Knight. 10 Ply, of course, down to 2,050 life points, so.
What exactly happened? It just looked like he just summoned a Blade Knight, right?
Yeah. Not. Think on summon, okay.
Okay, are we gonna solemn this?
I guess maybe we can't believe that Blade Knight top deck just happened? I don't know. It's pretty common in the Warrior deck.
No, yeah.
Seen a lot of top deck Blade Knights in my day.
It's probably the card that they play the most in the deck, right? At this point.
Yeah, Blade Knight's generally
play
a
like
3
2 Rhoda.
Yeah. Oh, Prima? Eat it, Solemn Judgment. I bet the Zing is on those other 2 cards.
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
Unless it hit like
brain.
a Zing and it was flipped in response.
That's true. That's true. All right, see if we can get the Zombra out of the way. We do. Big Noodle down to 2950. Let's see if we've got some sort of a follow-up here. We've got Pot of Greed left. Delinquent Duo, of course, isn't doing you much. If we're playing Giant Rat, I'd imagine there are probably some more Kinetic Soldiers hanging out somewhere over in that deck.
And I think if you're on Mobius plus, or I mean, if you're on Brain Control, you're probably on Mobius as well or something.
Yeah.
Or Grand Mark, I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to be playing something to tribute for. Jinzo coming down on this board would be interesting.
Yeah.
I guess Mobius.
Although a lot of it does look locked up.
Oh, a Sura Priest.
Oh, this could be game.
Could be.
Spy or something?
It is Spy.
It is a Spy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We are playing the Spy game here. I guess Mobius would just rip this game open, right? You get rid of the Zing.
Yeah.
And something else. And now, with 10 Ply being down to 950, a ring could just end the game. It is still available for Mr. Big Noodle. It's available for both sides. So, I get the feeling 10 Ply is not going to be flipping one of those anytime soon.
Cheeky little reply from 10 Ply.
I knew it. Can't believe that.
Even that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, Noodle. You got 3 cards in hand to do something here. Don't need much more. It's it's interesting that 10 Ply is at 950, so a Zombra attack over Spy isn't lethal.
Yeah.
Kinetic Soldier attack over Blade Knight, however, that is lethal. Oh,
No tribe. Ooh, this could be
this is a tough one. Solemn Judgment. Okay,
okay. All. Yeah.
that's a very good Solemn there. Better than losing the game, that is for sure.
Hmm. I think we're just chilling, right?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. I think Tribe is still live for 10 Ply. Sasuke, another option, but looks like
Yep.
we're just turning these onto defense position. Maybe passing the turn. We do need to play one of these cards in hand to keep our Blade Knight at 2k. Which, at 475 life points, we may need to do that. Alright, face down monster. There we go.
I am jealous of this mermaid archer avatar. I feel like the old avatars that they had before the rotation were just way better.
Yeah, a lot of the old school ones were very nice.
Yeah, we've got
I
Relinquish. You have Flame Wingman.
hmm Yeah, back in the day, like I didn't realize that they were gonna rotate it, so I just hopped off onto Yada really quick because I
Hmm.
like Yada, and I kind of wish I had kept some of those old ones now.
Yeah.
It's a really sick lava golem one as well.
Yeah. Hmm. I think TK uses that one.
Hmm. Yeah, big fan of lava golem.
Yeah. I am a
So
fan of this double zing action because it kind of makes you more wary on what you set.
yeah,
'Cause you just don't have the space, right? You just don't want to get locked up.
yep, yeah, for sure. Creature swap. Interesting. Maybe.
This okay? So he's probably going for game, I assume, because this is getting a trade with the spy.
Yeah. We need something to attack over the spy.
Do we have a Zombira? Guess
Oh,
anything
we're
does it.
just gonna take the Blade Knight. Okay, that works.
Hmm.
Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, we're
Oh,
gonna get
that
a game
does it.
3. Very, very interesting or cursed, however you want to look at it, board state.
Hmm.
hopefully, hopefully we get another interesting one here. I do think those the weird board states like that are very interesting, like you said. Get a lot of
Yeah, I'm a fan. It can sometimes be a slog to watch,
yeah, yeah,
just because there's not a lot of actions going on. But I think to learn from and like immerse yourself in the game and get in on the micro, it's a great opportunity to learn.
yep, for sure. You get a lot of just like I don't know, a lot of interesting, just not normal thoughts in those games.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you practice those situations a whole lot.
Hmm.
It's you just like sitting down with someone, hey, put some cards on the board and then we're going to lock them all up and that's how we're going to play.
Yeah.
Locked in Snowman Eater a few years ago. Yeah.
That's a good one to have.
Yeah. Snowman Eater's sick.
Yeah. No, Nate has that Dark Sidra. I mean, I'm a fan of Dark Sidra. I know there are people think it's a crime to like that alt art, but I'm a fan.
It's okay. I'm not. I'm not really opposed to any of the alt arts except for well, okay. There are two that I don't really like. It's the Rhoda that Pikachu
Oh
uses
yeah,
and
that one's a crime.
Yeah, I don't like the limiter removal with Cyber Dragon on it either,
Mhm.
but I can understand why people would like that. I can understand why people would like either, to be fair, but
Yeah.
just not for me. Snatch Steal is definitely top 3 winning card in GOAT. I don't think that's true.
You
Maybe,
could make an argument it's the best top deck in Go.
yeah, okay.
Well,
Yeah,
there's a lot of
you
great.
could. I guess Snatch Steal is maybe could be like top 3 card that comes down and the game actually ends.
Yeah.
I could see that. Probably like it, BLS, and Ring.
Yeah. I mean, there are a few situations where it's bad, but overall, it's kind of a nuts card for sure.
Yeah. I do like me some Snatch Steal.
Yeah.
I
Now,
like
this
Breakage
card on
too.
the field right now, this is one of the this is probably the top one opener.
Yeah, I think what was it, the win rate of turn 1 delinquent duo is like 56% or something.
Is it really? Yeah.
I know it was higher than any of the other Trinity.
Yeah, I think if you're playing like an aggressive deck or you're against an aggressive deck, it's better to just like reduce their options so they don't
Yeah.
have an ability to climb back compared to just adding another card.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And like if players are allowed to keep their cards, they have more options to get pluses back and stuff like that, but if you take away the resources, they have less ability to do that.
Yeah. And
So,
just given how I don't want to say slow the format is, but compared to modern games or whatever, you have a lot of redundancies, right? Like you
yeah.
have other monsters you're going to normal summon, you can only commit one normal per turn.
Yeah. That's
You get it right back.
definitely a more grindy format.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have duo fighting back against duo.
Yeah.
I got a Rhoda. If we can get a Donald to get through here, it'd be pretty good.
Definitely.
Yep. Here he comes.
I'm a
Nope.
fan of
Gonna get
this
met with a
Luke.
TT. Unfortunate. Don's a Luke fans in shambles. All right. Graceful Charity. Speaking of good top decks, here we are. Very nice one for sure. I guess less backbreaking, of course, since we're not playing Knight Assailant, Serpent, Thunder Dragons, and stuff over here, but
Mm-hmm.
still could get you something. Oh, King
Interesting.
Tiger. What did we
And
see from?
I thought we were watching a Warrior Mirror.
Yeah, what did we like? We didn't see anything from Noodle's side that would warrant this, right? I know we didn't see game
I guess
one, but
Gravekeeper Spy. We didn't see game one at all. So
interesting.
and the Dawn.
Ooh, well, yeah, this one not looking good for Mr. Big Noodle, that is for sure.
No.
Mr. Big Noodle is thrilled about it too.
Now it's Snatch Steal.
Yeah, you talk about Snatch Steal winning games. That's it right
Yeah.
there. Donnie Z, one of your favorite cards of all time. Yeah, it's probably up there for me as well.
Yeah.
I like me some Donald. Get on in there. Do we mill? We don't. I think that's probably
Yeah.
correct at this point. Yeah, no light in the graveyard.
Yeah. You want to set up a Chaos Play or something.
Yeah, for sure. But it's a +2, Gulaws. You take 2 cards from your opponent.
I don't think I've ever milled off a Dawn's Luke, even when it was probably appropriate to do it.
I've milled a few times. Whoa, whoa.
Oh.
I didn't realize if you took a card from your back row and put it over there. Ooh, seeing a nice deck Devi over here as the background. That's pretty sick. I like that. But yeah, we just had deck Devi, Zing. I'm interested in what the King Tiger is here for.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it deals
Huh.
with spies,
Yeah.
but I didn't see anything else. Oh, he was playing Giant Rat.
Oh, we did see the giant rat. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, yeah, maybe we just brought it in for that. That could be totally fair.
Yeah.
All right, see, we've got Don't Copy, Mckells, Samino should play in. Sight and Rixa, we've already seen both of those. We have Oops of Cow and Ivan Rosito. That's probably a good one.
Mm-hmm.
You got a preference here, Gulaws?
Uh, not really. You
Okay,
could see. Do you want to just tune into Samino because they're both 4-0?
sure.
Don't copy. Yep.
Yep, I'm down. We haven't seen
That way you
Samino
can get a
on.
good feel of the top cut potential top cut.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't seen Samino on stream yet either.
Yep.
Looks like Chaos Turbo. Smells like Chaos Turbo. Double Spirit Reaper action,
Yeah.
though. Like to see
Probably
that.
anticipating a lot of warrior.
And we're here against a game. Well, this is interesting.
Yep.
I don't know all of the Chaos Turbo sideboard mapping, but we do have double Spear Reaper here in game 3 against what looks to be a mirror.
Yep. I am a fan of this ill blood avatar though.
Yeah, that looks sick.
Yep. I think the idea is you can pair Spirit Reaper with Mind Control.
Okay. Yeah, that's a blowout.
Yep.
All right. Don't Copy just has everything here. Good Lord. It's like,
Yeah.
how do I want to win?
Yeah, the Book of Moon too.
God. All right. A little bit of overkill there. Don't Copy's going to take this match down. Grumple wants to see Oops, so
Yeah, let's do it.
jump into that one. Oh, gotta click over here to GOAT format. We have Ivan Rosito against Oops of Cow, and we are in game 2. And I think time's getting close, right?
Yeah,
It's 18 minutes, 5 minutes ago. Oh, we got 13 minutes left. Okay. Okay. And it looks like this game could end in short order with Oops of Cow being at 500 life points.
Mm-hmm.
So the cow is the big dog. Let's see what we've got here. Yep, these all look like cards I would expect from Ivan Rosito. All right, no light in the graveyard from Oops of Cow.
I don't think I've ever seen Ivan Rosito on any spice.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to see some spice from Ivan. That's for sure. Okay, we're going to go after the back row, but we're not going to ditch a light, so maybe we do off a
we need that
tribe.
too, right? We need, yeah, get a plus right here.
Yeah, I guess not. We're just
We,
going to
we need
attack over
we need
Deco.
someone to be the control deck, right?
Yeah.
To compare all the spice to.
Yeah, yeah. How do we know what's spice if we don't have Ivan around? He's just doing us a big favor. Now, Ivan going right to the graveyard. We're summoning out a Chaos Monster here. Ivan on that cat OTK into Turbo Smoke. That'd be funny. We did see earlier that Ivan is on all 3 copies of Jar of Greed, which I think is cool. I'm a big fan of Jar of Greed. I know that's one of the cards in Chaos Turbo that gets played around with quite a bit.
Definitely. And I think the new wave is to main deck card destruction, right? So Jar of Greed kind of gets you to your discard outlets.
Yep. See if Oops of Cow drew something good. BLS is gone now. So we got our light in the graveyard. Right before Thunder Dragon. That's so sad. And yeah, it looks to be a concession. Ivan Rosito gonna take that one down. Advancing to 4-1, I believe. Yep, Ivan Rosito advancing to 4-1. And all right, well, we're coming in here at the end of matches. So we've got Ogre and AJT. I believe those are in the X1 bracket, right?
I think they're
No.
2-2.
They're both in the 2-2s. Okay. Well, Ogre is actually 1 and 3, so we got a little
Okay.
bit of a pair down for AJT there. We do have Sight against Rixa, both 2-2s. See some more Sight action here, I think, because we've already seen all of these players. Go where we know the spice is.
Mm-hmm. Is he on a burn list this time around, or I know he also likes Stein kind of decks.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the burn lists. Oh, we do have Karem and Steve. For some reason I totally just overlooked that.
Oh,
Yeah, they're between 2 matches. Okay, well, we'll see if this one ends. Or maybe we should just jump over to that. I hate to jump between
yeah,
matches, but they're both 3-1, so let's go with that because this could be a match that determines top.
well,
Well,
okay, but it's Karen's turn.
yeah, we've got a full house for Steve. We have
Yep.
no life points for Karem, but we have all the cards over
We're
here.
drawing cards. We're drawing a lot of cards.
We are drawing cards. We are drawing more cards.
Drawing more cards.
Any or more?
Even more cards.
Card destruction? Thunder Dragon, that's kind of like drawing cards.
Yeah.
All right, come on, Karem. Card destruction right here.
Yeah. Oh, my secret barrel kingdom right now.
MST, it's a good start. Mirror Force out of here. Okay. I mean, we've got to have something. Unfortunately, we gave the opponent 2,000 life points this turn to do it, but I mean, just like BLS Tribe. Do we? Yeah, we still have both of those around. Rocking the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast technology over here. I know a lot of people have been talking about that recently. I'm just a fan of Raigeki Break. I don't know. I like to just take care of the problem, especially when, Warrior is doing so well.
Yeah. It's a reasonable option, though. I don't think there's like that much of a difference.
Yeah, it's not a bad card, that's for sure. Has Steve used Ring? No. So we could Asura Priest? Oh god.
That'd be nuts, yeah.
A nice little +5. We're thinking here.
Is there some combination of Asura Priest plus a ton of equipment? Oh, there's the tribe. That's killer.
Asura Priest plus Mage Power set 4.
Set 5. Yeah.
That'd be pretty good. It'd be 4,200 attacker. That would be lethal. You wouldn't even have to attack the Thunder Dragons. Just attack the spies for 9,000.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Okay, here comes Chaos Sorcerer.
It's interesting we're not tribing. Oh, that's why.
Yep. I was going to say, we may have a BLS coming down. So this is 7, 21, 51. It's only 6,700 currently. Here's the card destruction. Okay, I called for it. I got what I wanted.
And we're going to continue to plus off this Night Assailant.
And that's true. And I believe, I said it was 6,700, right? I think so.
So what, 28 plus...
CB 700.
Yeah, 67. Plus. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So another Chaos Sorcerer would be lethal.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty insane. We're down to 9 cards left in deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen. Oh, the other Chaos Sorcerer's in the grave. I missed it.
Oh yeah, unless he's on 3, which I doubt it.
Snatch Steal is live. Yep, we have Snatch
It's not lethal
Steal.
though, right? Oh, is it? Might be.
No, Snatch Steal. Well, yeah, I think Snatch Steal is
It's
lethal.
44 plus 32. Yeah, it would be lethal.
Just barely, but
Yeah, it's lethal for sure.
of course, Steve could still have something in that back row. Like a Raigeki break breaks up all of this. Oh. So we don't have the lethal then. We do have a nice 6,900 points of damage here.
Yep.
Yep, there's the Raigeki break.
Mm-hmm.
BLS getting on out of here. Yeah, Ring is live for Steve. So that is a potential out here to just end the game. But, I mean, we'll see what all Karim sets here. We could have some more Wing Blast for sure. Maybe there's also a Raigeki break in the deck.
Yep.
Is Heavy Storm gone? Heavy Storm's not gone. So
Could have also drawn into his own ring. And could have been a potential draw that other turn.
yeah. Got a dust shoot here to get the information. Send back Breaker. Okay. So probably nothing too consequential in that hand if we're just sending back Breaker.
Yeah. Unless he's protecting these back rows, it could be like a solemn judgment or something.
That's true.
This is game 2 or is this game 3?
I believe this is game 3. This is
Okay.
game 3. Yep.
So solemn judgment could definitely be in the deck.
Yep. I know Karim has gone back and forth on that card. Yeah, there's the
There's the
ring.
ring. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was effectively a blank just because it's not live for Corinne.
Okay, we do have a Chaos Monster. So Karim showing that there is an answer for this. Comes down in defense. Gets rid of the other Sork.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we see a set 3 behind a set monster and a Chaos Sorcerer. Of course, Karim has all of the information on what those cards are.
Yep.
I believe. Oh, we have a knock. Okay.
The knock.
That's a good one. Get that Serpent out of here. Still have Heavy Storm over here, too.
Yep.
The only problem is all of the Chaos is gone for Karim now, so.
The tribe's a solid beater though, right?
Yeah. That's the best you got. Just keep using these Night Assailants.
How
Give
many
it,
chaos
Steve.
has been used by Steve?
I want to say 2 of them. No, just the one Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So a lot live.
See if we can draw something spicy off the top. Knock could be a good one here.
That's a good one though.
Yeah.
Still pretty
Moth getting
decent.
out of here.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a Jar of Greed.
Good sequencing there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Even a Chaos Sorcerer attack would end the game.
Yeah.
But Steve was not willing to do that last turn. Not willing to do it this turn either. All
Has
right.
Mirror Force been used? No, from
No, but
Grim
there's the ring.
Ling.
And we're getting a
Yeah, looks like
yeah.
it's it.
It was Mirror Force down. Okay. All right. So Steve is going to win this one. Move on to X1 for our last round here. And I think that was our last match. It sure was. So we get over to round 6. Last round of Swiss momentarily. Go ahead and change that here. Get all this locked in. We'll bring the standings over. Everything has been reported. Just you all see what's up here. We have Don't Copy, Matt Uber, both at 5-0. Several 4-1s all the way down to number 10. So all of those will get paired together. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we'll have 2 X2s making it in.
Yep.
So the Fife Amendment currently looks like this is for Challenge Breakers. Challenge Breakers is not what we go by, of course. But it's looking like they have the best breakers. Oh, we haven't seen Ellery. Yeah, maybe we'll jump into Ellery's match, see what's going on here.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, it looks like those are the most likely. The top of the X2s here. Maybe we'll see some more Big Noodle to see exactly what's going on over there. Okay, yeah. Jump into one of our bubble matches here. Whenever we get the pairings, and it looks like we do have the pairings now. So let's see, who's Ellery playing against? Oh, Ellery against Wolf? Oh, this could be. We'll see what Ellery's on. Changes up some decks here, but could have ourselves a burn mirror match. What are the 2 undefeateds playing? Don't Copy is on Chaos Turbo, and Matt Uber is on Reasoning Gate.
Yep.
All right, we'll wait for the players to get hosted up here. Steingate winning would be nice. That's the word. Good lord. We've been going for quite a while. Yeah, I think Steingate winning the tournament would be pretty cool. Maybe get the deck back on the map.
Has Reasoning qualified yet for Worlds this year?
I looked for this specifically not too long ago on Return Winner spreadsheet, and I want to say it hasn't.
Okay.
Might be wrong on that one, but I want to say it has not qualified this season. All right, players. We need you all to host up, please. Wolf just got kicked out of Dueling Book. That's what they're waiting on. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Dueling Book has been kind of funky the past like 2-3 days.
Yeah, I've been trying to record some videos, and I'm sure you can imagine how hard it is to record a video when you can't get onto the website.
Yeah.
And then like I don't know. It kind of interrupts your flow a little bit too. Like you'll get one video recorded, it goes down again, and you're just kind of like, well,
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. It's this is a sign you need to record another Jeopardy episode.
I do need to get Jeopardy going again. Um, might look at doing that next week. I'm a little behind on Water Week, but not
Oh
too
yeah.
far. Not too far. Once I get that done, we'll we'll look into it. Got a couple of people interested in it, so
Hmm.
see if they can take down our champion. I don't know who that might be.
Probably some schmuck.
Yeah. Probably some Ginny's ice cream enjoyer.
Yeah.
Did you ever have the mint chocolate chip?
I did. It was decent.
Yeah, it was all
Um,
right. I would
I've
agree.
definitely had better mint chocolate chips, but it wasn't like bad or anything.
Hmm. Yep.
I think my go ahead.
I just say I agree with that completely.
Yeah. I think my favorite so far is that almond brittle one.
Yeah, that one's good for sure.
Yep.
All right. We're here. Let's see if it is a burn mirror match.
Yep.
Ellery, I know recently has been playing the sort of madcap style burn
Okay.
with like
Maybe we'll see some
protector.
shield and sword.
Yeah, shield and sword, protector of the sanctuary, that kind of stuff. Um,
Oh,
all
looks
right.
like it is.
Do see the chain energy from Wolf. I know Ellery's been been getting blasted by Royal Decree recently, so we'll see if he made a change. We're paying 500. That's a set card.
Hmm.
Turn
Shield
one
and sword
chain
is
energy.
so close to being a very good card. If they just made it a quick
Yeah.
play, I think it would have been
Oh God, if it was a quick
viable.
play, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Chain energy turn one on the play seems insane in the burn mirror.
Yep. You do have true nades though if Ellery is playing it, so it's not like the worst case
Yeah.
scenario. Well, speaking of true nade.
Yeah. Speaking of true nade, ah, here we go. We've got burn cards. Burn on burn action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're dealing 1,400 each. All right. That's a good. Did I know we?
Ooh, and the koala.
Yeah, we. Okay. Someone said I thought round 5. No, we are in round 6 here. We are in the final round of Swiss. So yeah, that these koalas have
Hmm.
been doing some damage today. We saw Wolf bounce a bunch of cards back to Bluetooth's hand earlier, and then deal 3,200 with the koala.
Yep. Yep. I mean, this koala just went for 27, and then you can reset the chain energy. I mean, as a burn player, you're gonna struggle here.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is gonna be a tough
Yeah.
one to come back from
Especially
for
as
sure.
especially because your damage is coming from all these set cards, right?
Yeah. Can't attack with a panda, so like not only are you down like a ton, but you can't even like attack. So you're just giving Wolf all of this time to draw into 2,800 points of damage. That's pretty trivial.
Yep.
Yeah, second koala.
Yeah. And it's not even 28, right? Because if you want to do anything, you gotta commit some life.
Yeah. But this is not quite lethal. Panda goes up to 23. I guess it's lethal if
Oh,
Koala
the
gets
wheel.
in, but Nightmare Wheel's not bad. We can find a we can find a True Nade here. Maybe we can do something.
Hmm.
Gonna need a little bit more than just one koala.
Wheel is quite good though, because it is a good condition against this chain energy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We just have a set card, so we're down to 1100. We do die to a secret barrel now. But
We are also dead to Trinity.
yep. Dead to a lot here.
Yeah.
All right, Ellery's going to need to pick up a True Nade here, and uh-oh. Well, Just Desserts means Ellery can't play another card, and the Secret Barrel is just going to end the game. So, pretty quick, decisive one there for Wolf. That turn one chain energy did a lot of work.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a very polarizing card. I think if you can open it and you're going first, it almost be game winning by itself. If you're going second and you become behind, it could be losing, like a useless card essentially.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I don't know. I'm going to throw this out and be controversial maybe with all of the recent talk. Kind of like card destruction. When it works, it's awesome, and when it doesn't, it's not.
Yeah.
A lot of talk in the competitive circles about how good card destruction is based on some data we've gotten recently.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be good. I think we just need to see how it will play out because it was played historically and it was dropped for a bit. I imagine some of these people are gonna continue to play it and others were gonna drop it at some point.
Yep, probably. It's like the tide. Cards go in, cards go out. Can't explain that. All right, well, here's the chain energy not on the play. Coming down. And Ellery did not play out very many cards on turn one, so...
Yeah. It might as well have been on the play then.
Right? Yeah. Just a T set from Ellery here. Maybe we have an answer for it this time?
Yeah. Although if we couldn't deal with a set monster, it could definitely backfire on Wolf.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Keeping this in going second seems crazy. Yeah. Especially against the deck that likes to set their entire hand turn one. But looks like we may have had a little bit of lag there as things happened a little quickly out of nowhere. But ooh. Dude, these koalas. These koalas are going insane today. Maybe
2,000 plus a body is a nice position to be in.
Oh yeah. Especially with the monster locked down under a nightmare wheel. Yeah, chain and like chain energy with koala is kind of gross because like you don't want to set all your cards because you take all the damage from chain energy, but if you don't and that's a second koala, it's kind of dead.
Mm-hmm.
Ellery needs that right there, the giant true nade. We're thinking about it. Secret barrel would do 1,600 here.
Yep. This could be another set goal of your own.
Yep. Okay. Yep. It is a secret barrel. And we're going to chain Ojama trio. Okay. Are we going to have a panda coming down here? Panda would do a ton. Do I count the trio? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do count the trio.
Cards don't go to the grave until the chain is resolved, unless they were destroyed in the chain.
Correct.
Or tributed by cost.
Yep. 1,600, that is correct. Ellery down to 34, but might be making a push here. Or maybe not. I guess we still could. We're just not slamming anything.
Mm-hmm.
No, face down monster. Okay. So
I guess you just want to set everything for the chain energy.
yeah, everything but one card. Oh, Desert Sunlight, Spy Sangan. I don't
It's interesting
know.
that we kept in Spy.
Yeah. Oh, that's why we did it. Okay, I was gonna say I don't know why we used the Desert Sunlight here, but we wanted to keep Wolf off of another flip, so we're gonna deal 2,500 here. It's a pretty good
Mm-hmm.
chunk, but Wolf's at
And we're
5,000, and
locked, right? Like a
yeah,
panda's not coming down.
yeah. So okay, interesting position here. Ellery's probably gonna need some more cards to make this happen. A Wolf, if those, well, we know about the chain energy, and we know about the Nightmare Wheel. So I guess if those other three are good burn cards, I mean, Wolf could just take it here. 3,400 totally doable. I guess Secret Barrel's only doing 1,200 right now, so it's not like super powered up. Yeah, we just passed the turn. That's that's not good from Ellery's side.
Yeah, I think you're just trying to acquire a critical amount of cards and maybe make a Trinity play.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of interesting here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a ceasefire from Wolf. 2,500 here could do it.
Yep.
Yeah, we're down to 900. We can only play one more card. Nightmare Wheel is going to make it 400. You can't play another card ever. And
Yeah,
yeah,
unless
we
this head
do.
is like a Mystic Walk or something.
Yeah, yeah, we do get the GGs here from Ellery. So Wolf's going to take this. Wolf could potentially bubble in. We'll have to see whenever we get the final standings. But let's
Yep.
see, who else do we have here on our bubble? The Fife Amendment against Patrick Zero. That was one of our top.
Yeah, I think he's sitting
Yeah,
at number 12 right now in the standings.
yeah.
You
Let's
could definitely bubble in.
yeah, for sure. Let's head on over to that one. I know Patrick Zero is on control, so maybe this one takes a little while, but we are here in game 2, and it looks like okay, Warriors. Warriors can definitely finish off a match pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Looking like Chaos Warriors.
Yeah, could be seeing the Tsukuyomi
Yeah.
and the Moth.
And the
I guess
Moth.
Moth is
Yeah,
sometimes in regular Warriors, but
that's true.
as 12th, so currently this is according to Challenge standings. Currently the Fife Amendment is the second highest 3-2 that we have, and we will have two 4-2s in the top 8. So there's a chance. But, Challenge tiebreakers and the real tiebreakers that we use could be completely different. So we don't super duper know.
Mm-hmm. I know in the Discord bot he's at 14, but 2 players ahead of him have dropped. So
Okay. That's why you got to stick it out. You get those good breakers, going into the last round. Sometimes you can make it in. I get, time is totally a thing, but
mm-hmm.
I've seen some crazy things happen with tiebreakers. Oh, heavy storm here. Okay. Could be making a push here. Yeah, call the Haunted down. I believe this is a face down BLS.
Yeah.
Can we pull out 3,600? Time is not a thing. We made it up. That's true. Kinda. Time is.
Well,
Oh,
I
I guess
don't
we
know about all
I guess we made
that.
up every. I was gonna say time is a measurement. Uh, so, but yeah, I guess we made up measurement and we made up the word measurement and the letters that go in the word measurement, and nothing of it actually has meaning unless we agree upon it. But if
Yeah,
we
but
want to get
the passing of
philosophical
time
here,
is but the passing of time is a thing, right? Even whatever we call it
yeah,
and whatever
for sure,
concept it is.
for sure.
I think even if we didn't invent this concept, the seasons are still changing. Sun is still going up and down.
That's true. That's true. The sleeves are actually skirting uh, the legality rules, I believe. Speaking of the pot of greed sleeves, I think they're allowed to be okay because they aren't just the card. It's the I know we've given out warnings and stuff because people have had sleeves that were like literally just the front face of the card. So that was like super confusing. But I think since you can technically differentiate these between the other cards, that they're totally legal. I can see the confusion though.
Yeah, yeah,
Personally, I think they look awesome.
yeah. They're the
But
anime versions, right? So
yeah. All right.
um,
Well, the Fife Amendment little missed here is going to be picking up this match against Patrick Zero, so could be seeing a top 8 bubble in here. Always feels much better to bubble into top 8 than bubble out, that's for sure.
mhm.
I've had my fair share of ninth places before, even in PWCQs.
Yeah. It is always nice to see a new face in the top cut, though.
Oh, for
I don't
sure.
think I've
Yeah.
heard of this player.
Yep. We've got, according to Challenge, I don't see these players making it in, but I got Ghost Rider against AJT. That could be a good one. Let's jump into that.
Yep.
Oh, we did have Grumple and Nate Dogg at 4-1. That's true. But
Yeah, I wonder.
we're here. We're here in game 2.
Wonder if Nate Dogg is also on the return strategy. I know he's a fan of that.
Could be. Yeah. Very well could be. It looks like Ghost Rider is very, very ahead here. It looks like we have a question for Gulaws coming in the chat too.
Yep.
Could be anything.
What's going on, Michael Gray?
Oh, Ghost Rider gonna take this one. So I guess we will get to go see Grumple and Nate Dogg.
Cool.
All right, it's Ghost Rider also on the bubble. Could make it in, could not. Who knows? Yeah, let's head on over to Grumple and Nate Dogg here. I see the Shining Angel, and that makes me think
Yeah, so he's
return.
return.
Yeah, Shining Angel Zaborg. Another Zaborg sighting today. Love it.
Did I hear the new Kanye song? I did not. What's it called? Maybe I'll listen to it later.
Improved meta night. How do you join these tournaments? So to join the PWCQs, you have to be subscribed to the GoFormat.com Patreon. So if you do that and then jump into the GoFormat.com Discord, you will have access to the WCQ Premium Tournament channel. And you can join. Signups usually go up the night before the tournament. But as long as you are subscribed to the Patreon and you link it with your Discord account, you should be good to play. But here in our game, Grumple is up a game, though that could be changing very soon here. Nate Dogg dropping BLS on the board. What round is this? This is round 6. Keeling, I'm going to assume you're trolling. But, this is our last round of Swiss. And then we'll cut to the old top 8. You all can see the round thing on here, right? I'm not just like hiding it accidentally on Streamlabs.
I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wrote 6 in the screen, but actually 2. Yeah, we're in round 2 here. It's off-centered a little bit, but I don't want to move it around because it's like it should be centered whenever it gets to the finals or whatever, and I don't want to have to move it again. So, oh, you're listening while driving. See, good person
There's
being
nothing wrong with the
responsible
little
over here, not looking at the screen.
wabi-sabi, right?
Do what? You broke up a little bit there, Gulas. Uh-oh. Is Gulas gone? Is the stream gone? Connection kind of died for a second. I don't know if that's just with the Discord call.
Can you hear me? Oh,
I hear you now. Okay, we're back.
Okay, yeah, it was cutting out for a sec.
Okay, weird.
Yeah,
I think
cool.
I may have had some connection issues there.
All good?
Yep, we are good.
Yeah, my phone is about it. I'm at 17%.
Better get that on the charger, Gulas.
I know I should.
For those
It is
of you,
kind of ridiculous. I do have a better mic that I'm just not setting up.
for those of you not aware, Gulas does not own a computer. Does everything from the phone. I honestly think your phone sounds fine. I know like phones get a bad rap for having bad voice quality nowadays, especially with like all the texting and everything, but you sound totally fine.
You will take that then.
Your battery, however, does not sound fine. That might need some help.
No, it's not. Got an old OnePlus something.
Man, I haven't I haven't upgraded my phone in a very, very long time. I've got like 2 buttons on the side that have completely fallen off to where like if my phone dies, I have to like get something small to stick in the little thing and hold it down to turn the phone on. Just like I'm riding this thing till it absolutely dies.
Any cracks in the screen?
No, actually,
Okay.
I have a Samsung Galaxy S10, which like when it was released, everyone was like, "This is the most fragile phone ever," because it like the screen actually goes off to the side a little bit, and I've never had a case on it, and no cracks. It's actually kind of a miracle.
Yeah.
And yes, Ice Queen Gulas has been playing Lockdown Burn from his phone this whole time.
Yeah, the secret is out.
It's kind of wild. I didn't even know you could play Dueling Book on your phone for a long time until someone mentioned it while I was playing them. I'm like, whoa, that seems like not what I want to do. But hey, if you get it down and that's what you prefer, more power to you.
Yeah. I think the craziest thing is I don't even go into time.
That's true. You are a professional at playing on mobile. Zaborg coming down here. It's a big Zaborg. Oh, clear one spy, clear the other. No, we've got a mirror force from Grumple. Okay. The spy lives on. 38 Mike, there is no app. You just gotta go online and play it.
Yeah, you got to use the browser.
Okay, we've got a fully stocked graveyard over here for Grumple. So Chaos Monster here could be big, but we're just gonna attack him for 1200 with the spy. No fear. Guess we've got a back row to protect potentially. Pot of
I
Greed,
agree.
pretty
That's touch
good.
pretty good. Yep.
MST still alive. Heavy still alive. We do see one copy of Return in the graveyard, though. So can't set up a big return here to blow it wide open.
Low attacking with spy is kind of interesting because you know your opponent is on angels.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a risk, but we do have Nate Dogg down to 3,800, so maybe we're just trying to set up some sort of a game shot here. Get a little chip in. And here comes a Chaos Sorcerer from Nate Dogg. Maybe we've got the other return already set. Hit this back row up with an MST right here. In the game. I guess it wouldn't in the game. So maybe we're not going to return just yet. Be 3,800, but Sangan coming down. Pretty good one. Get him for a nice little 1,000. Okay. So Nate Dogg gets the top deck of Pot of Greed, and then Grumple gets the top deck of Graceful Charity. I suppose that's fair. We do have Thunder Dragons, but we also have a Night Assailant to discard.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a lot to choose from here. We could get back one of our spies. I don't think
Probably
that's
just
it.
Maul, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get back the Moth, can recycle Graceful or Pot.
Well, the Moth is a little bit risky. I know Nate Dogg is a fan of mind controls.
Speaking of.
Speaking
We set Deco. Okay. Grumple knows. Still good for Nate Dogg, though, picking up a nice little plus here.
I feel like I've been jinxing the players. I've been getting all the calls right.
Right. Nate Dogg having to think. Doesn't have anything for a big push or just trying to decide how to play around the back row or something here. Now it looks like we're going in. I believe Mirror Force is gone. Yes. So these attacks are pretty safe. And we do have a Saku for the Sork. Sure. Do we have a Saku for the Sangan? No.
At least not one we want to use.
Yeah. I once again would like to make my point that I wish Dimensional Prison was in this format.
Dude, that would be nuts.
It'd make Chaos a whole lot more interesting, I think.
I think that would be a
Ooh.
staple 3 of in like every deck, right?
Would it? Maybe.
I think it's
It is quite powerful. I don't think it would break the format or anything. But it'd be
I
really
don't
good
know. I
against
have no idea.
it'd be really good against Sangan. Um it'd be really good to I don't know, keep people off of Chaos in some ways. It'd be interesting to
Yep.
see how that shook out. I know a lot of people think Deep Prison would be very, very good in the format. But here we have a heavy from Grumple. See if we can make a big play here and close this out. No. Nope, just the T set. Nate Dogg down to 2,400. And Ring is gone for Nate Dogg. Ring still totally live for Grumple, who is also rocking triple jar of greed strats. Return would most likely see a lot more play. That's true. Yeah, Return would definitely see more
Probably.
play if Deep Prison was legal. Which I think would be cool. I like Return for the different dimension.
Mm-hmm. Paired with but I feel like even like Saku is quite playable in Chaos Turbo, even if it isn't played too often in the main deck.
Sure.
I think Dimensional Fusion would be a step up of that.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, for sure. All right, here we do see that Moth from Grumple finally. And yeah, not a single Chaos monster from Grumple yet, so
Yep.
we're drawing into all of those. There's the Graceful Charity from the Moth. We're down to 9 cards in the deck. I'd imagine Grumple can do something pretty big here.
Yep. I think Karma Cut would see play too.
Yeah, Karma Cut definitely would be good.
Kind of like a Phoenix Wing Blast, but it actually deals with the solution for the problem.
Yep.
Can't target back rows or spells.
Yeah, as I say, it only hits monsters, which is the downside, of course, but played a little bit of Karma Cut in my time back in Burning Abyss. Sork taking out this Sangan.
Yep.
And still no pressure from Grumple. I mean, might just be sitting here whittling the board down little by little till we can drop a BLS and safely go for it. Or maybe all the power cards are just in the bottom 9. Who knows?
Certainly possible.
Here's Heavy from Nate Dogg. Raigeki break. Target the face down. Blade Knight out of here.
Yeah, I think the more important part about Karma Cut is that it gets rid of stuff from the graveyard, which is
Yeah, for sure.
a little tricky. So.
All right, Zaborg coming down. Clear this whole field here.
Yep.
Now Grumple might be in some trouble. Unless could be if it yeah. Okay, I was gonna say that could be a BLS in hand and just to end your day right here.
Mm. This Borg is such a house against Chaos decks if we can get it to resolve.
Yeah. That's there is the
There's
BLS and the Chaos Sorcerer.
And the Serpent.
All right, so that's there's big lethal. Nate Dogg had a Sork, man. All right. Grumple gonna take this one down. That puts Grumple at 5-1, right?
Think so.
Yeah, Grumple at 5-1. Okay. Apparently, for Grumple's sake, I just need to keep commentating PWCQs because he keeps topping them when I do. But that is gonna put Grumple on into our top 8. We'll have to see if Nate Dogg sneaks in. We have one match still going. We've got Steve and Charlie Coke. I think Nate put in the chat there. I won't. might be listening to the stream here.
Oof. Well, who
Never
knows?
say
Maybe you can
never.
sneak in though, right?
Yeah, never say never. We're in game 2 here.
Yep.
Okay. Look at one of these timer things here. 13 minutes ago we had 27. Oh wow. We're down to 1 match to go and we still have 14 minutes left in the round. All right.
Yeah, it seems like everything is moving on with a very good pace today.
Yeah, definitely a really good pace here. We are seeing Control against Chaos Turbo here. We've already had a Dark Balter sent to the graveyard. Breaker hitting a Mirror Force, a tale as old as time.
Yep.
Love that.
It
And
either hits Miraforce or hits Jar of Greed every time.
yes. Yeah. There is no in between. And I guess we know that face down because we are just confidently sending everything in, and we looks like we do. So we're going to even it up, go to a game 3 here. And yeah, these players also 4-1. So winner here is going to lock up a spot in the top 8. Loser's going to have to sweat it out a little bit.
Very true.
Karma Cut is the only card I have seen that looks good in gold rare. Well, Petty's in the chat. I'm going to let Petty fight that battle. Petty loves gold rare.
My unpopular opinion is I really like the speed dual arts. I don't know why. They're like matte finished, but I feel like the art is a little more nicer.
Yeah. Definitely little cleaner, maybe?
Yeah.
Better. I know what you're getting at. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like increased legibility.
Yeah. Grump Master Funk is in Top Cut again. That's one way to refer to yourself. Yeah. Congrats on the
I
top
don't think
row.
I've ever heard anyone else say that about you, but
Yeah, I've never heard that in my life. All right, we've got all 3 Thunder Dragons in the graveyard for Steve over here, thanks to a nice graceful charity. We've got a knock for this monster, and we are going to be playing a Mothless game. Okay, Keeling. Platinum rare greater than gold rare. I know for a fact you don't like platinum rare. Get out of here. We've had this conversation. Totally despise person that I know in person.
yep.
Get some moths out of here. We've got an Upstart Goblin. We have a set monster. And a back row. All right. We are taking this one nice and slow. All right. Flip up an in-face scapegoat. Maybe we've got a meta coming. First, we're going to have a pitch Thunder Dragon. And, oh, a creature swap. Okay.
Swap. Yeah.
Okay. This could be pretty big. And then, yep, crash the goat tokens. Let me pull up rule number 15 right real quick. Yes, they do both die.
Did they change that at some other point in the game?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I was reading it incorrectly earlier. I don't know if you were in the chat at that point. 2 0 attack monsters attack, and I'm like, well, hold on. And I was reading the rule, and I was like, no, those shouldn't die. But I was reading it incorrectly because it said it mentioned the modern game first, and in the modern game they
Yeah.
don't die
Hmm.
because like I guess they can't do damage to each other because they have 0
Yeah,
attack
it's
or
kind of
whatever.
like it's kind of like when Metapod fought Metapod and they just kept using Harden. They couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I was unpacking the rest of my stuff last night, and I had totally forgotten I have the old VHS tapes of
Hmm.
Pokemon the first movie and Pokemon 2000.
Okay.
Speaking of
Is
retro
2000 the
Pokemon stuff.
second one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Or yeah. 2000
Yeah,
second one.
it's the one where they are like capturing the birds, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, okay. You know, that movie's kind of unique because it's like the only Pokemon movie where the villain just gets away.
Yeah.
I guess outside of Mewtwo, but
Yeah. I mean, they crash as like plane or whatever, but I guess it's not a plane. It's some weird, it's some weird flying
like a
thing.
fortress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't really do anything to the dude.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the third Pokemon movie with the unknown.
Oh yeah, that one's good too. Yeah. I got to see all of those in theaters. And then I think
Yeah.
the fourth one's a Celebi movie, right? I think the
Uh,
Celebi
maybe
Suicune
it
thing.
is. Yeah, I think you're right.
It all goes downhill after that.
No, the fifth one is pretty good. It's the Latios one.
That's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you that. That one's pretty good. I'll give it to you. And then they just kind of like changed the style of the show after that, and it's just I don't know. It's a little different.
you didn't like the Deoxys one?
It was all right.
I just remember that one GIF of the Deoxys getting obliterated by the Hyper Beam, and it's so
Hmm.
funny.
I do like the Oxus. I think that's actually a very good design space for a Pokemon. It's really cool.
Yeah. And I am always a fan of Rayquaza, right? Nothing cooler than a snake dragon thing.
Yeah, big fan. Emerald was my favorite game to play, even though I grew up on first and second gen games. Emerald just such a good game. I love all of the Gen 3 stuff.
I agree. I think the Battle Frontier is like the first like challenging thing
Yes.
they ever did.
Yes,
Yeah.
Battle Frontier is awesome. I could not do it as a kid. Remember playing it on my Game Boy Advance SP, the good days.
uh
I guess I played Sapphire and Ruby on just the Game Boy Advance before the SP even came out.
yep. Yep.
Compared to Yu-Gi-Oh movies, Pokemon ones are Studio Ghibli. Yeah. Can't understand why every Go
Yeah.
format player has a thing about Pokemon. It could be just like a generational thing. Because, like, I don't know, a lot of the people that play Goat now played Goat back in the day as a kid or whatever. I think all of us are in sort of, well, not all of us, a good chunk of us are in like the same age group ish. So
Yeah.
just kind of
I
grew
mean,
up with it.
I'm a bit younger than a lot of players. But even then, like still like 2000s, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
We love nostalgia.
it's
That
true.
is true. We've we've gotten the game to a point where things might be happening. Um,
This is this is just the four top cut silliness that we need.
yeah, it's a bit easy to get off track when these grind fests are happening.
Yeah.
We're all 30. I'll have you know I'm 32.
Speak for yourself. I'm 25.
25, man. I remember when I was 25 and I didn't cry every time I rolled out of bed. Fun fact, Charlie Koch placed 9th after Swiss in the last 2 PWCQs. That sucks.
Wow. Yeah.
That sucks. Oh god, if Charlie Koch loses this one and places 9th again. Ooh. Dear Goat locals, they're all 22 to 32-year-olds. That's about right.
It's a good. Yeah.
22 I would say was a bit younger than the average for Go format. Obviously, there's no age range that you have to be to play the format.
True.
But
There's that one kid that plays in Michigan, and he's like 12 years old, and he's cooking all these players.
yep. Nate Dogg, you got to believe. You got to believe that you'll make the top 8 or you won't. I'd like to see you return in the top 8. I would not mind seeing you in there. That is for sure.
It's true.
It's my channel age statistics. Last I checked, it was like early to mid 30s. God, I don't even know where to find that. Probably under analytics. I don't know. I don't need to go down the. Oh, I found it. 25 to 34 is 71% of my viewers. 35 to 44 is 15%, and 18 to 24 is 12.8%. So yeah, 25 to 34, overwhelming majority. That's not surprising to me.
Yeah. Do you have any people watching that are above 50?
Above 50?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe. 45 to 54 is 1.1%. So depending on where they land on that. I've got some 13 to 17-year-olds too.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing above
Shout
55.
out to all the dads and moms watching.
Yep. Mother's Day tomorrow. Shout out to the
It's
moms. And give the dads a shout out on Mother's Day as well. May as well. But especially the moms.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out all the parents and the moms.
Cool to see that Aunt is still watching. That's funny. All right. Sort coming in. Steve down to 1,200. Charlie Koch trying to make it not a third 9th place in a row. Sneed. Let's see. No, time has been called. Okay. That's good for Charlie Koch. The bad part is his Chaos Sorcerer. Ring is still live. Okay. No, that's right here. Ring is the second card in the graveyard. Ring is not still live. So may need a little bit more here. Do I have any female subscribers? 0.7%. Yes. Who knows how accurate that is? But
Yeah.
Raigeki break coming on down. Get rid of Solemn Judgment. Okay. I don't think that's one that was going to be activated here anyway, more than likely, being in time. Well, I guess Solemn would still leave Charlie Coke at a higher life total, so. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it deals with something, so.
See how Steve wants to play this. Definitely having a big think. Of course, when you've got top 8 on the line, you want to make sure that you're getting everything right here.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Card destruction.
Playing in time is definitely a skill in itself.
Rolled a 3 but didn't pick the middle. What's the point of rolling? Yeah. I had someone argue with me about Delinquent Duo one time in a ladder match where I played Duo and I didn't roll because I never roll for Duo. And I picked a card, and my opponent insisted that I had to roll. So I rolled a number that could not even be close to the number or to the card that I picked first. There's no rationale for it, and I still picked the same card. They're like, that can't be it. I'm like, no, that's the card I assigned 6 to. No. It's like you can argue with it. The hand was completely randomized and everything. It wasn't doing anything shady, but I just thought it was funny that they made me roll for Duo. So I'm like, okay, sure. All right, Charlie Cook gonna take the match. So Charlie Cook is gonna be moving on to our top 8 here. Let's see. Well, we have challenge standings, but that is not official. Ivan Rosito dropped to 4-2. Okay. Okay, so we have Ivan, Dingo Sig, Steve. We have the FIFA Mimic, Karim, Wolf, Nate Dogg, all at 4-2. Ghost Rider at 4-2 as well. All right, so we will wait until we get our top 8 finalized here, and then we'll be moving on to that. 3 more rounds of this PWCQ. Get the old exclamation point going for the top 8. See, now it's nice and centered on the screen.
Kind of like the off-centered screen.
Well,
Adds a little charm.
I'm sorry. Sorry, it's gone. I guess I could move it all the way over to the right, but
You just put it in the middle of the screen.
yeah. Right in the middle. Make it so big you can't see the hand of the red corner player. Yeah. What's in the hand? Ah, well, we're in the top 8. So we've got all the relevant information on the screen, I promise.
It's probably pretty good if it's in the top 8.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Nate Dogg says they got 10th? Where do we see the...
It might be
I
in the
don't see
bot commands.
Please visit bot commands. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have our top 8. This can't be right. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong round. Okay. Is this it? Okay, yeah. We do have our top 8. I believe I'm looking at the right thing. 25 standings. Yeah, this is after round 6. Okay. In first place, 6-0, we have Matt Uber on Reasoning Gate. Nice to see that finishing off undefeated. In second place, we have Don't Copy. Third place, we have Tin Ply. Fourth place, Grumple Stiltskin. Fifth place, Mckells Samino. Sixth place, we have Charlie Coke. Seventh, we have Dingo Sig. And getting in there at 8th place, Ivan Rosito. So our
There we go.
our two X2s that made it were Dingo, Sig, and Ivan. Steve coming in 9th, Nate Dogg in 10th. So unfortunate for the people that bubbled out, of course, but we do have our top 8 here, and we've got some big names. This should be a good time. Let me get the top 8 bracket loaded up here for me.
Letting
All right.
Ivan squeak into that 8th place might be a little scary.
Yeah,
Very
definitely
tough player.
has to play against Matt Uber though. I think that's the one we want to watch, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. We got Ivan against Matt Uber, and like that's the one that's going to finish up the quickest probably anyway. Maybe. I guess the RGT deck can grind a little bit. But here we are in our top 8 match. We have Matt Uber versus Ivan Rosito. Of course, Ivan on Chaos Turbo, as I'm sure is shocking all of you. And we have Matt Uber on Reasoning Gate Turbo. All right, Ivan with a nice little T set and a pass. And Matt Uber leading on the Reasoning.
We usually don't see that.
Yep, may just have a busted hand over here.
Could be.
Let's try 4. Can you imagine a Bizer Shock? Oh, Stein.
That is not a 4.
It's Stein into Master of Oz. Tribute for Bizer Shock. Megamorph. We do know there is a Megamorph. And okay, no Prio from the Cyberstein. Love it. It's a thing that doesn't happen that often, but can definitely be correct sometimes. Don't want a Stein, Prio, and a Master of Oz and then just get ringed. But we are activating now. See what we opt to go for. Didn't have a True Nade or a Heavy Storm or anything to protect, but Gatling Dragon makes sense to me.
Oh, and we're just going for it.
We are indeed going for it. There's one heads. There's 2 heads.
There's 2 heads. You're kind of worried now.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We lose everything. So basically this turn, Matt Uber paid 5,000 life points to let Ivan Rosito gain 1,000 life points and destroy a monster.
Yep.
Would you play a card in your deck that said destroy target monster, your opponent gains 1,000, you lose 5,000?
Oh, I don't know, man. I think at that point you really got to start considering Tribute to the Doomed.
But it's clean 1-for-1 removal. Think about the card advantage, Gulas.
It's true. It's true. I was having this debate the other day, and I want to say not the other day, but like a month ago in War League, and there was like this whole discussion about would you start with an additional card if it meant you were down 7,000 life points and your opponent couldn't play burn, obviously.
No.
And I don't know, between me and you, I think one card is not the equivalent of 7,000 life points. I think 7,000 is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, can I post the top 8 bracket? Yeah, I can post it. I can pull it over to you really quick. Got our top 8 bracket right here. Matt Uber and Ivan up here. Winner will play the winner of Grumple and Mckells Samino. And we have Don't Copy against Dingo Sig down here. And the winner of that will play the winner of Tin Ply and Charlie Coke. And now back to our regularly programmed Dueling Bulk match. Worst exiled force ever. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Yeah, because Reasoning actually just went right into Cyberstein. We didn't even mill anything juicy.
Yeah.
I gave the link. It's right there in the comments or in the chat.
It'd be kind of interesting if he played upstart first and then reasoning.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little interesting. Interesting debate on like whether you should do that.
Mm-hmm.
Can definitely see both of it because one can like, I guess reasoning is just, I don't know. Reasoning is more random, but there's no link for us. Is it not? Can you see it in the chat, Gulas?
No, I can try posting it. Let me see.
Oh, maybe it. YouTube may have eaten it. I see it. I see it on my end. But the bot might be destroying the link. Ivan going in here. Looks like Ivan's going to pick up this game 1. Yep. All right. Matt Uber with a not very powerful start, summoning Gatling Dragon and having it blow up your entire board. It's not really how you draw it up.
Here's
Yep.
a link. Hopefully that one works.
I don't see your link either.
Okay then.
Sorry. It's just eating the link up. I'm not really sure how else I can get it in there. I guess I could I could post it like with like a space after the period and .com. Maybe that'll do it.
Try that.
We'll give it a shot. All right. If you all can see that, that is the link with a space after the dot in .com. Maybe that'll work. Can you see that, Gulas?
Oh, you posted? No, I couldn't see anything. I posted another one too, and it didn't work, I guess.
Okay, well. Oh well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We'll have to. I know how to fix that on the bot because I have the same bot for my stream. But I can't get into anything, so. Unfortunate. YouTube eating good tonight. All right, Ivan Rosito leading on an Upstart Goblin as Matt Uber in the RGT deck just goes turn 1, set a monster pass. Love it. Could be anything. Could be a nice time for a Cyberjar. Flip Cyberjar, summon Visor Shock. Get in there. Oh, leading on a True Nade. Okay. Okay. No chain from Ivan.
There's reasoning.
There is the reasoning.
See
What
if we
do
can
we
get a
get
copy
here?
of Exiled for us.
Another copy of Exile Force. Goes into Stein, flips 3 heads, just kills all 3 of our own monsters, leaves Ivan with the face down. One-sided Final Destiny. I guess that gets the cards in the hand too.
Yeah. Is there a card that just like discards your whole hand and does nothing? Or practically nothing?
The Cheerful Coffin lets you discard up to 3 cards.
Oh, that's pretty close, yeah.
That's about as close as we get, I think. Oh, there's the Sangan. Okay. We were talking about sacking that for Visor Shock earlier. Or Monster Gate, yeah. Okay. So now
Quite
hit
good.
whatever. Sangan goes and gets Visor Shock.
There's a
Or
visor.
I guess we can just hit the visor shock. Okay. Well, now Sangan can
But
go
now you
get.
return your own set.
That's true.
Hmm.
Sangan can go get Stein though. So all right.
Megamorph is game.
Yeah, Megamorph would do it here. We still haven't normal summoned either.
Maybe just
Megamorph.
normal summon this time. Yeah.
Let's go. We have the Megamorph lethal. Love to see that. And United we stand? Sure. Let's just let's play around this Karibo.
True.
Gotta attack with the Master of
True.
Oz first. We do get in there. All right. Yeah, Nate Dogg got the link in there. I don't know. Yeah, there's no shot Ivan has Karibo. There's no way. Yeah, if you can play around the Karibo, yeah, there's no reason not to in those positions, at least the best that you can. I agree.
Yep. Unless you're revealing some serious goo, right? Then maybe
That's
you can
true.
conceal info.
That's true. I don't know if I'd say United We Stand's probably an expected card. Definitely
Yeah,
seen that in Matt Uber list before. It's kind of just a good card in general. I like United We Stand a lot.
Yeah, can definitely show up in like control decks and things that play like Scapegoat Spy.
Yeah. If Ivan had Karibo, I'd call for a deck check on the spot. Yeah. Reminds me of the U.S. Nationals whenever Jarrell Winston was playing Doom Caliber Knight in the main deck, and no one was playing Doom Cal at that point. And I think he said he had a judge call 4 times.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Just because he played it game 1, and they're like, "There's no way."
That's the guy that played Exodia at Worlds, right?
Yep. And that's that same Worlds is where we get Jadge as the meme for judge, because they had a judge call in one of the games on stream, and they on the official stream they put Jadge call. And I will always say Jadge for a judge call. Not whenever I'm yelling judge, but whenever I'm memeing around.
Yep, for sure.
It was lethal without Megamorph. That's funny. Yeah. The United We Stand would have done it.
That's true.
Matt Uber having to think. We have a swords from Ivan. We've got a face down monster and a back row too. Swords from Matt Uber, okay. Get your Spider-Man memes out. Gravekeeper Spy from Ivan as well. Alright, so we got some good protection over there. And a face
It's like
down from Matt Uber.
don't copy, beat the world champ.
Oh, that was fast.
Is that what they said?
Yep. Yeah, it appears Don't Copy is moving on. We'll play the winner of Tin Ply and Charlie Coke, but I don't think that match has started. Or no. No, I think game 1's over. There's some sort of judge thing going on here.
I see.
Unable to side for game 2. tried 3 times, I get error, there was a problem, your deck has been reset.
Hmm.
Dueling book currently not loading for me. Okay, all right. 10 Ply just said back in. All right, so hopefully the rest of that match goes smoothly.
Yeah, there's sometimes like a siding glitch, so what they could do is they could go into the game and immediately go side or take a draw or whatever. They agree on that.
Yeah, MMF said just open up a new match, go to game 2.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. We have the technology. We're at a standstill here in this game, though. I haven't taken some time to think it over.
Contributing.
We do have Thunder Dragons in hand, but there's no way Ivan's playing Zaborg.
Uh, I wonder if he's on like Thunder Dragon plus meta.
Oh, could be. That'd be very good here. I hear Dark Balter is good against the spell deck.
That is very true. Could also just be like a setup for, I don't know, like BLS or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
looks like that might be what it is. What if we just have both?
But
BLS
definitely
coming
have
down.
both.
Set Cyberstein, okay. Little heavy storm. Ooh. Alright. Going in for damage.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say from Matt Uber here, we could have a little heavy storm snatch steal action. We don't quite get Matt Uber out of Stein range. I'm not sure if he's playing a second Stein.
Very possible. I think a lot of these decks they usually play two.
Yeah, I know the usual machine gate ones play too. But Matt Uber has an interesting build.
Yeah.
could very well be a second one in there. It wouldn't surprise me. But we are mind controlling the BLS, so that's how we're choosing to deal with it. We're under a little bit of pressure here. 2800's not nothing. One more attack gets you out of Stein range.
Mm-hmm.
But
Has
also,
Matt Uber played does he play Return from the Different Dimension? Or not Return,
Dimension
Dimension
Fusion?
Fusion?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So this BLS getting banished is not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bad feeling. Usually Dimension Fusion, whoever plays it just wins the game, but give your opponent a BLS. Here you go, have this for free.
Yep.
And we're back over to Ivan's turn. See if Matt Uber has some sort of a defensive card here. Maybe. Nope. Don't have anything else, at least from main 2 on. Took the damage. Full 2800 down to 34. There's 1 turn left on the swords, but like might not get another turn, right?
Deal.
Okay.
Do we have a meta play or something? Are we tributing? Okay.
Okay. This would be a good time for a DMOC, not a Cyberstein.
That's the worst card in the deck, probably.
Yeah, so we do have multiple Cybersteins. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was just 1 or 2. Swords is going away. But, I mean...
Yeah, it's very, very tough to come back from.
Yeah, you'd have to think Ivan is just big advantage here.
Yeah, if you're ooh, and the Faith. If you're Matt Uber, you want to see like a reasoning right now again, or like a jar or something to get something started.
Yep. And hope you get to live until that turn, honestly. There could be like a scapegoat or something set, of course.
Yeah, for sure. And this isn't lethal on the board anyways, and BLS is gone, so.
Yep. believe Ivan still has one Thunder Dragon in hand. Yeah, one Thunder Dragon in hand. Okay. How many of these players currently have an invite? I think Mckells Samino might be the only one.
Does Charlie Coke get one for getting second at Worlds?
Oh, yes. I believe second place also gets an invite.
Okay,
I can double
I
check
think
my
it might
list
be
here.
those two.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's those two. Yes. Here's a list of all of the invites so far. Charlie Coke does have an invite. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
And Mckells Samino has an invite. I think that's it.
Yep.
Yeah, don't copy.
Kind of crazy. We're almost at the midpoint of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, we're closing in on Worlds, I guess.
Yeah, 5 more months.
Double checking the decks here because you asked about Reasoning Gate earlier. Nope. Reasoning Gate does not have. Oh, it does. Reasoning Gate has one from GGP Osprey.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Svenny Boy.
That was second place, right? Maybe. I don't know.
It doesn't say. Yes, I think it was. Yeah, it was second place.
Okay.
Figuring out how to decipher this spreadsheet that's in German when I don't speak German.
I need to ask return winner for the link again.
I can send it over to you.
Okay.
That's the exact link that I'm using. All right, let's pull up chat here again. We are still fighting it out, Matt Uber. We've got Book of Moon for a brain-controlled moth. Okay.
I like it. Probably want to pull out a Reasoning or something, right?
Could just be Monster Gate.
Oh, yeah, Gate for sure. Oh, yeah, because it's brain controlled, not mind controlled.
Raigeki Break the Moth. Ooh. Yeah, I don't hate that play.
100%, yeah.
And yep, pass the turn. So you're 2,300. We know about a Thunder Dragon in hand, right?
Yeah, believe
Could
so.
just be posturing. Could be a scapegoat. Who knows? We have another update. 10 Ply is moving on to the top 4, and Ivan Rosito is also moving on to the top 4. So we will jump into that top 4 match here.
Very nice.
We are moving right along here. Still waiting on the winner of Grumple, Silskin, and Mckells Samino to find Ivan an opponent. Let's see. Yep, we've already got our match loaded up here. Very nice, very nice. All right, jumping into this, we do see a Blade Knight with a couple of back row on 10 Ply's side. And don't copy starting their first turn. So pretty good. Pretty decent spread of decks here. In our top, we have Control, Turbo, RGT, and Warriors all represented.
And we had a return. Oh, you said return, sorry.
Oh, I didn't say return. Yeah, we have return as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Love to see some good deck diversity in a top 8. Always
Yep.
nice. A little bit less warrior than I would have thought at the beginning of the tournament. We really didn't see a whole lot of warrior decks in the field.
Yeah, it seems like it's been winning like every event. So maybe
Mhm.
people are afraid to bring it again and thought everyone was gonna be over prepped.
That's totally fair.
I don't mind it. We can take a break.
No, we
I
must
could
always
still
have warrior.
realistically win this whole. Could still realistically win this whole event, right? 10 plays on Warrior.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It'd be 3 PWCQs in a row, at least.
Yeah.
Warrior best deck.
I think, yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Here comes a level 2. Mirror Force is in the graveyard. Gonna need an answer for that, and that's just gonna be an easy +1. Okay. We'll take the easy +1 for 500, Alex. And Blade Knight getting in for a nice 2K chunk. We don't have Thunder Dragons over here for Don't Copy, so. Got a handful of 5 real cards now. And Snatch still on Blade Knight. Okay. See if we have a clean Dust Tornado or something for that. Appears not.
Could be waiting though.
No, I'm just gonna Saku it. So
Let's do
Don't
it.
Copy picking up a nice little +1 there. And then a Graceful
And then
Charity.
out
Okay.
charity. Yep.
Interesting. See what we discard. We discard BLS and Raigeki
And
Break.
break.
Oh, okay.
You just need a light, I guess, for
I guess
sorcerer.
so. We really want to get this level 2 off the board.
Yeah.
This is quite aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, oh, does he have a set? He doesn't have a set.
Yeah, that seems.
Maybe he could have waited.
Yeah. I get the idea behind it, but it's definitely an aggressive play. I do like me some aggressive plays, but.
Yeah. Speaking of aggressive plays, top deck Blade Knight is quite good, especially when you're
Yeah.
on an open board. And now 2 Chaos Monsters are gone, right? So
Yeah.
suddenly we have a situation where Don't Copy's on the back foot.
Yep. Oh.
Exiled? Ooh.
Ooh. Blade Knight top deck, Exile top deck, just like that. Going to game 2. All
Yeah.
right. Warriors a game away from yet another finals appearance. And still no opponent for Ivan. So we may have a player in the finals before one of our top 8 matches finishes. That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. At least we get more coverage of both
Yeah.
the semifinal matches.
Yeah, that would be cool to see both of them in their entirety and just kind of follow, because like we started at the top of the bracket with Matt Uber and Ivan, then we could just kind of follow the entire top bracket. Kind of cool.
True.
But 10 Ply still siding for game 2, so we'll see when we get into this one.
Plenty of GOAT to still be played. Plenty of GOAT this month, actually, right? Next week is the 3v3. And I believe there's a GGP followed by another GGP, right?
Yes. 2 European, I think there are 2 European GGPs. There might just be
Think
one.
so.
Yeah, we have the 3v3. And then we have something at least. I need to pull that up because this is actually good information to have.
Sweet.
Yeah, we have GGP Athens on the 18th, and then we have Munich on the 24th.
Very
And
fun.
then on the 31st, we have Atlanta. So yeah, lots and lots of GOAT to be played.
Well, actually, it seems like there's just like a ton of GGPs because right after Atlanta, there's Tijuana, followed by
Yep.
Detroit and Maryland.
Yep. Yep. I'll be making it out to Atlanta and Detroit for sure. Maybe not Maryland. Well, that's a little far for me. We'll see. But excited to have you come down to Atlanta.
Yeah,
Eat some
it's
Panda
true. I could
Express
finally
with the
do
boys.
a base reveal. Well, you've seen what I look like, right? I think maybe, I don't know.
Were you not on your World's Player card for last season?
Yeah, I was. Okay.
Okay, we've all seen you. We know what Gulaz looks
Yeah.
like.
Secret is out. Yep.
I haven't seen you past that though. So
Yeah, for sure.
all right, a little bit of a back and forth to start this game. We have a widespread ruin. Okay, I haven't seen that from the control deck or from the turbo deck in a bit. It's gonna take out the Kaiku.
Yep.
And pick up some Thunder Dragons here. Into MST, all right. Tsukiyomi. That's the best we got. Okay. A little bit of 1100 damage here. Not too bad. Don't copy is like, 8 billion cards ahead here, so maybe just don't need to get too aggressive.
What are your thoughts on Night Assailant still being in the game after game 1?
See, I'm not a turbo player by any means. So like I always thought like Night Assailant was totally fine. I get why you would cut it, but I don't know. Maybe it seems like, baseline it could just be fine. Maybe don't copy is opting to not side quite as much for Warrior.
I think the argument against it is oftentimes you're protecting your sets from Blade Knight with the Battle Trap, but if you kill the Blade Knight with the Battle Trap,
Yeah,
your Night Assailant can't really kill anything else.
that makes sense. Yeah, I know people do opt to side it out quite a bit in the matchup, but again, I'm not really I'm not a turbo player by any means.
Yeah.
Maybe we're trying to maximize the data on card destruction.
That could be it, actually.
We have the
Certainly
Jog
pretty
still
good
in the
here.
deck too. I know a lot of people like to cut Jar of Greed in the matchup.
Ooh, and a Torrential.
Nice Torrential here. Get rid of Spy. Love to see that as the Warrior player.
Yep.
And just a set monster. No pressure from Don't Copy here. Mind Control is this number 2? It sure is. We get a Sangan this time. Not great. Not great.
Yep. One of the cons of Mind Control, right? Whiffing and seeing that cheeky guy on the screen.
Yeah. Sangan and Sinister Serpent, just the bane. Okay, we have a Call of the Haunted here. Block this Sangan attack, get a Kaiku on the board. Kaiku always welcome against the turbo deck. Now here comes Tribe. That'll clean up the Kaiku. Or not. We have a Solemn Judgment. Okay. We are protecting the king. Got a whole bunch of cards over here for Don't Copy, though. I would imagine it's going to be tough for Ply to pull this out, but, you know, definitely possible. A little Heavy Storm into a Blade Knight. Just that right there could help quite a bit. Ooh, Mobius.
Mobius.
We brought in
Okay.
Mobius against Turbo. It's interesting. Get
Oh, we're
Heavy
going
Storm
+2
and
with it.
Saku. Ooh. All right, and a BLS.
Is
Is this lethal? It is.
That's nuts.
Wow. Well, I said Heavy Storm Blade Knight. What I meant was Mobius BLS. Oh, there's the Heavy Storm and the Blade Knight. Okay. All right. 10 Ply gonna be punching a ticket onto the finals, and we're gonna be moving back to the top 8 because Grumpelstiltskin and Mckells Samino have not finished their match.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we still have our top 8 match going.
That's nuts.
Grumple just wanted some extra stream time here. Streamlabs, that's what I want. All right, let's back this up to top 8. There we go. Okay, so we are in game 3. There is that at least.
Yep.
What do we
Grumple
have
is taking
going
his
here?
first hit all game.
We have no Thunder Dragons in hand for Grumple. They're all gone, but we see a Desert Sunlight from Grumple. That's an interesting one. Mind Control getting rid of Chaos Sorcerer here. BLS and Chaos Sorcerer are both gone from Mckells. Okay, so we have 2 Chaos Monsters left for Grumple. 1 left for Mckells Samino here. All Trinity is gone for Mckells, and just Graceful Charity for Grumple. So
Insidious in the comments was saying it's either me or Grumple in the commentary. It'd be kind of nuts if Grumple was commentating and playing at the same time.
Can confirm it is very hard to commentate your games and do well in a tournament at the same time.
Especially other people's games.
Yeah. Jumping around giving commentary on another game while you're trying to play your game, that'd be insane.
Yeah.
I know, like, in Magic the Gathering, there are a lot of like different tournaments that they don't fire at the same time, but they'll overlap a lot, and you'll see some of their streamers like double and triple queuing in tournaments. Kind of a little bit of that action. Kind of wild. Just like switching back and forth between tabs.
Exactly.
Okay, Spy coming down. And we have a Moth, okay. Pot of Greed. Well, I said Trinity was gone, but I must have been lying. And we have a Mind Control, okay. That's worth noting, though. Grumple only needs to deal 700 damage here. So...
And this Moth is staying in attack mode unless we see a Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, it sure is.
Or a Book of Moon.
Yeah. Yeah, Book of Moon not gone for Mckells if they were playing it. Get in here for a little bit of damage, 1500. There's the Golem Sentry. Grumple out here on the Gulaz tech.
I love Golem Sentry.
I do too. I think we we play it for very different decks, but do love me some Golem Sentry.
Yeah.
All right, we're bouncing the spy. Unfortunately, Golem Sentry is not enough to take out 700 damage, but Tsukuyomi is. So if we don't have an answer right here, Grumple's going to be moving on to the top 4 to play against Ivan. And we have Ring of Destruction. Yeah, okay. Little -2 to save your tournament. Where do you find info about GGPs? We should have all of the GGPs in the event tab on the goatformat.com Discord server. All right, looks like a pass from Gulaws after we get a back row down there. Mckells definitely not attacking with the spy. Attacking a Golem Sentry here would not end well. Thank you, Jesse. Always fun to help out with the streams. Happy to have Gulaws in here. One of our newest members of staff.
We're commanding everything through the mobile device world. Got to do some representation.
We had to bring in the expert to see how things might work on phones.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to Raigeki break and hit card destruction. Okay, it appears we found our last Chaos Monster for Mckells Samino, so we can take out this Golem Sentry, but the question is, do you even attack with the Spy? You're 400? Take a look here. Tribe still
Tribe
exists.
hasn't been used.
Tribe hasn't been used. Breaker hasn't been used.
Although Tribe would be the game regardless, right?
That's true. I guess you got Breaker then to worry about. But Tsukuyomi is one of the cards in hand for Grumple.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. It's you have to get the game over, but you also don't want to lose the game. So, it's kind of one of those interesting spots. It's like flip a coin, figure it out.
And we have seen Ceasefire come up in a lot of these turbo decks, right? So it's very possible it could come and sneak in, take that last 400.
I think we had big lag. Oh. Okay. Oh. Well, that sucks. It's just like pops up, boop, Grumple wins. Here's a BLS several turns later. I think it was probably just the next turn, actually. Yeah. Attacked over the Golem Sentry.
Like 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, set a monster. Yep. That's gonna be it for our top 8. We are moving on to top 4 match number 2. Ivan against Grumple in a turbo mirror, but Grumple has the Golem Sentry, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say Grumple's favorite here. Just gonna go out on a limb, support my Golem Sentry.
Yeah, Golem Sentry could definitely be a powerful card, especially if you win the die roll and can open it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely huge tempo play if you get to set all of your stuff, but your opponent never really gets to resolve any of their flips.
Yep.
Very nice. All right. Change this back to top 4. And we are waiting on Grumple and Ivan to host up. Winner of this gets to take on Warriors, and we get to see if Chaos Turbo has made enough changes to swing the matchup. Was this Grumple? Did Grumple top 4 the last one? I think he top 4'd.
He might have.
So yeah. 2 top 4s in a row. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Question is, will he be able to clean it out and then get his invite to the World Championship?
Would love to see Grumple in the World Championship for sure. Ivan and Grumple build their decks together? I don't know. Did Ivan sign off on this Golem Sentry?
Well, Golden Sentry plus Desert Sunlight.
Yeah, that just screams Ivan. It is
Does,
interesting
does
that they know each other's list, though.
does Desert Sunlight work with Golden Sentry?
No,
Okay,
no,
that's what I
it has to
figured.
be flip summoned.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Could you imagine how good Pac-Man would be if the monsters didn't have to be summoned? They could just be flipped face up.
Right.
Oh, Grumple did have the gravity bind too. Yeah, I've seen Ivan talking about gravity bind, that's for sure.
I think that's originally a TK idea.
Yeah, I saw
So
TK was the first person that I saw championing that. That's for sure. Seen Karim took it to the GGP in Lexington and top forward with it, just one copy in the side.
yeah, could definitely be reasonable. I don't know if it's necessarily better or worse than swords. Just the idea of not being able to attack could definitely be a pain, but I don't know. Maybe it's good enough. Lasts forever, right? Till it's
Yep.
destroyed.
I think one of the more interesting things that I've seen or that someone's brought up whenever we were talking about it, I think it was actually me and Karim and a couple other people. You could like play more kinetic soldiers to go along with it. Because if you're bringing it in
Yep.
against Warrior, that attacks under it, and it's just really good in the matchup. Obviously, it's an Earth. It's not a Dark, so you get that. But
Mm-hmm.
interesting idea. Okay, we have our match here.
Yep. Yeah, messenger piece could definitely also be an option other than bind, right?
Yeah, I think the reason that people were playing bind, because someone brought up level limit area B as being better as well, and just the option to not have gravity bind face up as information for the opponent can be quite big.
Yep.
But here we see Ivan going first, ripping off that trap dust shoot, everybody's favorite card in the Chaos Turbo Beer. We have Spy, Saku. Oh, so we do see main deck Saku. Okay. Spy, Saku, Snatch, Break, Faith, and Night Assailant. All right. See what we want to send back here. It's not the world's greatest Faith, but
Yeah,
the
there's no spells really.
Night Assailant's looking pretty good here with the Raigeki break. But then, if Ivan has an answer for the Spy, then maybe you don't care about the Night Assailant as much. Okay, we're going to send back Spy. All right. I was kind of hoping the Spy would stay so that we could get it knocked and we could play a spyless Turbo Mirror, but here we are.
No, I think this makes sense. If you don't have any cards in your graveyard to pitch off the Night Assailant for, it's not the greatest thing to set. And if this is like a deco or something, you're gonna draw off the deco anyways, right? So you don't care about trading it with a Night Assailant.
Sure. Oh, that's true. Part of the gravity bind thing is you're siding in the control package as well, so you can always attack with a tear. I totally forgot about that. That was definitely part of the discussions for the card.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we get rid of the Saku. And then we just set another monster for Ivan, so. I would normally say it's like maybe Night Assailant or Sinister Serpent as that first set, but if we got rid of this, well, I guess it could still be Night Assailant, and we just got rid of the Spy, because, yeah, I guess it could still be Night Assailant.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Definitely not Deco, that's for sure. There's Deco, though. Did you know Grumple was playing Sakuretsu in the main deck before you said that it was a totally playable card in Chaos Turbo?
No, I like to play with Golem Sentry too, so I didn't know he was on Golem Sentry, but I think if he's on it, it makes sense.
Yeah, protect the Golem Sentry. That does make a lot of sense. Well, Ivan looking pretty all right here to start the game. Got the pressure going. Okay. See if we've got anything flashy here. Just kind of one of those.
Yep.
It is Night Assailant. Okay.
Yep, makes sense.
All right. We hit the other Night Assailant too. All right. So we still know Saku's gone. We know about Snatch, Raigeki Break, and Magician of Faith.
Yep.
All right. Let's see if we can get in there for 1600 damage.
Now I'm wondering what the reasoning behind Desert Sunlight is. I haven't really messed around it with too much in Turbo, but
It's generally whenever I've used it, it's mostly for like of course it wasn't an aggro matchup that Grumple was playing when we saw it. But a lot of times it's good against, like level 2. Stuff like that.
okay.
They attack in, you flip it, they
Yeah.
take damage, you get your effect, you get to keep your monster, all that good stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
Alright, we are summoning Deco. Pryo? We are attacking over Night Assailant, okay?
Yep.
Priority was not used. And another Deco from Ivan, okay. So we have the Deco show going here. See how we decide to move forward here.
Heavy Storm. I'm gonna go for game.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely... Oh, Raigeki Break. Yeah, we pitched the light. Oh, we already had a light in the graveyard. We're gonna book. We're gonna book Deco, okay.
Draw another card, I guess.
Yep, protect from ring and 23, 14, plus 14. That is good enough for lethal here.
Mm-hmm.
And Decos are very good in mirror. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Can confirm. Dekoichi very good in the turbo mirror. For sure.
Yeah. Interesting to see Book of Moon as well in the main deck. I'm personally a fan of the card.
Yep.
But I know a lot of Chaos Turbo players do not like it just because it's a minus, but
yeah. I mean, it's also good, if you're prepping for Warrior, it is good against level 2. So it's another card you can just add in there for it, I guess.
Yeah. I'm a fan. I just think it's such a versatile card.
Yeah, same. Always been a big fan of Book of Moon. And a lot of times, you can make up for that -1 and turn it into a 1-for-1. I know Turbo's not the deck that attacks the most, or has the most power, but as far as
Yeah.
attacking goes. So it makes it a little bit harder to get it, but like if you're just attacking over a level 2, I mean, sometimes you can just
Mhm.
take that out. The book is Alvarado's signature card now. Yep. That's what happens when you win worlds with it. See Upstart Goblin coming down for Grumple here. And we have Trap Dust Shoot from that side. Make book great again? It's always been great. Sorry,
Yep.
we can't make it great again if it's always been great. We have Sork, Tribe, Mirror Force, Knock, Breaker, Spy. All right, pretty clean games without the Trinity so far.
Mhm. Although Dust Shoot is a good consolation prize.
Yeah. A lot of people talk about card destruction being, the fourth Trinity. Why not Dust Shoot? So we sent back the Tribe, but we have a Knock here. So let's see if we want to Knock.
Wonder if this is a set Spy.
Yeah.
If you knock it,
Yeah,
your Spy is not really getting any value.
sending back the Tribe initially made me think it was Spy, but then there's a Knock in the hand. Okay, so it is Spy. Okay. So
yeah, exactly.
we are stranding one Spy in Ivan's hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty nice for Grumple. Can't get any extra value out of it. It's just that's what, an Aquamador? 1200, 2000?
Yep.
Couldn't get my brain off a Giant Soldier of Stone. I'm like, no, that's 1300 attack. There's got to be a 1200.
It's also level 3, which is pretty relevant, actually.
Oh, you mean Giant Soldier? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird. It has more attack than Aquamador. They were released in the same set, but Soldier's a level 3 and Aquamador's a 4.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Madcap actually did play one of these. I think it was a PWCQ.
Mm-hmm.
Some tournament. It was playing Panda Burn, I think, with a copy of Giant Soldier in the side for Warrior. It's a big butt for Warrior. And it can still attack under level limit and gravity bind.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Is he the highest attacking 2000 level 3 or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know that off the top of my head necessarily, but I would imagine so. That was cat control? My bad. Sorry, Madcap's still in the chat correcting me.
No, Giant Soldier Stone definitely a beast. He took out the moon. I mean, there's no debate here.
That's true. That's got to be like the strongest card possible, right? Took out an actual moon.
Yeah.
Hologram of a moon, but it works.
He defeated the ocean. That's why he's stronger than the Aquamador.
That's true. We got a Neo Aquamador. Why don't we have a Neo Giant Soldier of Stone? We probably do have like some retrain of Giant Soldier of Stone somewhere in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, right?
That's a good question. We have Giant Soldier of Steel.
Oh, interesting.
It's a Xyz monster.
Of course it is.
Yep.
They should have just made it like, I don't know, like a level 4, 1300 attack, 2500 defense normal monster. No one's playing that card.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd rather have them do something that's like at least something that would let it see play. I don't think anyone's going to play any vanillas.
That's fair.
especially like iconic cards, right? Like you're not making any money off any
Yeah.
vanillas.
That's true. Oh, we do have the Attack the Moon card. Yeah, that's right. I totally forgot about that. Grumple did not forget to bring Chaos Monsters, though. Good lord. Got quite a bit of damage here. And we are just getting in there. Yep, there's that set spy. As Ivan very sadly shuffles the deck. No more of those left in here. We're at 1100. Do we have a ring, Grumple? Send us on to a game
Giant
3.
soldier,
Card destruction.
giant soldier of steel getting tariffed. That's pretty funny. We see a post-combat card destruction here. Mm-hmm.
Maybe trying to find that ring if we don't have it already. And here's Upstart Goblin from Ivan. Discarded some powerful cards over here, but notably no, well, I was going to say notably no light, but as soon as I say that, here comes Thunder Dragon.
Yep.
We got rid of the Mirror Force, Raigeki Break, Chaos Sorcerer. Feels like every time I say that, and like it's in quite a few of like my videos for next week. It's like, well, the opponent doesn't have a light immediately. Thunder Dragon to the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Graceful Charioteer right after it. Okay, Scrumple made a huge push, but of course there's could still be a ring back there. This game may be over, and we just don't know it yet.
Still needed to get rid of both these threats, though.
Yeah. Ivan's got a lot of work to do, but definitely a good start this turn to making that happen. Here comes Duo,
Going
all the way down to
100 life points.
Okay. Jar of Greed protecting something in hand. There goes Jar of Greed and Raigeki Break. Grumple's at 10,000 too, so there's no shot like there's a game shot coming.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I guess like snatch your BLS, summon my BLS. But I don't even know if that's
not game though, right?
no,
to me,
it's not. 37 plus 44. No.
Yeah.
Yep, in phase. There's the ring.
Here's the ring.
Let's get out of here.
Yep, wait till he sets his Book of Moon, right?
Yep. All right. A good game 3. I kind of thought that was the ring back there. Just all of that made a whole lot of sense with the explosive turn. Damage player versus advantage player, and I will have you know the damage player won.
Telling you, man, damage is underrated.
That's how you
Doesn't
win
matter
the game.
how many cards you have in your hand if you don't have any life.
That's true. I think it's an underrated thing that sometimes card advantage is killing your opponent quickly.
Yeah.
They just have a bunch of cards in their hand that they didn't get to play. Okay. -5. We'll see how they want to change up the sides here. Going into the game 3. Of course, once again, winner of this game will be moving on to our finals to play against 10 Ply on the Warrior deck. So gotta be pretty happy if you're 10 Ply that you get the Chaos Turbo matchup. But I mean, you got to take down Grumple or Ivan Rosito. So it's a tall task for sure. Not going to be easy either way. All right. Ivan starting us out. Good old Chaos Turbo T-set in a pass. See if Grumple has the Trinity. I don't believe either player has started on Trinity in any of these games, right?
Doesn't look like it.
Who's left in the tournament? We have the 2 duelists in front of you, Grumple, Stiltskin, and Ivan Rosito, and then we have 10 Ply waiting in the finals. We are down to 3. All right, we have a knock getting all of the decos out of here, but worth noting, there's only one
Just one.
deco banished for both players. So, you play
I think
Turbo.
that's pretty standard.
Are we
think that's
siding
pretty
out of
standard,
decos?
I think so, just because makes mind controls a little worse. I don't know if Ivan's on 3 decos or on 2. Same with Grumple, but
Okay.
it's not surprising to see only one get banished.
Okay. See if the little Sangan that could can get there. Nice little 7-turn clock.
Yep.
Does the other top 4 match have non-turbo decks? The other top 4 match has concluded. There will be a warrior deck in the finals. So yeah. Yep. We will not see a Chaos Turbo Mirror in the finals.
Actually, this top 8 had a lot of diversity. There was a control deck, there was a return deck, there was a reasoning gate deck.
Yep.
So.
Yep, pretty good diversity in the top 8 and a lot of spice throughout the entire tournament. So been a good one for sure. All right, we do see some Trinity here. Ivan with the Graceful Charity, but we haven't seen Thunder Dragons for sure. Could definitely have a Sinister Serpent or something in hand, or could just be setting up some sort of big play. Grumple getting in there with the damage early, taking Ivan down to 4,600. But your favorite was the last turn deck? Last turn's pretty sweet. Can't argue against that.
Definitely, especially if you're not playing against it. It is great from a spectator point of view for sure.
Ooh, Snatch Deco. Sook it down. It's pretty good. Find our Thunder Dragons. Things looking good for Ivan here.
Yep.
We have 7 cards in hand. We've got a deco that Grumple has to deal with, or he's just going to get sooked to death. See how Grumple gets off of the Sangan. We don't have a light in the graveyard just yet for Grumple either. BLS is exact lethal. So if we go like Thunder Dragon Heavy Storm BLS, the game will be over.
Yep.
Appears that is not happening. Just a T set for Grumple. I've been grabbing back Serpent. All right, ripping off a Jar of Greed. It's getting a little bit of extra draw power through the deck here. We We are having a think. Cardi deck out as the win con. Grumple knows.
It's certainly my favorite way to win it against Turbo.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we do have the
There's the
BLS.
BLS.
And, well, you
Should
know,
be probably the Night Assailant.
yeah, BLS would be very broken if you could just add a light and dark back to hand to summon it. That'd be insane.
Yeah, in some alternate universe.
Yeah.
In some alternate universe, BLS is free.
Summon it, no tribute required, and it's still a special summon. Yeah. Maybe make it attack 3 times in the battle phase.
Yep. And give it enough universes, anything's possible.
We thought Chaos Emperor Dragon was just so good that we needed to buff this card a little bit more to make it see some play. All right. See a monster in the back row. What do you have, Grumple? Now we have the option of MST or Heavy Storm plus Snatch Steal. Well, I guess we'd have to deal with the monster too, but here's a Raigeki break. Oh, we're hitting the back row.
It's pretty good.
ST's gone. Snatch. Nobleman of Crossout. Let's go.
Drop your own BLS too, right?
You don't even need that.
Oh, you don't even need it. Yeah, that's right.
Card destruction. Okay. Oh, there's the light.
Snatch plus Nobleman would be insane.
If those were the only 2 cards drawn off a card destruction. What did
Has
we
Ring
get
been
here,
played?
Grumple? Mind control. Oh, that works too. Snatch. Flip up Deco. Ring is in play for Grumple, yeah.
That also does it.
Yep. Sork.
Okay.
Okay, well that's not aggressive.
No. Still
Okay.
quite good though.
Oh yeah, yeah. Clearing the BLS definitely good, but not the game-ending play I was kind of hoping for. We're gonna let the advantage player win again. Let's take a look at what Ivan Rosito still has. All the spies and the decos are gone, of course. Grumple gaining 1,000 life points. Snatch is gone for Ivan. Pretty much all the power cards are still left, though. Still have 2 Chaos Sorcerers. Still have all of Trinity for both players. No Trinity at all this game. There comes Breaker. Pave the way for a Chaos Sorcerer, maybe? Oh, there was the heavy. Going to be hard for Ivan to win this turn, of course, but can definitely put himself in a position where Grumple has nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to show me Cyberjar? Morphing Jar would be pretty good here.
Yeah.
Or Morphing Jar number 2? Ivan's
Just
only
deck
got
him out.
Ivan's only got 13 cards in deck.
If he has Morphing Jar number 2, I'm going to scream. There's no way.
It'd be
But I can dream.
so
You
funny.
can dream about it. Yeah. I've actually sided that card in, and it never came up.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever flipped it against like a Reasoning Gate deck. I've had it in several sides. I have Jowgened many a Reasoning Gate player though.
Yep.
We are not attacking.
Hmm.
That. Huh. Oh, we have a Raigeki break. Okay.
Otherwise.
That makes sense then.
Yep.
Just a Moth. I don't think that gets back anything great, right? Mind control, I guess? Sure.
Minecon is pretty good.
Hmm.
Yeah, Minecon, get rid of this. Maybe this is like a set Golem Sentry or something. I'd have some trouble dealing with it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, makes sense.
Oh, I said no Trinity was played, but there was a Graceful Charity earlier on. Delinquent Duo away the Sinister Serpent.
That we knew about.
Powerful.
Well, I guess it could have been. Yeah.
You got to take your 1-for-1s where you can get them, Gulas. It's how you build card advantage.
Yeah, it could have been like a bluff set.
That's true. The Serpent could have been set.
Even so, like you'd probably attack first and then do this.
Yeah.
Right? Because like if you add something off the set, don't you want to just duo that?
Yeah. Or if you're worried that it's Cyberjar. All right. Board's all here.
It was Golem Sentry. Okay. I told you.
Ivan takes
That
200.
keeps him alive.
It
Keeps
sure
him
does.
alive.
Sure does. Yeah, Ivan should be at 34, which BLS is still not lethal here.
No, it's not.
BLS attacks for 32.
It does deal with Tribe and Sorcerer, though.
That's true. Assuming you can get through, but it's not. And we are going to have our finals here. We have Ivan Rosito versus Tin Ply. Neither of these players have an invite to the Go Format World Championship just yet. And we are going to have our bread and butter matchup here.
Mm-hmm.
Chaos Turbo versus Warrior.
Very true. And I'm willing to bet after this match, at least one of these players will have an invite.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I can see arguments either way. But probably a good chance.
Yeah.
Yep, GG's to Grumple, top 4ing 2 PWCQs in a row. Pretty good. Never feels great initially to not be able to take down the whole tournament and get the real prize that you're playing for, but yeah, I mean, you got to be happy to put yourself in a top 4 position.
Yep.
Twice in a row.
Shows you're at least doing something right.
Yeah, for sure. Champion of Hearts. Just waiting on our finals match to get hosted up here. we are not in double elimination, so this is it. Once this match gets started, and once it is done, we are donezo. PWCQ number 75. Only 2 years and a month to go until we get to 100. Assuming we only have one per month next season.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if there are any changes on that front. Ivan against his worst nightmare, a single warrior player.
I think Ivan would much rather play against Warrior than that Gumo Sumo deck, so it's you should consider it a blessing, I guess.
We got to get more Gumo Sumo representation. Where is easy to slay you in this PWCQ?
He's out there winning another obelisk.
Yeah. Got to go for 3 in a row, the same 55. Yeah. Dude just tears up obelisks.
Yeah.
All right. Here in our finals, 10 Ply starting on 2 back row, one of which is a trap dust shoot. Hopefully we can get some info on the hand here. Looks like we have some typing, so we might get the info. Show me the juicy deets. Sork, Thunder Dragon, Serpent, Moth, Deco, Storm. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, this is a tough one. You got your Thunder Dragon, which can set up the light for Sork, but you also have Moth to go with Heavy Storm, which Warrior hates.
Yeah, you could also, if you have Blade Knight, realistically take the Serpent.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is definitely dependent on what's going on in 10 Ply's hand. So Serpent going on back. Ivan able to pick up a couple of Thunder Dragons here. And yep, set monster and a pass. All right, well, I mean, we already knew that the way was going to be clear for an attack if we have something to deal with a face down monster, but that's not really the position you want to be in from the Chaos Turbo side against Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
See what 10 Ply's got here. May have to be careful, because if it is the Deco, put a dark in the graveyard for that Sork we know about.
Yep. And it's probably not a
Mind
knock
control.
if you're interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's going to be good no matter what it is. And we get the Deco.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, if it was Moth, you just pick up the mind control. Cool. Oh, Kaiku? All right, well.
Ooh, okay.
This is pretty gross.
Yeah, this is tough. The Heavy Storm, the knowledge of Heavy Storm in hand though is going to prevent you from setting anything, I think.
Yep. Yeah, it's absolutely huge here. Minecon in main is the future. I don't hate Minecon in the main of Warriors.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't like it post side, but I'm a fan of the main. Yeah, we have the torrential set. That makes a whole lot of sense. No summon on turn 1. Just set the TT and the trap dust shoot. It's a very good start. Deco going to defense. All right, we've picked up a back row for Ivan. See if that is something relevant here. We know the hand is Thunder Dragon, Chaos Sorcerer.
I'm guessing it is relevant because I don't know. Intuitively, you would play the Heavy Storm to play around Dust Tornado, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, we know that set is Moth. Ooh, here comes level 2.
Yeah, that is
Alright,
true.
we don't have an answer here. We're going to lose our Moth for no value. But if it's like something like a Raigeki break, then you have to pick between
Yeah.
Kaiku and level 2. And I think, yeah, okay. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. Lose the Moth,
Mhm.
fine. But, you know, you get to set up potential Chaos Sorcerer play. Deco can run over level
Yeah.
2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Only thing is you don't know you don't know how much
Cool.
is going to get set here because Ply was likely playing around the Heavy Storm this whole time.
Exactly.
Just one. Okay. But we do have this Kaiku here, so for now, Sork isn't coming down.
But maybe you can get rid of this MS2 and have some more sets.
Yeah, for sure. Do we let it go? Do we have a Saku or something? All right, we let it go. But we still have this Kaiku chilling here, so we'll see what Ivan drew. The hand is big dead.
Yep.
For now, at least. Raigeki break could go a long way here.
So we know what 2 TDs and the Sorcerer, right?
Yeah. So we know everything currently in the hand.
Yep.
I would feel pretty good on the Warrior side of things right here, but you know, Graceful Charity could just break things wide open, of course. Just kind of hoping that doesn't happen, or you draw into a Solemn Judgment before then, or something like that. Judgment here may just seal the game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no ring in the game, you might just like snap call it on whatever.
Yep. Jar of Greed, okay. Just another back row. All right, well. See if Ply has anything a little better set here. No. Just getting in for the 18. Happy to take chunks out of the graveyard. Okay.
Yep.
It is on Ivan at this point. Snatch
Mhm.
Steal. Okay. Well, you would imagine there's no Dust Tornado over here unless it's the new card set. Because we've had
Mhm.
several opportunities. There's Solemn Judgment. Okay, I don't hate
Yep.
that. And just a quick pass from Ivan.
Yeah, that was probably like one of the best options too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You're gonna need to find like a tribe or some back row to deal with this, and I think the only real back row is like Mirror Force, I guess. Raigeki break too, right?
Yeah, I feel like you can.
Like this game.
Yeah, you can reasonably think there's not a Mirror Force back there. So
yeah.
Ply gonna pick up this first game. Warrior on its way to another win, maybe. Just need one more game. Pretty impressive showing from Kaiku, the Ghost Destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that card's good.
Good card. Very good card.
Ivan was pretty much just not in that game at all. Just
Yeah, I think it's
from-
pretty tough for if you're opening like chaos against warrior decks and you don't
Yeah.
have like any way to facilitate it. It's like you're just like drawing into so much nonsense, right?
for sure.
This is Swiss.
Swiss the goat.
But at least your knocks are gonna come out. Your dust shoots are likely going to come out as well.
Yeah. And that's when we side in the morphing jar.
Yep.
That card's been showing up everywhere recently in sides. I want to
Yeah.
say at Milan, it was in 5 of the top 8 decks in some capacity.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Of course, we had.
It's definitely a good card, especially if your opponents don't expect it.
Yeah. Yeah. We had Panda Burn and Cat Burn. It was in the main deck of those, of course, and then it was in 2 or 3 warrior decks or something
Hmm.
in the side. Yeah, it was all over. Maybe it was 4 or 5, not 5 or 6. But Ivan leading us off here in this game too. I have a bit more than a T set. Extra back row there. Probably some sort of chainable like a Jar of Greed. And 10 Ply just going to go ahead and lead on that level 2. See if that can get over this face down monster. Cannot.
See the Saku?
Yep. No, my body is a shield. Unfortunate, but we do have knock, and oh, there's the kinetic soldier from Ivan. Okay. I do like that turn 1 play a lot, where you summon the level 2 and just see if it's worth knocking the monster, because if they protect it, then that means it's worth worth knocking.
Mhm.
You just get that out of there.
Unless they're doing some like big brain mind games for you.
Yeah. Here comes the upstart goblin. And Morphing Jar, actually one of the best cards against Chaos Turbo. It is very good post side. That is for sure. So 10 Ply at 9,000. Yep, here's a Jar of Greed for Ivan. I get to call a backer this time. Papa Perez sitting there in the chat calling cards. I got one. Wasn't not too hard to call a Jar of Greed whenever Chaos Turbo sets 2 post side against Warrior though. Since when does Ivan advocate for Kinetic Soldier? I don't know. But we do see it here.
Trying out some new stuff, right?
Yeah. It's a very good card against Warrior. It is an Earth, but it is quite impactful. See if 10 Ply has anything to break this T set from Ivan here. Now we have a Zombra coming in. Okay. Okay.
Do we have a second kinetic soldier?
That'd be pretty sick.
Yep.
How do we get over the Spy? That's pretty
Spy
good.
is quite good. Yep.
Yeah. Grumple taking credit for for Ivan playing the Kinetic Soldier. And we're back over to Ivan. No more cards played for 10 Ply. Gotta find a way to get over the Spy. Maybe we can get into Sasuke or something. Ivan doesn't play anything either. Okay.
Yeah, Sasuke would be huge here.
Here it
There
is.
he is.
All right. Can we dodge a Mirror Force?
Even a Sakuretsu armor would be quite good.
Oh, it is the Mirror Force.
Not
Yep.
Mirror Force. Do we have anything for it?
I guess we could Solemn.
Or maybe we let it go.
Okay. We're going to be aggressive here. Solemn the Mirror
Yep.
Force. Looking at Ivan's graveyard, yeah, we don't have a light in there just yet. But once again, every time I say that, here's Thunder Dragon.
Yep. Now there isn't actually that much pressure because the Zumbira can't swing in.
Yeah. I think Tin Ply's hand may just be a little bit weak to Spy, if I had to guess. We're not playing any cards behind the Solemn Judgment. We could just have all monsters in hand, honestly.
Yep.
And in that case, tend to take, the more aggressive line, try to win through the damage.
And you don't have to worry about the Mirror Force now that it's gone.
Yeah. And Zombra would be a much higher scoring play in Scrabble. Yep. It sure would. That's
true.
funny. All right, we see 2 back row from Ivan now. No, the Mirror Force is gone. Do we... All right, we're playing out into a Torrential, and here it is.
Oh, and a Torrential.
Man. A few months ago, you'd probably be safe doing that. Because most of the Turbo lists weren't playing Torrential, but man, it's been on the upswing really hard recently.
It's a good card. I think it's a great card outside of like the Mirror.
Yeah. Very good against the aggro decks indeed. Even after that, Tin Ply's only down a single card in terms of card advantage, so still got a pretty close game here. Here comes Blade Knight. Alvarado saying Rhoda and or Snatch with 2 guys likely. Yeah, that's totally possible as well.
Yep.
No, not any great opportunities to use the Snatch yet, at least. Okay, Blade Knight's getting out of here. We get our Spy back. Which could be pretty, pretty huge for Ivan here. But here's the Mind Control.
Stabilizing. Ooh, what is this?
We definitely... Oh, it's just the Night Assailant? Okay. I'm going to say, we know it's something worth protecting because we use a Raigeki break on it, but... Night Assailant, not the one you want to see. So we were talking about Night Assailants in the deck post board here. We see both of them for Ivan in game 2.
It was kind of that awkward situation where you were... I guess it ended up working out because you traded with a Mind Control, but now that you've killed the monster, this Night Assailant doesn't really get value like something like a Dekoichi or something like that. Or a Spy.
Yeah. I guess you would need like a Tsukuyomi or if you're playing Book of Moon, but even like that's not ideal, right?
Yeah. It could just make sense though, because you're playing card destruction. So, I don't know.
Oh, we're flipping Spy here. Okay. In attack position.
And we're putting them both in attack mode.
Oh boy.
We have a Snatch deal.
We have a Pot of Greed.
Pot of Greed.
Interesting. Yeah, Snatch would be the card here. I guess Tsukuyomi is also fine. Breaker. We're running right into a Mirror Force. No, we're gonna break.
Pop it.
Yeah, it's got to be Snatch. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Snatch. Yeah.
All right, getting us onto a game 3 here in the finals. Always love to see it. Just like game 1, it felt like Tin Ply was like Ivan was never really in game 1. It felt like Tin Ply was never really in game 2. Like it was close cards wise, but you could just tell, Tin Ply's hand just wasn't really lining up there. At the very least.
Yeah, anytime you can resolve Spy against Warriors, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Even if one's getting run over by a Zombra. Night Assailant post board, nice if players are siding out Blade Knights. I don't think anybody's siding out Blade Knights in this matchup.
Yeah.
Blade Knight pretty good against Chaos Turbo.
Yeah, it's your Premier Light, and it gets rid of the flip. So
What does 10 ply even mean? Toilet paper preference? That'd be pretty thick. Toilet paper preference would make a sick band name. I actually, a couple of my friends that I used to be in a band with, that I toured with and stuff back in the day, messaged me not long ago asking if we wanted to do some stuff again. Maybe I'll tell them, as long as we can change the name to Toilet Paper Preference, we'll get the band back together.
I had a buddy. He had a band in college, and it was called Home Improvement. So
That's a good name. I like that a lot. All right, we've got a Blade Knight set 1 to start off game 3 here. With no trap dust shoot. Let's see how Ivan starts us off. Wolf, our name was Angry Planet. All right. Little T set from Ivan. So we either have something that doesn't care about Blade Knight, or we have a back row to stop it, and we have something that doesn't care about Blade Knight, for sure. Yeah, I guess you can still just knock there and check for spy. I don't hate that. Let's see if we... Okay, well, we have something that doesn't care about Blade Knight and an answer to Blade Knight, so...
Yep.
Gonna get that on out of here. And no other play from 10 ply, okay? And Ivan picks up Thunder Dragons. Thunder
Did you set
Dragon...
a spy?
Sure did, just add a spy. Or a little misclick there.
I know that's the card you want to add, Ivan.
Oh, yeah.
But...
Yeah, for sure. Discard Thunder Dragon. Add 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
Yeah.
How quickly could we ban that card?
Be nuts.
All right. So we have 2 Thunder Dragons and 4 other cards. We just have Thunder Dragon, Saku in the graveyard. Just give another T set, okay? And here is Rhoda. We're grabbing a level 2. Indeed.
Yep.
And level 2 hitting the field. Do we have another Saku from Ivan or Raigeki Break or something? Mirror Force works. Feels nice from the Warrior side of things to trade just 1 for 1 with the Mirror Force, but you also want to get these face down monsters gone, of course.
Yep.
Let's see, maybe we have a follow-up Mindcon or something here. Nope.
1
Just a
for 1 doesn't feel that great, just because like everything you flip kind of gets you back that card you lost.
Yeah. That's true. Well, here's Heavy Storm from Ivan. Are we gonna... Oh, we're gonna protect 1 back row for 4,000 life points, okay? What do we think this is?
That's a good question.
Could be a TT. Maybe?
Potentially.
Probably not, though. They set it behind Blade Knight.
I think it's a second Solemn.
Could be. That'd be a little weird, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have set the second Solemn, but these players have been playing all day. Oh, we get to mind control the Moth. That's pretty good.
That's quite good, though. Yeah.
Do we get back Mind Control? Take the other one? No, we're gonna get back Knock. That's a safer option.
Yep. I think this
Oh,
is
we hit the
okay.
Spy. Okay. That is very
Interesting
good for
that
the
we
Warrior
didn't opt
player.
to flip it.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have Spies in the Warrior deck. That makes sense with the amount of
Yep.
Mind Cons we've seen. Gotta feel great about this from the Warrior side.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, hopefully we have some pressure here, but like Kaiku now would just be insane. We're thinking it over. On Ply's side, Prima, that's good too. Get back the Blade Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy Storm's gone. If you're holding on to whatever in hand, I don't. Tribe, sure. Okay, I think that might. I think that very well may be a second Solemn Judgment down.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, 3,600 damage here, and another back row. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looking really, really good for a Warrior win here in PWCQ number 75.
You're going to want like a graceful or something just to get a setup.
Yeah, and you're going to need something.
Yeah.
I think you probably snap Solemn a graceful there, right? It's kind of rough because then you like lose to a snatch steal, but
or a ring.
Yeah. See if we have an answer to this face down. Summoning the tribe means, you know, Blade Knight doesn't get the effect. All right. Ivan lives on.
This is Kinetic Soldier. You can go bonk real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Get the Heavy Storm. Yep.
Ooh. That's really good. Second Moth there. Brutal.
Yep.
See if we do have that second Solemn.
Yep. See it.
We're not slamming it. No. Oh, it's a ring?
It was ring. Interesting.
Wow. Okay. Well. Yeah, Breaker's pretty good. Wow.
Yeah, this is suddenly a disaster.
Yeah, I don't know about setting that Solemn there. But
yeah,
the game may come down to that. Ooh.
Yeah.
Second
even
Moth,
summoning the tribe is kind of risky too, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I
get
get it.
Your Blade Knight was turned off.
Yeah, I get it. You want to be aggressive, but we're summoning out Sasuke and setting it. Okay. I guess we just want Breaker to break it, so I can't attack, but I don't know.
I don't know. You can
double Thunder Dragon in hand. We can get a Dark in the grave if we want to. Like, pop this.
Yep.
We're ditching Thunder Dragon. Okay, that makes sense. Play around a Dust Shoot if it is one here. Saku and Kinetic Soldier.
Game,
and
right?
that is enough for game. So Ivan gonna take this one down and get his ticket to the GOAT Format World Championship. I'm sure we all knew it was just a matter of time until that happened. Ivan, obviously one of the best players that we've got here in this format. So congrats to Ivan for taking this down. PWCQ number 75 is going to be over here. It was a really, really sweet one. It ran smoothly despite potential, dueling book problems. We had a lot of spice, a lot of sweet decks, good diversity in the top 8. We had Gulaws here in the booth. Always a good time. Gulaz,
Yeah, for sure, man.
you got anything to say to all the people before we
No.
get out of here?
No, this was a fun time. Thoroughly enjoyed streaming with you as always, and ton of tournaments coming up this next month, so stay tuned.
Yep. I want to see every single one of you in chat at every single GGP we have this month. I don't think there's an excuse for you to not fly around the world for like a few weeks. I think that's totally reasonable. But that's going to be it for us.